The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Chess is on another level at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Not only are these stars playing for professional pride, eternal glory, and bragging rights, there's also some serious coin on the line. Wesley So was left shell-shocked after his opponent slipped up, barreling into a draw from a winning position, leaving So in clear second. Co-leader Alireza Firouzja remains in pole position thanks to some clutch saves, but he finally got a good position, grabbing another win on his way to reclaiming the sole lead. We've passed the midway point and players are rested, revived, and ready to go. Day 6 of Super Chess. Coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 6 of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup. It's been a fantastic event so far. This is the day after the rest day, and we started in Lafayette Park, which is one of the best-looking landmarks here in St. Louis. Well, the players had plenty of time to recuperate their energy, and surely they will be back over the chessboard in full force. Let's go to the studio and start the action.
4 rounds remaining and the leader is holding on by half a point. More great action today as round 6 starts right now. Hello and Welcome everyone, I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Peter,
Yasser, Nazi.
As always, a great pleasure to be with you both. I hope you enjoyed the rest day. I certainly did. Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup. After a well-deserved rest day, I'm sure the players are ready to return to duel their way to a championship. Round 6 coming up. Do the honors, Nazi. Who's leading the tournament? Who's winning?
We have a sole leader, Alireza Firouzja, with 3.5 points, but only half a point behind is one player, Wesley So. And then we have 6 players sharing third.
And it's remarkable in that tie for third, how many players have done it by drawing all the games. It's been a hard-fought event for sure. Tell us about the format for this Sinquefield Cup.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament with time control of 2 hours with 30-second increment for the entire game. And there are no draw offers allowed.
The schedule's getting shorter and shorter. What do we have left?
Today, players are playing round 6. We only have 4 more games left, but we may see playoffs if necessary after the last round.
We may have that discussion soon. And Peter, tell us more about the leaders and the challenges they face.
Absolutely. With only 5 decisive games so far, understandably, I think the people who win games stand apart from the field, and we have a clear first and a clear second in the standings right now. So let's start with the person in second place. This is the American Wesley So, who is having his usual Grand Chess Tour event, frankly, playing extremely solid chess and then winning the games where he gets a bit of a sniff. That victory against Nepomniachtchi in round 4, setting him apart from a huge tie on 50%. And everybody's got 4 rounds left, and Wesley's road ahead. You will see on the screen there. Today he plays a hugely important game with the white pieces against the leader of the tournament, Alireza. Then he gets to play Nodirbek, MPL, and a last round game against Gukesh. And then to our leader, the person who played definitely the most exciting tournament so far, the person who described himself as being satisfied with his play, even though excitement has not always been on the good side of it, frankly. 2 bookends of wins in rounds 1 and 5, and 3 draws in the middle, which could have been losses, at least some of them definitely could have. But 3.5 out of 5, and a very comfortable situation atop the leaderboard. And his last 4 rounds are black against Wesley today, then a game against the world champion in round 7, he plays Jan in round 8, and the last round clash against Praggnanandhaa.
Everybody has challenges in this field, no question about it. Thank you, Peter. And it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Christian. Over to you.
Good to see you guys. After the rest day, everybody is re-energized and ready to take on the next challenge. And just to build up on your point, Peter, and this big clash between Wesley So with the white pieces against Alireza Firouzja, the last time these 2 players met each other in classical chess was in Bucharest, Romania, also at the Grand Chess Tour. And in that one, Alireza, with reversed colors, won that game convincingly. A very difficult task, especially against Wesley So, such a solid player. And I want to push back. You said that Wesley is playing his typical brand of chess. No, I would say he has the results that he usually has, that +1, very typical of Wesley, but he is a much more different player. Sure, if you think about the game against Jan, he played it very carefully, very safe, but the game against Anish and yesterday, actually a couple of days ago, against Praggnanandhaa, he took tremendous risks. So I'm feeling that Wesley in this competition, he knows what he has to do. He has to win some games to win that 3rd position and qualify for the next season of the Grand Chess Tour. A lot is at stake in this particular matchup. Another one that I'm having my eyes on is the big clash between Jan Nepomniachtchi, the perennial challenger, and Fabiano Caruana, and you can see how closely matched these 2 players are. 1 win apiece and 16 draws, and the last time they played against each other in Romania as well in classical chess, it was a draw. But we've seen last year Fabiano best Jan with the white pieces. Now with reversed colors, Jan will definitely be looking to get revenge because he needs those Grand Chess Tour points as well. Guys, these are my 2 picks for matches of the day. Back to you for the moment.
They look like great marquee matchups to me, Christian, but Nazi, show us all of our picks, will you? Let's make our own selection.
Let's have a look at the pairings. As Christian mentioned, Nepomniachtchi will be playing Fabiano Caruana. World champion Liren is playing Prague. Wesley So against Alireza.
The two leaders, they're going clashing.
Definitely our key matchup. Then we have Anish Giri playing Abdusattorov and Gukesh against MVL.
I just see in those matches the people are 50%. They've got to make a move, so we're going to keep our eye on those pairings as well. And tell us about the money that they're fighting for.
There is a big prize fund for this event. Total is $350,000. First place, $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third, $48,000. And just wonderful prizes for everybody.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for all your sponsorship. Definitely. We go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, and we see a very late arriving crowd today. I think that's MVL.
I think they enjoyed the rest day a little too much.
Anish always looking dapper. Nice gray suit there with the white tennis shoes.
There's probably a line outside getting wanted.
MVL going somewhat in the lumbersexual route, right? With the flannel and...
Oh, yes.
Flannel.
Yeah.
It's a warm day for flannel.
It is,
It
yes.
is very hot outside today.
Exactly. Maybe cool in the playing hall, though. Speak a little bit about MVL to me here. A 23-game drawing streak, or whatever it's been. It's just,
I think it's higher now.
It's crazy. How does that happen? How does it befall?
It really does not
Such a
add up
great
to me
champion.
at all, yeah.
Right.
I think I keep on thinking about MVL as one of the most exciting and dynamic players
Me too.
playing today, and I'm sure he sort of mellowed down a little bit with age, but not to this degree.
And it's not old man's chess where he's trying to play a collie system.
Absolutely
and
not. No,
hold
he
the
still
balance.
plays his sharp openings. Maybe not in every single game. He did add other things to the Grunfeld, for
Queen's
instance,
Gambit
such as
accepted.
QGA. But generally speaking, not very much change in his approach to chess. But the results seem to be eluding him. The decisive results. We shall
Exactly.
say.
Exactly. And it's not because he hasn't had his chances either. I mean, he had Alireza, in our view, dead to rights. Those two bishops.
Absolutely on the ropes, yeah.
Pawn mass and allowing the repetition that he did, well, that just shocked us, I recall, as he's facing off against Gukesh. And
Who has also drawn every game in this tournament.
right, a challenger. I mean, he came into the Sinquefield Cup with high expectations of showing who he is and why
He
he
had
deserves to be challenger.
Some chances, but also he was in trouble once or twice.
Against Prague especially. Yes. As again, the players are taking their seats, and it befalls me to tell you about our ring bearer. Frank Camerata is going to be ringing the bell for the opening of round 6. Frank, when I first met Frank, I asked him what he did for a living. He said, I poke holes in the sky. I said, what? He says, I'm a rocket scientist. I work for NASA. And he, for the better part of 50 years, has been involved in the world of chess as a chess set designer. And these sets that you see on your screen, they're the Sinquefield Cup sets that were designed specifically for the Sinquefield Cup and for the players. And trust me when I say they're beautifully weighted. They're one of the most handsome luxury sets, and there he is, 81 years young, Frank Camerata, doing the honors.
The usual jokes don't even seem like jokes. Does not look a year above 65.
He enjoys life, let's just say, and I spent the day yesterday with him, and he was telling me some stories of chess sets and what he's done and where he's been. And it was just a marvelous day.
And the games are off.
There you go, Frank. Frank Camerata, a living chess legend in the world of chess set design. And I have on my screen the marquee matchup of the day of our two leaders, Wesley So, sporting a +1 result up against Alireza Firouzja at +2. It's all about the orange juice, Nazi. I noticed the OJ.
I have wonderful news for you, Yasser.
What's that?
No Italian, no Rui Lopez today.
Oh, no.
None
No
of the boards.
Sicilians,
No,
no
we do have
Italians.
Sicilians.
2 Sicilians.
Oh, okay. Wait. And C2, C4. Whoa.
G6.
G7, G6. I suddenly saw Peter perk up as he saw G6. Not
Alireza, I
expecting-
think, is more of a King's Indian player than a Grunfeld player.
I wanted to ask. A lot of people don't like to play the knight c3 move in this moment because they're worried about a Grunfeld, and therefore they play moves like g2, g3. But if you know for sure your opponent is going to play d6 and not d5, wouldn't knight c3 be an automatic?
He went knight
Yeah.
c3.
Here we go.
On the board, and let's see what. In terms of the tournament situation,
Oh,
I think,
no,
we're back to.
Grunfeld.
Yeah, I mean, for Alireza, it really makes very little sense, I think, to go to the King's Indian. He's in a very, very good situation, both in the Sinquefield Cup proper and in the GCT standings. So doesn't really look like he needs to take excessive risks. And these days, you just describe playing the King's Indian. By move 3, you describe it as taking excessive risks, compared to most of other chess theory.
Yeah. Frank Camerata would take exception to your suggesting that the King's Indian was taking excessive risk, because that was the opening that he learned as a 16-year-old, and he remained loyal to it the whole of his life. Frank made his medals in correspondence chess, and he played in all of these U.S. correspondence chess championships, and he started his correspondence chess career 85-0.
87 yesterday.
87.
It's being downgraded.
No, it was 87. I misspoke. No King's Indian, which Frank would have just absolutely loved to have seen, but D7, D5. Have we got a...
Do not despair.
Wesley's thinking, I guess he was surprised by the opening choice of Alireza?
Because I wanted to ask you, Peter, Alireza, what lines of the Grunfelds is he known for playing? I don't know.
Well, I mean, Grunfeld is a line. I don't think
Right.
generally it's not Black's choice. It's much more White's decision what to do in this spot, and White has a lot of very distinct possibilities which are very separate from each other.
Right.
All kinds of lines with he takes d5, and then these days, arguably the most fashionable replies to the Grunfeld don't even involve the move knight c3 while still being the Grunfeld. F2, F3 is arguably the topical reply to the Grunfeld. And somewhat more weirdly, it's this move, which I remember when I was working on my course on the Grunfeld, which I finished a couple of years ago, I got to the point where I had to analyze h4, and I thought, okay, I mean, it'll take me a day, right? I mean, I'll find something which I can just, suggest you do this, 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 you're completely equal, go from here. And then I spent a week just desperately looking for anything that would satisfy me, and came up with something which is honestly extremely risky.
Really?
Mainly because I didn't want to give King's Indian type structures. I think maybe the correct response to this is just to switch to King's Indian proper. But since it was a Grunfeld course and I felt obliged to kind of stick to my guns as much as possible, I gave something which genuinely is quite scary looking. And after d5 and bishop g5, I like this choice, by the way, depending on what Wesley does next, because there is obviously bishop g7. I don't know if Alireza intends to do this. This is maybe the closest I've ever gotten to have something named after me. I wasn't the first one to play it, but I played it in '91 when internet was not really much of a thing in Soviet Union. I didn't know other people played it. It was sort of my novelty. It's just later I found out I wasn't the first, and I did a lot of work on this variation. But Alireza could go knight e4, and this is a very, very big turning point, because if White goes bishop f4, in this position, this is likely to be an endgame. It doesn't look like an endgame yet, but queens do come off here quite a bit. Like a normal line here would be. I'm mixing up move orders here, but it doesn't really matter such a great deal. So this is a tabi of the bishop f4 line, and the queens often come off via the a5 square. Let's just park this for now. We don't need to discuss this line. The big turning point is you can play this move.
Exactly.
And against this, all of those lines no longer really are that attractive. It actually makes a great bit of difference that the pawn on e7 often hangs. So what Black does in response is actually take this pawn and then try to hold on to it. And these positions are unbelievably sharp and messy. At some point, I remember there was a period around maybe between 2008 and maybe 2012 where it seemed like every tournament I got live on with black. And every tournament, we would just basically set this on the board and start from here. I won some, I lost some, but it was a fun battle because he kept on finding new ways of asking me questions here, and it was so much fun to analyze. So if 94 happens, which it hasn't yet, the very, very next move Wesley chooses, I think, will tell us what kind of a game we're going to watch. And then, of course, there is the gambit with bishop g7, where black just says, yeah, you can take my pawn. And I, of course, connected with the idea of playing c6, whereas these days they say 1 is not enough, let's be 2 down by move 6. They play c5, dc5, and then knight d7, queen a5, knight d7 mainly. And this is obviously a whole other story where you generally only aim to win back 1. The pawn on d5 survives, but because of this bishop being such a monster, now it's completely unopposed on a long diagonal. Black often gets decent positional compensation.
I think this is why I always associated Peter with being happy when he's a pawn down. Like when he's a pawn down.
There you have it, yeah. And for Frank Camarada, I just wanted to say, do not despair. I even said this on there. Because I have occasionally some inkling of what might happen in Prague's games. So
right.
you do have a King's Indian today.
And by the way, our world champion Ding Liren has been noted for his stellar King's Indian defense play. Now he's on the white side.
Yes.
Very
interesting openings today. Also, if you go to Nepo Fabi's game, it started as an accelerated dragon.
Interesting. That's not a common feature on the Grand Chess Tour. Here we go, and this move order with the immediate fianchetto. So, as far as I'm aware, the way white is advised to try to get an advantage is to play for the Maroczy bind with c2, c4, or the way Nepo is doing it is to try to get
those
into
are
the dragon.
the two main options. Yeah.
Right.
But there are obviously differences with the pawn on d7. In this position, if we get to the position after bishop b3, there's a bunch of moves black can make, apart from d7, d6, which is one of the main ones, of course.
Knight g4.
Knight g4 used to be the old main line.
Yeah.
But I think the current understanding is the position after queen h4 is at least a little bit better for white. It no longer is considered to be safe, which is what prompted at some point black to start playing a5 with the intention of provoking a4. Looks very logical. And then we do the same thing, but then white, instead of taking with the a pawn, will have to take with the c pawn, and also the pawn on b3 is now very weak. So a5 became quite fashionable, and then white realized, no, not king f1, that you can do something like this, which I think, from a purist point of view, trading an a pawn for your central pawn on e4 is not very attractive. But specifically here, white gets such a grip on the queen side with immediate ideas of bishop b6, knight b6. And also, very simply, if black does something like d6, you don't even have to go in. You can just play queen e2, rook a d1, c2, c4, and your grip in the center and on the queen side is very, very strong. So a5, I think, after castles, the black players switch back to playing d7, d6 and saying, a5 maybe is not my dream move, but I no longer have to worry about black after white castling queen side. And there is also a lot of really quirky options, such as, let's say, rook e8 is a move in this position these days, trying to perhaps play for the e6 and d5 break. Even e7, e6 at some point was being played by serious players, I think. But Fabi goes for d6, which is absolutely the invitation to switch to mainline mainline dragon, and bishop d7, queen d2 would probably switch to mainline dragon. The way to avoid it would be to take on d4, and then perhaps play something like bishop d7, b5, a5. Those lines exist. Bishop e6 in this position exists. But very curious what Fabi is intending to do.
Actually, Nepo played queen d3, which is a very unusual move. I've always seen queen on d2 in this position.
100%.
Queen d3.
Is this a novelty already?
Honestly, my first instinct is just to can we zoom in on the board?
Can we double check?
I'm sure the board is not malfunctioning. Yeah, okay.
Queen d3. Yeah. That queen is really on the d3 square. I mean, there's no doubts. It's not between.
No,
d2
it's
d3.
Very firmly placed on the d3 square.
Centralized.
I do not know what this is.
But it's not just.
Asks the question. What about knight d7 coming with a tempo? Right?
Knight d7, knight c5, knight c6, c5. All of these things now are very, very.
But before we talk about the
natural
misplacement of the white queen on d3, first talk about the misplacement of the black queen on a5. When in a dragon are you supposed to play queen a5?
I mean,
So I go
the
queen
old
d2.
the old style dragons, I think, do sometimes include the queen on a5. Not.
Queen a5 is considered.
I mean, very old school, but
Seriously, I haven't seen it.
170 games from this.
Wow.
But then after Queen D3, I've heard that there's only 4 games ever played.
Yeah.
Queen
Probably
D.
not by strong players.
And sorry, Peter. After the obvious, if you don't mind me saying it, Queen D2. Are you taking on D4?
Let's check. Yeah. 9400 games. Second best is Bishop D7. Actually, after Queen D2, you get even more games because transpositions start coming in. But yeah, the main line here, I guess, is 94 Bishop D4 and Bishop E6. And in this position, you can sort of see why the queen is on A5. Maybe we're trying to provoke white to go C takes B3 once the capture on B3 happens.
Okay.
365 games from here. Like
That's a
once
lot.
the transpositions resolve,
Right.
we get hundreds and hundreds of games. I'm assuming most of them will be old games because this is not this is not really how they play the dragon these days. But yeah, this is not that unusual. Queen D3 though is massively unusual. I'm still struggling to explain it.
I have seen numerous times in the Sicilians and the Dragons where you do play knight to D7 and you do, usually with knight C5, knight E5, But with the queen on D3, it's much
It's
more
even stronger,
attractive.
yeah.
Right.
But I'm very curious if this is
That's
actually the intention, because on my screen here, it just goes back to D2 preemptively.
I provoke
And says,
you.
and says, I provoke knight FD7. This is not a good move. This is not a move you want to be making. You stopped your own bishop B6 play. You also moved the knight away from the king side, and now I'm switching to quite happily playing on the king side.
Wow.
I don't know if this is great. Honestly, it looks a bit speculative to me. I'm not sure this refutes the dragon, if I'm entirely honest.
I mean, losing a tempo in dragon
but
sounds crazy.
It's clearly something that Jan and his team think is good to try at least once.
Well, we're not going to refute the dragon, that's for sure. The dragon
Has already been refuted, probably.
Right. It's such a beautiful defense. We wish it a long history to come. But Queen D3, speak to me like, why? What is the queen doing on D3? I mean, why would you?
I think the way to explain it would be to try and compare it to other positions, and maybe. But I still struggle to figure out why. Let's say here it says white is much better. I'm showing the position after Queen D3, knight D4, bishop takes D4, bishop B6, and now it says long castles and white is much better. What's the difference? Why is it so strong, so much stronger with
the queen?
Why is we're stopping B5 actually? Okay, maybe I can be sold on this idea, because you would be playing B7, B5 in this position with the queen on D2 instantly.
Okay.
And here we have this move under control, so we gained. We actually have in this particular case, we have gained some time. Maybe not lost some time, but gained some time, because black will maybe have to waste a move on B8 or A6, which you definitely do not want to be doing.
And as ridiculous, I'm a pawn grabber, as ridiculous as it looks, the queen on D2 does prevent queen G5 check. The queen on D3 does not.
I want to take the pawn on G2.
Yeah, I don't think we care. Yeah, we definitely
the
like
queens
it.
get in trouble.
Oh, I got 2 pawns now? Bishop takes D4? But what?
Not a legal move.
You're not a legal move. The bishops are not opposed.
No,
then I'm just trapping
Yeah,
my
you've
queen.
lost again. Now.
Sorry, I'm trapping my queen.
Yeah. So very curious how Fabi reacts to this, and Jan, I think, can be very, very happy with the outcome of the opening already. It doesn't even matter what the objective evaluation is. This has come as a surprise.
And by the way, for me and Fabi, I mean, we have a long relationship going back at least 20 years of my broadcasting and commenting on his games. The dragon is not in the Fabiano repertoire.
I think this brings us neatly back to our introduction to the show and the GCT standings and the situation in the tour. Fabi is a full point behind Alireza now. Fabi is a very, very ambitious young man.
Yep.
He doesn't really want to coast to his second in the tour. Like, he is going to get re-invited next year through whatever qualification you want to name. He's very highly rated. He'll get in by rating if needed. But he does want to fight for the win on the tour.
Of course.
And for that, he needs to start winning games.
Right.
50% with Alireza being on +2 is just not going to do it. He also will need Alireza to do badly, but that's out of his control. Yeah, and there you have it on your screen.
Yeah, Fabi needs a big result.
Yeah.
He needs Alireza.
Fabi pretty much needs to win the tournament because that almost 4-point difference means that only really the 13 full points for winning this tournament
will help.
Gives him a good shout. Because if, let's say, he comes second, he gets 10 points for that. Even fifth, I think, is enough for Alireza.
Exactly.
But if he wins, Alireza needs to get second.
So we're talking about taking risks and maybe big risks, but not to be reckless either, right?
Yeah, but Dragon these days, in particular, if you hope it comes as a surprise, Dragon is definitely playable for one or a couple of games before people kind of cotton on and start preparing for it properly. Then it becomes less fun. I'm not sure if it's refuted, but as with all such openings, I think it's not that you will necessarily lose, it's just that you will stop having fun. People will just deny you any kind of fun whatsoever. If they're well prepared and if they start expecting you to do these openings.
Right.
Should we check other games that we haven't looked at?
I just wanted to go back, if you don't mind, first to the game of Ding, Liren, and Prague, because I was more than curious to see
what line they were going to choose.
Of the King's Indian they would choose. And we got Bishop E2, the old classical line, if you will, E5, castles, and the immediate captures on D4. I mean, the tabia positions that we used to have started here, and then you had the bayonet attack with B2, B4. You had these knight E1.
Yeah, that was
D2.
a latecomer, right? Because people used to go knight D2 and knight E1 before anything else.
Exactly.
And then the bayonet appeared.
Then the knight D2 line. Victor Korchnoi in Barcelona introduced against Garry Kasparov, A2, A4, a move I just absolutely didn't understand whatsoever.
But it was a precursor for the bayonet, I think.
Exactly.
The bayonet also, I think, when people started doing B2, B4 here very seriously, my first reaction, and I really am not a King's Indian player at all. My first reaction was, how can you do this? Because after A5, you'll have to break up your structure.
And the crazy...
How are you going to push C5 later? Turns out you can.
Exactly. The crazy part is that we're happily capturing and, C5. There was tons and tons of games. Anyway, those were just the start of what we would spend months drilling on. This was very, very old school. I mean, this goes back to David Bronstein, and I always thought that they kind of stopped playing like this for black, but
no,
modern engines.
This line has a different history because I think. Yeah, this used to be considered imprecise. And then I think the first attempt to revive this for black involved playing knight c6, bishop e3, knight h5, which I myself actually played with black.
You have?
Yeah,
okay.
I had the period of trying to make myself into a King's Indian player, and this was my solution for the mainline King's Indian, because I have to say, the idea of putting my knight on e7 and then not knowing what to do with it for the next 25 moves. You need to be a hardcore understander of the King's Indian and the enjoyer of the King's Indian to be able to do this properly. And I struggled with the structures as is, so I didn't really want to kill off one of my pieces by move 8. So I played this knight 6, knight h5 line with the intention of playing knight f4 next move, offloading, or even f7, f5 in some positions. This is not great, but it was sort of playable in the mid-90s. I had mixed results. But these days they do this f3, c6 line, which you have to be very, very careful here with black, because obviously your entire play is centered around trying to push d6, d5.
Right.
If white manages to deal with it successfully, you're going to be in trouble.
Right.
And for instance, after king h1, they used to try to explain it by playing knight h5 here, trying to play queen h4, create some counterplay on the king side, and then they realized just in how much trouble they are after g4, knight f6, and then bishop f4. In particular, because basically white just goes knight f5, more or less next move. Very often white, after a6, it probably is already playable. Some sacrifice like this with the intention of playing rook g1. And honestly, it's not that shocking, because black has like his whole army is still undeveloped on the king side. And things will start happening to your king once the g-file gets opened.
Right.
But these days, it's done much more concretely.
They did play some.
Yeah, this used to be considered extremely dangerous.
For black.
For black, yeah, because if you naively go d takes e4, knight db5 is very strong. F takes e4 is also very strong, because the pin on this knight will prevent you from finishing development. But you can play knight c6, and now the only move that really provides a single threat is bishop b5, because otherwise your center is under tremendous attack. If you improve my structure like this, I'm no longer going to lose this pawn on d5. And even if I do lose it, you will have to take on f6 at some point. And in combination with white already playing f2, f3, black always has tremendous play for the material. So it is more or less only bishop b5. And then I don't particularly want to spoil it, but it gets kind of crazy.
All right.
We might see it today, and then we can discuss it.
I hope we do.
Oh, indeed, indeed. Thank you, Peter, for that. But bishop on e2, by the way, to b5, I find incredibly appealing because the bishop's not doing doing anything on e2.
Yeah.
How do these players match up with one another, Nazi?
Well, let's have a look. Wow, 2 wins for Prague.
Both with black pieces, by the way.
That's impressive.
And that was from the Vaikanze?
23 and 24, I believe.
Exactly. 2 wins with the black pieces for Prague, and wow, that is interesting. Where would you like to guide us for our next?
Let's check Gukesh's game against MVL. Another Sicilian.
Okay.
Najdorf, no dragon.
Exactly. The Najdorf, MVL's mainstay, and has been for 2 decades. I mean, he telegraphs in advance, you want to play the Najdorf against me, I'm ready to go. Bishop to d3, that's kind of gotten a new lease on life.
Yes,
people
it
have
came back.
playing this move.
I wouldn't even call it that. I think it used to be considered a move you see in like junior tournaments. Right? It really wasn't the thing at all until maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's not a new. It's just a lease on life.
But
not really a new one.
I remember from what the players in my day, what they were trying to do with this. Maybe it was more against g6. Actually, I'm not even sure, but they would end up playing f4.
Yeah, this position is very well known, but you start with f4.
Exactly.
I did this for like 5 years straight as a kid. I was a 64 player against Najdorf for many years.
f4.
With a different move order, it's very much well known and it's very playable. But bishop d3 without f4 is I think a very modern approach. e5 is the main move. It's not the only move, but it's absolutely the main move. And then you get all kinds of move orders. Starting with knight e6 actually is a bit interesting. I'm not sure it's so popular. It definitely is a move that exists. But I think for Najdorf players, you kind of tend to try to develop this knight to d7.
Right.
It's just so more habitual for Najdorf players to try to go for this setup.
Yeah.
Because you want the c file open, you want this knight on c5 in many cases, just sort of more compact. You also better at dealing with ideas of bishop g5 maybe in some cases, because you will, if white wants to trade on f6 and occupy the d5 square, you want to...
Lots of luck.
Yeah, many knights to control it, yeah. Right. One will be replaced by the other. Knight c6, what it does, I guess, is white very often will play f4 in these positions. So we're not putting a bishop on e6 where it might become a target. We're sort of taking some of the sting of the idea of playing f4, because here I think it will just very, very safely be ignored. We don't need to take. f5 is not a threat because there's nobody on e6. We can play bishop e7, we can go ef and bishop f7, so many options. Bishop e3, though, does surprise me a little bit, because I would have thought the main 2 moves here are castles, of course, is always a main move, and the other one is the immediate option of playing knight d5, because what knight c6 does in white is this idea of trying to occupy the pawn on the d5 square, trying to support with c2, c4, and if you take, you place the knight on a square where you'll have to spend time dealing with this.
Again.
If you go knight e7, c4, I would argue that this is, as far as these Sveshnikov type positions, if we compare this just for a second to be clear about what I'm talking about. There is this incredibly topical line of the Sveshnikov, which was popularized mainly by the match between Fabi and Magnus in 2018. So if we compare this position with this position, I think I'm probably very happy here, because I will play knight c3 only when I need to. The knight might go even to g3 in some positions. The bishop is on the correct square. I can play c4 immediately. Generally speaking, I think we're maybe a tempo up compared. And if you don't play knight b4, your options become very concrete. Like you can go queen a5 check, knight c3, and now knight e7, and maybe the d5 pawn hangs, and maybe it doesn't. It's unclear, because black really isn't developing very well. So in some cases, I'm pretty sure I can imagine leaving it unprisoned and then playing for development. And then, of course, there's knight b4, which is very, very concrete. We play bishop b4, bishop c4. The knight now will get caught by a2, a3. So you either have to go for positions like this, which are very unusual looking and could be very bad for black because this pawn is quite weak, or you perhaps have to invest a tempo in something like a6, a5, which is not that bad because we are trying to get the knight to a good square on c5. But positions become quite sharp. Whereas bishop e3 does very much allow black to step back into exactly the kind of setups you like. Knight d5 will no longer be an option. And now let's say castles, bishop e7, f4.
We do have a move, actually. Gukesh played immediately f4.
Yeah, f4 immediately is also fine. Although my screen currently says, and this is why I was surprised about bishop e3, it also kind of strengthens these ideas, because f5 now can and will be met by d5, d4. This is a very typical idea in many Sicilian positions where something gets attacked on the king side, but we do get this fork in.
Enfield took on f4, no d5, and he played it quickly as if like he's prepared for this.
Yeah, he seems to be aiming for these types of structures, which honestly, now we're back to kind of normal bishop d3 territory where both sides will castle king side, so you can make some moves. I suspect if I make a few more moves here, we will be back in territory where it will start telling me we have games. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like this is seemingly a random position after move 13, which has 2 games from it. They will probably be from completely different move orders, but these are normal squares for these pieces. So you do go back to what is probably known, and this is maybe why MVL is playing so quickly, because he generally is aiming for something like that, and is quite happy he gets to play exactly what he prepared. But d5 did seem like a very interesting option there.
Absolutely. He did capture knight takes, and as you were talking, Peter, it flickered in my mind that you might, after bishop e7, want to capture on e6 and then follow it up with bishop c4.
Absolutely. There are some positions where it's not only possible but advisable, which is why MVL starts with
exactly. 95 looks like...
I very much endorse this.
Yeah.
It has to be said that it's not that strong. I tried making it work with white. I played some bishop d3 in my life. I tried convincing myself white has like large advantages in these positions. It's not that large. You can preserve the bishop on this diagonal because generally it gets chased away by knight a5, for instance. So you often have to invest a tempo in something like a3 or e4 to keep it on this diagonal. But then you don't really have pieces to attack the pawn on e6 properly. Like if this was already on f4 somewhere, if you could like teleport the queen to h3 really, really quickly, that would be good. But even better, I think, for black, because you're playing 95 pretty much in every single position.
Of course.
So why allow it?
Exactly.
I think this is a good idea. We just go knight e7, and then also sometimes they develop it to g7.
Wow.
Apart from bishop e7, the idea of g6, bishop g7 also definitely exists.
Thank you, Peter. As you were discussing that, Peter, it just reminds me of how complex the Sicilians are, and you're comparing the notes of a Sveshnikov with one Sicilian outcome and the current position with another Sicilian outcome. Very, very, very difficult to keep track of it. But we do have a full-fledged game in front of us. We have one game left.
Yes, one that we haven't looked at yet. That's Anish Giri against Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. And we have an English that started us already.
Oh my goodness, now we are definitely...
Yeah, it went through a lot of permutations there before finally becoming the English opening. Yeah.
And it could have been a King's Indian
Absolutely,
as well.
Yeah, there were.
But now we're in my neck of the woods, B2, B4. This is really funny. We had a player from the barbaric Northwest, Grandmaster Duncan Suttles from Vancouver, BC. And he really liked this. He did some very, very funny things in his time, but he really liked this idea of bishop c8 to d7, followed by a very quick queen c8, just to rob white of the light squared bishop. And the funny part is, like normally you want to put your bishop on e6 and
right.
your queen on d7, but in those cases you often get hit with
You
knight
have to
g5.
spend a tempo on h6.
And he didn't want to do that. He wanted to keep that square open, because sometimes he plays bishop h6 and bishop d7.
had the same idea, because look at that, queen c8 and bishop h3 on the board.
A page right out of the Duncan Suttles, a playbook. Bishop h3, bishop g5. Now the idea here is you might think to yourself, wow, this is really good. Look at this. All of black's pieces are on the first rank. They're undeveloped.
And also misplaced, right? Queen on c8, bishop on d8.
It looks very, very funny. But you are robbing white of his best piece, the bishop on g2. You do, like a spring, you do get moves back. You'll get the tempi with c6,
Very
knight to
quickly.
d7.
I like
and
bishop
so
takes
on.
f6. I don't think knight d5 is the intention. I
Okay.
think the reason you play bishop g5 here
Yes.
is that dark square bishop is often the piece you struggle the most to find work for.
Okay.
So you just trade it away because you don't like that. And just let's play rook b1 here.
Yeah. Rook b1.
And we're playing, it's spiritually kind of connected. You know, in the Italian and also in some Ruy Lopez positions these days, they just do play bishop g5 takes f6, and then you get these two knights against knight and bishop.
Yeah.
And then you try to play sort of in the center, but also in particular h4, h5 becomes a different, interesting topic in some positions for sure. You can start floating this idea of softening up the black king side. And we're going to be trying to, assume control over the light squares and play.
Yeah.
It's not spectacular, but I have a feeling white should have a little bit of something here.
But instead of bishop f6 immediately, queen d2 was played.
Okay. Queen to d2.
So now black could trade on g2 and then play knight d7. And then if you take on
That would be
f6
logical,
later,
yeah, that would
I'll
be
take with the
logical.
knight. Right.
As Peter says, one knight replaces the other.
Yeah.
In order
With
to
white, I
cover
think in terms of
d5.
structure changes, I like it to e4. I don't know if immediately, but I do like the idea of just occupying the center this way and then perhaps trying to play d4 later or just enjoying the extra space.
Extra space. Thank you, Peter. And let's turn our attention to Ben. Ben Underwood is our local statistician. Likes to inform us of probabilities. Nasi, what does he do for us today?
Well, these are the probabilities for today's round.
Okay.
Between Fabi and Nepo, that's absolutely equal.
I would
No, but it
say
broke the
that's fairly
containment.
even.
It broke the containment where I think this is the first time we went above 70% for a draw. I have not seen a number this high on our screen yet.
Wow.
I think it's because they have 33 draws or something between them.
Ding Liren has a high probability there, but
It's also strange since
Gukesh,
Prague has 2 wins over Ding
Right.
with the black pieces.
right? And Wesley, surprisingly enough, with
favorite
the white
today as
pieces,
well.
with the 20.7 to 13.47 in terms of decisive victories. Decisive victories. That's pretty good.
Decisive games.
In decisive games. Thank you, Ben, for that. As well, keep an eye on this one between Anish and Nodirbek. I want to go back to our marquee matchup
Wesley's game?
and see what Wesley So.
We're
No
in
more
the
queens for
endgame.
us.
No, well, you mentioned that the queens often
But you
come
got
off the
traded
board.
on b3 instead of a-file.
Yeah. And
Okay.
Alireza did something which is very fashionable these days, and Wesley sort of did not pick up the gauntlet too much. In this position, it used to be absolutely obligatory. And they actually, it's sort of important to note how Wesley was approaching this. Bishop g7 was played.
Okay.
Bishop takes f6 wasn't.
No.
Now after knight f3, unfortunately for black, I did also try to continue over this pawn sacrifice with c5, but with the inclusion of knight f3 and c5, it's less attractive in my opinion. It gives white additional options, which I didn't really enjoy all that much. So you do generally play knight e4. As a matter of fact, even in these positions, the inclusion of knight f3 and bishop g7 is often in black's favor because in that line that I was discussing, white often postpones knight f3 for quite some time because the bishop might want to come to f3 if black plays queen d5 in some positions, for instance. It's a very intricate situation where actually even those moves sometimes get tried.
Right.
So by including bishop g7 and knight f3, you take away a bunch of options off the table because white has already committed to it. But Wesley's just not in the mood for any of those gambit variations. And here, Alireza does something which has only really become a thing very, very recently. This move castles, which, once again, it's a full pawn. You can
munch.
you can take in the center, against which black goes c5. If knight takes d5 happens, we just play c5 and we play this really, really weird position, for instance, like bishop c7, queen d7, and it gets a bit crazy. In particular, like if you look at this, this is not your normal Grunfeld landscape. It does appear to be working out for black, which is why more and more people are using this as a kind of an improvement over the usual lines. Wesley played e3 instead, and now c5. E3, c5, and this is the big difference. You used to absolutely automatically take on c3 and take on d5 with the queen there. But this is a new approach. You play bishop f5, and you try to recapture this pawn in a slightly different way. You want to avoid. In particular, I think the intention here is to play c takes d4, e takes d4. Let's say if you play bishop e2. What I want is this structure with the hanging pawns on c3 and d4. Because normally in this line, this pawn is pretty much always on e3. Where it's not a target, the position is just much more compact for white. There are no weaknesses. There's nothing for black to play against. When this pawn is on c3, this structure is much more mobile, but it also actually presents black with something to play against.
It's loose.
Like castles, knight c6. Here you can definitely imagine if white plays kind of slowly here for another 5 moves. Definitely I, as a Greenfield player, will start thinking maybe I'm better. So this is a very ambitious attempt to avoid some of the things which are considered problematic. And for white, Wesley chooses a very, very conservative option because, for instance, queen b3 leads to very, very messy positions. Even after bishop e2, cd4, knight takes d4, some positions look kind of crazy-ish. But queen b3 in particular. Instead of all that, Wesley goes knight bishop e5. Black wins the pawn on d5 back. The dark-squared bishops are also about to come off.
Right.
Queen b3 is very logical here because at least the queen trade happens in such a way that more pawns are brought towards the center, which is something they teach us is very good. But generally speaking, after most, I think, sensible moves, I don't know why rook d8 is on that list. It doesn't seem to be nearly concrete enough. But simply, let's say cd4, bishop takes g7, king takes g7, e takes d4, and say knight d7. This should be fine for black because what we want to get is probably e7, f5 as a break. But even if that doesn't happen, although I want to say, yeah, it's very much connected with the e7, e5 break. Because if you imagine, let's say, black just chilling here for 5 moves, yeah, some endgames like this could be quite annoying. They are probably still within the margins, but you definitely don't enjoy this with black because white has all the options of continuing to kind of push the extended center towards your position where you are going to be stuck waiting for white to do something. But the plan is absolutely more or less to play e5 next move. With the king still on e1, you can go e5, rook f e8, and if you break this center open, or let's say if white does this, and you get to play, I don't know, a5 and put the knight on c5, this could suddenly start looking very nice for black. Yeah. Alireza is still thinking after he takes b3, but this looks like he should be okay.
Thank you, Peter. And for those of you joining us late, our 2 leaders are fighting in this round 6, and they're all by themselves, too. Clear first.
Yes, and this match is extremely important as if Wesley wants to overtake Alireza, today is his best chance.
Absolutely.
He's playing with the white pieces, everything is in his hands.
Absolutely. And to the point that Peter's making, the current position that he's gotten, you have to give Wesley the opening edge, if you will, because even though, as Peter's saying, the position may not be described as that much for white, say knight d7 developing, bishop takes, king takes. First of all, it's an endgame. Yeah. Second of all, it's a game that Wesley likes very, very much because he knows that he's safe.
Very low risk.
Very, very, very low risk. And as Nepo snidely would comment, you know, he's not playing for the win so much as playing for the edge. He's just playing to keep some advantage, and maybe I might even add to keep the game alive. To the whole point that Peter was making, and I do think it's an incredibly important point, if you just passively allow white to do everything, you described it as the extended center, and in many ways it is. I mean, white is going to play c4, maybe on a good day even post the rook up to a5, and then you have to ask yourself as black, great, what am I going to do? Where am I going to? I'm going to play g5, g4, and mate, checkmate.
There's nobody there.
There's nobody there. What does g5, g4 do anyway? I mean, sure, you can get some space if you want on the king side, but it's not going to be meaningful.
Well, you probably play a6, you play rook c8, rook fd8, and you wait. And honestly, your position isn't horrible. I suspect between 2 good players, this most likely does end in a draw if both sides play correctly. But I do know which side I enjoy here.
Right, exactly. As white definitely has the space. So kudos to Wesley. We'll keep an eye on this one. And Nasi?
Let's go to Nepo's game against Fabi and see how Queen D3 turned out.
And how the dragon.
I think it's in the middle.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one, actually. If we talk about the evolution of the dragon theory, this is not a topic I feel very confident speaking of, but I can maybe say a few words.
Please.
The main line for many, many years of the Yugoslav attack on the white side of it is basically this position, in which it used to be more or less obligatory to play either g4 or h4. In particular, this position has like thousands and upon thousands of correspondence games and also very high-level games by over-the-board players. It's impossible to really learn it properly, but you can try. Right. And then at some point, way back in the mid-90s, people realized that it's extremely annoying to be faced with the move king c1, b1, here, king b1, c, I can't figure out which square to which square. The point being that after knight c4, we now very happily play g2, g4 here, not h4, because black, I think, the way to describe it was black doesn't always want to play knight c4. The knight on e5 is a very useful piece because if white does play g2, g4, often you can try
sacrifice
aiming counterplay against the white center because it creates pressure against the pawn on f3. Right. And weirdly, apart from knight c4, it's not very easy to find useful moves. Black, I think, sometimes tries to play something like rook e8, but in comparison with the usual lines after, I assume, h4, h5, the inclusion of king b1 and rook e8 will most likely be massively, massively advantageous for white to such an extent that you can maybe even start sacrificing stuff. So main theory here is king b1, knight c4, takes, g4, and in this position black tried everything under the sun. I think once again rook e8 is a move, b5 is a move. After b5 there's a very cute tactic that people used to blunder, because after b3 the rook has to go all the way back, actually giving up the pawn on b5 for not very much. If you play rook c5, you get hit with knight e6. This used to be a trap you could actually hope to get in an actual game. I think these days everybody knows. If you take with the bishop, the pin along the g file doesn't allow you to recapture. And if you take with the pawn, here you suddenly realize that you're losing material anyway.
Exactly.
So the rook has to go all the way back, and then white takes on b5. I think with the g knight is stronger. And this was, I think, at some point understood to give white a decent edge. The reason I'm bringing all of this up is what happened in the game. We played queen g3, and then black made the exact moves that we were describing. So this is the exact same position.
With queen a5.
Tempo up for black. And seemingly the opinion of the Nepo camp when preparing this line is this is so good for white that it's still good, even though black made a pretty logical move, queen a5.
Right.
Which I'm not entirely sure I agree with. I would need to investigate. But this is a kind of a revolutionary way of treating this position. It's just saying, I like this classical dragon position so much, I'm just going to give you like pawn and move here, pretty much.
And it's not just pawn and move. In a sense, it was the rook on a8
and that as well,
had to go to c8.
And
in this case, you get to use your f8 rook, keeping your rook on a8 for, I don't know, b5, a5.
Exactly, yeah.
And stuff like that. Beside the move g2, g4, I don't know, for my taste, I'm afraid of the move rook takes c3. Don't ask me why. I've just got this fear that the rook was right. Yeah. That's what
I was expecting that to happen.
Exactly.
When I saw Jan going for this line, I thought, okay, if Fabi just goes for this entire thing and we get to here, it's probably knight b3, forcing the queen away, and then we consider our options.
Exactly.
But no, the point apparently is just to go for this.
If you don't mind me asking, Peter, rook takes c3.
Well, I'm guessing it's not full compensation. It's always playable for black. In particular, I think after we provoke g4, because that also creates targets on the king side for black.
Right.
But here actually it says it's very important to give our knight the square on d7, so it goes bishop a4 or bishop e8, just to be able to meet g5 with knight d7.
Okay.
But let's make some moves here.
Right, just to see if this.
Let's say king b2. King b2 is not a good move, but just for illustration's sake.
Right.
Yeah. Here, I would suspect black maybe has close to enough.
Right.
The knight's coming to c4.
Yeah, the knight is coming to probably to e5 first, and then it starts threatening the entire group of white's pawns. This looks okay. King b2 is just a mistake, though, because very often white just gives up this pawn on c3 to win some time. Like the engine goes knight b3. It also threatens the pawn on a7. If you take on c3, I go rook d3. You absolutely do not want to be trading rooks. No. As usual, in positions with exchange down, preserving the rooks on the board is massively important for the side which is down material. But then I will take on a7 next move, restoring the pawn balance, so to speak.
Right.
So as long as white maintains awareness and doesn't really play absolutely autopilot moves such as king b2, white is still a bit better, but yeah, it's not unplayable. But probably what is even stronger is including rook ac8, which says, okay, now I am definitely taking on c3 because the queens will not be coming off.
Can we go knight b3 now, or is it too late?
You can, but it kind of hates it after queen a6. I think the reason why knight b3, if it had to be played earlier, is that, let's say you play g5, knight h5, and then you realize you would very much like to play knight g5, but with both rooks on the c file, you will run into rook takes c2.
Right.
So that, I think, is a major, major difference between doing it on a previous move and here.
Right.
And yeah, it's not in love with this position for white at all. You can play bishop d4, but then already, yeah, and this is what Yasser was describing, like you make two autopilot moves and you lost.
Right.
Wow.
Because fg3, fg4, rook c3, bc3, knight e4, and yeah.
A lot of dragon players are rejoicing.
When it lands on c3 in positions like this, it basically ends the game on the spot. So you do have to be careful. The engine, I think, wants to play g5, knight e8, and knight d5 here, which with the knight steal on d4 at least doesn't blunder the c2 pawn. But
very important.
Once again, after queen d8, sort of the initial assessment here is that it's very playable for black at the very least. But it's a mess, and obviously we absolutely welcome a mess in this game today.
Absolutely.
We like them going for really, really fighting positions.
If you don't mind, Peter, put that position with rook takes c3 and knight takes e4 on the board. Just, yeah, this one. Now, the reason I specifically wanted you to put this one on the board is if the black pawn were back on e7, this is the joyful moment that all dragon players absolutely live for.
And imagine, like, this is completely winning for black. Imagine it with bishop on g7, unobstructed by the pawn on e5.
That was the emphasis. That's what dragon players rejoice. So g2, g4. This is a great opening for the round, Nazi.
I have another crazy game also going on in Ding's game against Prague.
Okay.
Although they might still be following some theory.
Let's just jump into the game of the world champion. I'll turn it over to Peter. Peter, what do you got for us? Still theory, Peter?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, at least still sort of inside theory, not maybe outside theory, but inside theory. Bishop b5 absolutely has to be met with h6, because you need to break the pin on the knight on f6, otherwise your position will just collapse.
Okay.
And now, if you just naively drop the bishop back, black is instantly completely fine after bishop to7, because this works out tactically. Just trust me on this.
I'll trust you.
And you have to pick up the gauntlet here, either after bishop h4, g5, or immediately, which is what Ding has done. Bishop takes e6. Black is currently an exchange and pawn down.
Dang.
But there's a lot of control over the dark squares, and there's also this really awkward bishop on a8. The two things which give black play for a lot of material that was sacrificed. Knight d5 is obviously one of the more logical moves, but then we go bishop a6. The rook on f1 is under threat, and the bishop is still hanging. The bishop tries to escape with tempo. Rook e6, it's still hanging. And now rook c1 is by far the best move. We probably have to cash in bishop takes f1 now. And we settle in this position where white is a pawn up, but the king on h1 isn't very safe. I think the king on g8 is much, much safer. And there's going to be a lot of play for the pawn because of the dark squares. g5, g4 comes to mind, trying to soften the white structure. You can try playing queen a5, once again, attacking some of the queen side, maybe hoping to get the queen into the white position via the d2 square. On my screen, this is a touch better for white, but generally speaking, this should be, judging by the speed of their play, it's probably on file for both of them.
Right.
And it has the general feel of a position which you hold with precise play with black, maybe even not struggling all that much. Prague is thinking for the first time, so maybe something like this was not what he expected to happen exactly, but he certainly was in book up until this point. And generally, the opposite color bishops, and as I said, we have very, very good dark square control. We should have counterplay against the king on h1 if we play well. I think it should be okay for black.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Peter. This is actually a very double-edged kind of position. Nasi, I find the bishops
today.
Yeah, right, which is great.
Yeah.
I mean, the players come to play. This position, you know me, I'm very happy as white. I'm thinking I got a pawn to the good. In my mind's eye, everything that Peter said is accurate. We're going to be playing bishops of opposite colors, and whose king is a little bit more vulnerable is the question for me. The move rook c1, I kind of object to. I'm thinking that
So computer gave it double exclam.
rook c1 double
Yes.
exclam. Dang, that's just amazing. So in my mind's eye, what I'm thinking is going to happen is there's going to be a trade of knights. I'm going to play like knight takes. I'm going to put my bishop on d5. Yay. Powerful bishop centralized in the middle of the board. I'm hitting f7. I would want to capture on f7 with my queen.
Ideally, yes.
Ideally. So in this position, instead of the move rook c1, I would have thought like rook queen a4, you would take my rook. Please do me a solid favor of taking my knight. That's probably a very bad move. And this is what I'm talking about. I'd rather have my queen in the play where I could, you know, rather than my rook. So, but you just told me, you let the cat out of the bag. You told me that rook c1 gets a double exclamation mark? Dang.
Yeah, after some thinking, it gave double exclam. Not sure why, but we do have some more moves.
Tell me.
Bishop f1, queen f1.
Right.
This is where...
And so we're getting that same bishops of opposite color. And again, I can understand that White's king is more vulnerable.
White's
but
a pawn, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's why I took the pawn. I was going to
Yeah.
put the bishop on d5. Peter, how is Prague going to... White's king is more vulnerable. Yay. But how do you get to White's king? It's a long way.
I think
isn't
I
it?
would like to start by digging at the white structure by playing g5, g4 here, because if you are intending to take on f6 in pretty much every single position,
Right.
weakening the pawn on f3 seems very logical. So let's say g6, knight f6, we take maybe even with the rook here.
Makes sense.
We want to go gf, gf, we maybe want to put the bishop on f4.
Now
The
we're
queen is
talking.
kind of useful on d8 because it supports the d-pawn and it also stops white from arriving with the rook on c7, which will be quite painful in many positions.
Right.
And this immediately seems to be okay, but knight f6 is obviously not the move.
Not
What you might want to do is reposition it on a very, very good d3 square, but once again, we break up the structure a little bit. We go knight d7 maybe even.
Oh.
And obviously, if I get to play knight e5, I'm not going to lose that position. I am a pawn down.
I'm
but this
gonna
is be
snap.
Yeah, you absolutely snap on d7. But then the absence of the f-pawn means that the e4 pawn creates potentially enough of counterplay for black to survive. Because once again, I want probably to put the bishop on e3. These types of positions, you have to, like, instincts are fighting within me because generally I love positions
The
with
blockading knight,
This is just such a beautiful piece. But the king is still not exactly safe. The pawn on e4 you'll have to dedicate a lot of your time and energy to protecting the pawn on e4. And in particular, if you imagine the bishop landing on e3, I think it'll start breaking up the white coordination enough for this to be manageable. But yeah, this is not. And this is what I meant when we were talking about the dragon. This is what I meant about the opening not being refuted, but you not having very much fun. Prague played an incredibly sharp line and has today apparently been met with good prep. And you end up sacrificing, half the chess set. Half the chess set gets returned to you immediately. And you have to defend some slightly unpleasant endgame, which you shouldn't lose.
Right.
But there's like this feeling of romance is a little bit gone, right, by that point. You wanted to play an attacking game, and instead, once again, you end up sitting at the board defending something which you don't enjoy very much. And this is the fate of many of a quote-unquote romantic opening. Like the Marshall Gambit when it was created to give mate on the king side.
Right.
What is it being used to right now? Making draws pawn down with two bishops against bishop and knight. Yeah. So you undergo this evolution with all of these openings, where you start playing them with this like beautiful idea in mind of like creating masterpieces of 19th century chess. Yeah. And then you sit down and you defend endgames. But you do defend them if you play well. These are okay.
Yeah, these
computers have ruined the Romans in chess.
Well, I think about the evolutions. You start with wolves and you end up with a chihuahua. That's what this was, a wolf.
Not a chihuahua. This is still not a chihuahua, but...
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Peter. If you don't mind, just once more, I don't want you to reveal too much of what's going on with this whole...
I can no longer reveal any. I know this line has been looked at, but I have no memory of anything.
Okay, good.
Not even trying to hide it, I just don't.
The question that I posed to Nazi, the rook versus the queen, I'd rather have an active queen sitting on a4 than an...
Yeah, let's actually take a look at why queen a4
mind.
wasn't... I suspect it's just going to have to do with immediate d4, d3 somewhere.
That's not a good move.
That is not a good move,
Yeah.
So this happens, and in this position, moves like queen c8 and queen b8, or even queen d6. The one I like is, for some reason, I really like those types of back rank moves with the queen, with the idea of pushing g5, g4, but maybe it's not the most precise. Yeah, I wonder why this is a double exclam, because
I see it now on your board.
But in terms of evaluation, rook c1, queen a4, and even knight takes f6 first are all basically the same. So
rook c1 got the double exclam.
It's one of those. I think it likes the move which returns material when it has to return material.
Right.
But yeah, I don't quite know why the algo is so in love with this particular move, because the difference between your move, this move, and even as I said, knight f6 with bishop d5 to follow, is like 5 centipawns, which is not a huge big deal. Yeah.
And once again, these two players are in that pack of chasers, but they are chasing, as you will see here highlighted.
Both of them have drawn all their games.
All their games, but not through lack of effort. Prague had some great opportunities. Definitely was winning against Gukesh. He was definitely winning against Wesley So.
Ding had a lot of advantages with the white pieces,
including probably a winning moment against Wesley So. Is they need wins. They need wins, and it seems like the hardest thing to come by.
Yeah, we've been saying it here a lot. It's very hard to get a point in this tournament.
It truly is. Queen takes f1 on the board, and I can definitely understand that Black, who is a pawn down, doesn't want to suffer the consequences of knight takes f6, bishop d5, and then something just, lots of things attacking f7. So I do rally behind this move.
You do have a move, queen b8.
You play queen b8 anyway.
That Peter really liked.
It does.
Yeah, I like a different position, though. Queen to b8. Give me the pawn. Gift me the pawn.
b2, b3 seems like a logical response, and then we can go. I think what this does is we've ruled out knight f4.
Aha.
We played g4 in such a way that knight f4 is no longer a response to it.
Gotcha.
Other things become responses. For instance, knight f6, rook f6, bishop d7, threatening rook c8 mate becomes a thing white can try. But then after queen f4, bishop takes g4, and perhaps d4, d3, we have converted our compensation to a different type because we're now 2 down. But this probably will be on d2 in a moment. Okay. Which presents white with its own challenges, obviously.
Right.
It's an interesting option. Once again, I suspect this position is on file somewhere. So I don't know how to read the 144.51 timing. It could be that Prague actually sat down, figured out sort of exactly where in the file he is, figured out what the file says and remembered, or he chose this because he just came to this conclusion that stopping knight f4 is important. Because he clearly knows the broad strokes, ideas of this position. He's seen this position before, but remembering the exact move orders, considering once again that all of white's options are roughly the same size of a problem, so they probably blend in your mind a little bit.
Right.
And remembering what you do against queen a4 as opposed to what you do against rook c1, all of this can be a bit of a challenge. But I don't hate this move at all. I think it's a decent idea.
To the position that you had, Peter, b3, g4, knight f6, rook f6, bishop d7.
Only move now, otherwise you're worse.
Clear. A queen f4, give me the pawn, d3, give me the pawn, rook check, king h7, queen d3.
Oh, it's even 3 down. But
Yeah,
now we have
3. G3. No, here you
G3,
take
queen
my
takes
bishop.
G4, and queen takes C8, right?
Right.
G3 is, let's put this on the board because it's quite illustrative. Once
Right.
again,
Yes.
we've also attacked this.
Exactly.
So you have to put the queen on some schedule.
Queen
Choose a
B1, let's say.
queen.
B1.
I think the issue here is that, it goes queen G2, but I wonder if I'm even much worse. No, okay, here rook C2,
Rook C2, yeah.
rook C2 is allowed. Against queen F2, against queen F1, it actually goes rook D2. Here it goes queen G2 for now. We've created a mating thread.
So ugly.
You probably have to go all the way. Oops.
I want to play H4, but I think I'm still getting mated.
Yeah, H4, queen F2, you're in trouble.
Yeah, bishop
now.
B5. And,
With bishop
yeah.
B5 coming in.
I don't
Yeah, this is what I was talking about the dark square compensation. And also, notably,
Bishop
Yes,
R5.
currently
yes.
completely out of a job. Yeah. So rook C1,
But 3 pawns.
it is 3 pawns, yeah, but
Uh,
it's going to be
G3,
Scary.
G3.
G3, bishop takes G3 is a draw because there's queen H6, queen E3 is a perpetual, I guess.
A draw.
Yeah.
Already, right out of the
Yeah.
bat.
So rook F1, and now we can, for instance, throw in queen H6. Only move to play is F3, F4. Everything else black is better.
Bishop H3, Queen F4, right?
Yeah, bishop F. Yeah, this somehow doesn't work out at all because suddenly you've played yourself into a tremendous amount of difficulties.
Wow.
Yeah, this is what full control of the dark squares against the king on H1 does. I think it's very good that you mentioned this because
Yes.
this allows us an opportunity, gives us an opportunity to illustrate just how dangerous. Because I think you could be excused in thinking that I'm 2 moves away from completely stabilizing here, and I'm 3 up. 3, not 2, 3 up.
Yeah.
The relation is basically 0.15 with extremely precise play.
For white.
I mean, not for black.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
are 3
yeah,
up
yeah,
after
yeah.
all. But yeah, you play queen B1, queen G2. Oops, no, not this, no. Oops, I lost my place there. Yeah, you play queen B1, queen G2. The engine plays rook C1. Also, you can try playing queen F1, giving up the pawn on A2, and then potentially also the pawn on B3 because it will be difficult to protect.
Right.
But then you don't win.
Right.
Only 1 up with opposite color bishops. It will be very easily
Wow.
foldable. So yeah, this is. I think it's good we've looked at this because this is sort of
Illustrative
in spirit. This is exactly what you want in this line, where
Wow.
at some point you just stop counting pawns and you go for full activity and full counterplay against the back rank, against the king on H1. And so.
Right. This is one of those where, we didn't have chess engines in my day. We would be looking at this position and, we would bail out with compensation.
Yeah. But I think you would actually, even in, let's say, 1982, you would get to the position after rook d6, and it wouldn't seem winning to you, right?
No, exactly.
You would probably think, okay, if I play very precisely, I'm better. But you would not think I'm 2 moves away from resignation, right? There is so much play in the dark squares.
Exactly. Dynamic play. Queen of b8 on the board. We'll keep an eye on this one. You were saying there's so many good games today.
Yeah, I think actually Anish
I'm jumping everywhere.
has a good position right now. If we go
Anish
to that
against
game.
Nodirbek. Okay, this was the English.
So Queen H2,
Nodirbek kind of gambling
Knight
here.
H5 and F5
Yeah.
might be a little premature.
Well, he's trying to say the bishop on G5 is in trouble, sir, do something about it, but it's not in that much trouble.
Knight H5, Rook C1, okay. I mean, White has very clear intention. He wants to go Knight to E5. That would be a tempo against the fork. He wants to play C4, C5, open up the C file for his rooks. So we understand.
And we ignore it. And C5 is pretty strong here, I think.
Yeah, C5
It's
looks
probably
very good.
the strongest option. White.
That
After
is
D takes C, I can include in between move Knight D5.
precisely.
This looks very
Probably
good for
King
White.
H8, you would assume.
Okay.
Rook takes C5.
And you start to be
Let's say
very,
C7, C6.
very excited
Yeah.
about possibilities here for
And now there's a
White.
bunch of options for White. Actually, even something, continuing to play on the queen side. Bishop takes? Why?
No,
Knight 7, queen E6?
No. Just having fun. If there was a Queen H6 sighting,
Oh yeah, that would be
with the knight takes g6 idea. But you were about to say Peter c6.
The engine, I think, suggests before b5 even as an inclusion in this position, just to continue digging at the black queen side.
Oh my!
But
no, this has gone wrong. I love White's activity in this one. So c6, c5, maybe opportunities knocking for Anish.
let me
Seems to
throw
that way.
something your way,
Please.
Yasser and Nasi. Do you think Nodirbek's play today? It's obviously a very, very difficult game. It's a different game, but do you think he's somewhat inspired by what Jan did against Anish?
Feels that way.
I think it's a little tilt, and maybe what you've said, but I do think that he's had some really good chances in this tournament. He's spoiled them, especially against Fabiano, and he's so desperate to get a victory. I mean, he's one of those players who's basically on -1, right? And drawn many of the games that, he really...
Yeah, in particular, of course, he completely outplayed Fabi from a very level position. And then not even to get a draw out of that game must have stung a great deal.
Very, very hurtful.
But I still I want to stick to my guns a little bit. Because I think what he's doing, he must know this is massively, massively risky. But this continues this theme of people just sort of launching everything at the king of Anish and saying, I get this feeling you don't like this. In cricket, there's a not very colorful, but there's an expression that every cricket lover knows. Yeah, and it goes, he don't like it up 'em.
He don't like it up 'em.
Yeah, and this is, I think, very much an indication that maybe this field decided that. You can do a little chin music, and Anish might flinch.
Right.
Looks very, very risky, frankly.
Right.
You don't have very many attackers on the king's side, and you are
Underdeveloped also.
really resolutely refusing to develop your queen side altogether. This should not be good. But what it does is that it raises the stakes.
Yes.
Because with white, you constantly have to wonder if my bishop is just going to get lost if I allow f5, f4.
Right.
And maybe Anish bails with bishop h6, but the position instantly improves, of course, because I suddenly have squares for my pieces again. I can return this one to f6. This one can go to e7 if chased. White is still doing completely fine, but life becomes a lot easier for black if white decides to stop any kind of f5, f4 shenanigans.
But just to pursue the point, c5 for white.
This has to be played.
Okay, because f5, f4 really doesn't terrify me.
Yeah, we have the e7 square.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay.
No, dc5 strictly necessary. Let's say knight d5.
King h8.
For some reason, king h8 is much stronger than queen d7.
Okay.
I'm guessing you actually do need to sidestep this check, because if we continue this line, now your knight e5, knight d7 idea is very much on the table here.
Yeah. Very
so you have to play king h8.
Okay.
Rook takes c5. You have to play c6.
Okay.
And now it comes here, and honestly, having forced d takes c5, bishop h6 becomes a lot more logical, because reminding black that this pawn will forever be quite tender and we can play against it for the rest of the game is very sensible. Arguably, maybe it's just the best move. Bishop h6, knight d7, we take on g7, you recapture with whatever, maybe knight, and we just drop it back. This one will go here, queen will go to b2. Just a very nice version of all of these positions, right?
Be careful, there was queen h6 sighting. My tactical inner Tal.
But you have to go back though, because
I understand, but my inner Tal was shouting.
Yeah, knight e3. And interestingly, it seems like for black, you immediately have to start doing some borderline desperate things with g5, g4, because I think the engine starts suggesting that if you play slowly here, the combination of a4, b5 plans with just queen b2, knight c4, maybe e2, e4 in some positions. Your center is very, very tender here, and white has a lot of play against
Black's king doesn't look super safe either.
And that as well, yeah.
Well, this is certainly
c5 played, I think, right?
Well, no, I think that's me. But the perfect start to this round 6 brings us to that point in time where we're ready for our first break. We're going to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them, what's the special for today? Well, here you go. This is it. This is an absolutely stunning board. It makes the perfect gift for someone else, or more importantly, yourself. The board is crafted from walnut, measuring 21 inches by 21 inches with 2 1/4 inch squares and has unique rounded corners. It displays laser-cut logos of the World Chess Hall of Fame on the H1 and A8 squares and the St. Louis Chess Club on the A1 and H8 squares. It's available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs. And I love these boards when you get the players to sign them in Sharpies.
Oh, yes. They're great
I mean,
boards, yeah.
it really is something to frame and cherish. Nazi, what can our viewers expect?
Well, we have an interview. Anastasiya sat down with Wesley So enjoy, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Sinquefield Cup, Wesley. You've played so many of them, and I was just wondering what kind of memories do you have? Do you remember all of them, or just some episodes, some games?
Yeah, so this is my 8th Sinquefield Cup, I believe, right? Yeah, I think so. It's always been an honor to play in the Sinquefield Cup. It's the strongest chess tournament of the year. Very glad to be part of it, and hopefully I can play my best chess here. My most memorable event was winning it in 2016, clear first. But my performance here has always been very shaky. It's either I'm very close to the top or very close to the bottom. But it's the strongest tournament of the year, but also in America. So I hope to play our best chess here.
How did your approach change over the years? Let's say compared to the first Sinquefield Cups and nowadays, like, do you feel the difference?
No, I try to approach it the same. I'm obviously things change, we get a bit older, and now chess has become a lot more modern, a lot more computerized. You have very young teenagers whom you've never heard of come up left and right, and they're very strong. They play a very different type of chess. Many of the players who played in the Sinquefield Cup 10 years ago are no longer around. Generally, they've been replaced by these younger kids. Also, my style of chess has changed compared to 10 years ago. But pretty much the things that you need to be successful are still there. You need good preparation, you need good motivation, and you need to be in good health.
You said about your style. What exactly do you mean? Like, what has exactly changed?
The teenagers nowadays, they grew up in the computer era, in the internet era. So they grew up working with engines. The way that chess is played is very different. There are a lot more weird openings nowadays, and also weird moves. The way that you train for chess is very different, and I think it's just very computerized in general. Weird ideas that you never thought were ever possible in the past are now completely playable. You'd look at a position, for example, in the opening, and you'd think, oh, this is such a horrible position. But it turns out to be very good. And there are a lot more lines that you need to memorize, I think, compared to years ago. A lot more viable openings. For example, the King's Indian, which I think is a horrible opening. It's being played in the top level and seems to be completely fine. Or like some of the openings that Hikaru has been playing recently this year, which you think sounds like a really horrible opening. Like no one will ever play this, but it turns out to be perfectly good. So a lot more ideas, a lot more dynamic chess.
What are your goals in this Sinquefield Cup?
Well, to play as good as I can. I think last year I had a pretty good chance to win it until my game against Fabi. To play as good as I can, and hopefully no one withdraws.
Everybody hopes so. And speaking about also Olympiad, after 10 days after the Sinquefield Cup, we'll have the big event also, the Olympiad, and you will play for the team. What can you tell about it, and what are your hopes for the medals this year?
Yeah, I'm very excited to play in the upcoming Olympiad to represent my country. We won gold in 2016 and silver in 2018, but that seems like ages ago. So I really hope we could fight for the medals. It's always fun to play in the Olympiad, and it only happens every 2 years. I'll always play. Unfortunately, for example, Hikaru is not joining this year. I think if he played, we would be heavy favorites to win the gold medal, but he got his own reasons. So without him, things are a bit different. But if everyone plays well in the team, I think we'll have a pretty good shot. There are many strong teams also this year, like India and China. But I think if everyone plays well, we should have a decent shot for the medals, at least. So I really look forward to it, representing the country.
And I was just wondering, of course, some players will be also playing here in St. Louis right now from the team. And what relations do you have with the team members? And do you think it's important to have good team atmosphere?
I think my opinion is not the most important factor. The most important factor is everyone's playing well and in good form. But it's certainly nice to have good teammates. I think my relationship with members of the team are generally pretty good. I'm in friendly terms with everyone, or at least try to maintain it that way. But I think I can consider myself to be friends with pretty much all the members of the team. I mean, of course, we don't live together. If we live, if we're neighbors, we'd be in better terms. But I can say for a fact that members of the team this year are all very nice people.
That's great. Many chess games are coming our way. All the best of luck for you, Wesley, in the events. Thank you for coming here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Look forward to it.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of a very exciting round 6, but let's take a look at our current standings. We have a sole leader, Alireza Firouzja, with 3.5 points, and Wesley So chasing Alireza just half a point behind, and they're playing each other.
And they are playing each other, such a crucial game. And if you look at that standings, Fabi is playing Jan, and what an opportunity we're going to be looking at there. Liren is playing against Prague, and again, decisive games for the pack to break out and to challenge the leaders. And
we have a special guest, so let's go over to Christian Kirilla.
Christian, I can't believe it. You're our special guest. You're not just a member of our broadcast team, but apparently you're a big deal to somebody somewhere somehow. Well, tell us about yourself.
And that somebody is us.
Well, tell me more about that, Yasser. I think that would be your job. No, I'm here because obviously I'm also the head coach of the University of Missouri. We just saw that commercial, and I think you guys have a few questions for me about the university, the role that I have at the university, and things of that nature. So send me your best.
We'll start with the compliment, and the compliment that we're going to begin with is the most obvious one. You have been a very successful chess coach. Tell us about the successes that the Tigers have been enjoying.
Yes, we started actually the program. It's a fairly new program. We started in 2019, so in only 4-5 short years by now, we have become quite successful. Especially this last year has been very good for us. It was, I would say, an accomplishment of the founding members of this team, all the students that have been here from the beginning, and of course the new additions as well. But this was the end, let's say, of the first generation of players, and they dominated last year, winning the Final Four and the Pan Americans. So I'm very happy that they managed to do so. As you can see in that one, that's Grigory Oparin, who just graduated. Right now he's also the trainer of Fabiano Caruana. And in fact, a fun fact about him, in I believe 29 games of collegiate chess, he hasn't lost a single game. So definitely did his job at the university, yes.
Wow, that's fantastic.
And you're taking all the credit as the coach, right?
No, you
Look,
seem
I'm
to
not
share
doing
that
much. I'm not doing that much. My job is to train them, make sure they balance their academics and their chess as well, stay focused, and also, of course, my job is to build the culture of the program and the identity of the program. And I think that's the biggest, let's say, job that I had at the beginning of the program. We were new, nobody really knew about us. There were much more established programs out there, and yeah, in just 5 short years we managed to build a good culture, and I would say a winning culture at the university.
For me, Christian, when I filled out an application to the University of Washington in Seattle, I said to the application officer, it just inspired me. I said, and I'm the champion of chess for all ages at Washington State. And they said, congratulations, that, and the full amount of tuition will get you into school. You guys are offering full scholarships for chess. This is absolutely fantastic.
Yes, I believe this is a huge opportunity for players that are ambitious. Of course, titled players. We generally have international masters and grandmasters, elite grandmasters, I would say. But it's an amazing opportunity for aspiring players not only to continue their chess career, but also get a globally, I would say, recognized degree from the flagship university here in Missouri.
Right, and just the connections. Obviously, you're here. You're broadcasting alongside us. But the connection that the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, have with the University of Missouri. What's the direct connections, Christian?
There would be no chess program without the help of the club. Of course, it's a joint partnership between the St. Louis Chess Club and the university. And yeah, I mean, not only that they support financially our program, and obviously that helps us attract the best talent, but also once we have the players, they allow us to, have tournaments, invaluable tournaments for them with the Summer Classic, Winter Classic, all the seasons classics that we've had for the past few years, in which these university players have priority, and they were able to build up on top of their skills due to this support from the club.
We also asked VAR that question. We'll ask you the same question that we had asked Firouzja. The World Chess Championships for Blitz and for Rapids are coming up in the Big Apple later this year. Will Mizzou be sending chess teams to those competitions?
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of the players are going to be very excited to participate in that. And, a lot of the players are going to play the Olympiad as well, which is coming up in just a couple of weeks. We, in fact, have 3 players coming to play the Olympiad for Spain, for Bulgaria, and for Norway. Ooh. We have, in fact, 2 of them are freshmen at the university. Marta Garcia, who is the second best player in Spain, will be representing Spain. And we have a big surprise. We have Aryan Tari. He joined us from Norway. This is his freshman year at Mizzou, and I'm very excited to have him under my wing. Of course, we also have Ishik Khan from Turkey, and I'm very excited about him. Only 18 years of age, international master, looking to achieve his final grandmaster norm and hopefully get his title while at Mizzou. Very excited about the new crop of students, guys.
Oh, I think Mizzou team is just getting stronger and stronger. And also some of the past team members have participated and will be participating in the US Championships. Is that right?
Yes, that is very much correct. Gulruh Begim Tohirjanova, she participated in quite a few US championships, US Women's Championships. You know that very well. Nazi, you've played against her, you've battled against her, and sometimes I was coaching her. I was in the back trying to find ways to defeat you, but you are so tenacious, Nazi. You are one of the toughest opponents, I would say. And right now we have the upcoming championships. We have Grigory Oparin, who will be making his debut at the US Championships. So I'm excited about that as well.
Well, you have a lot of tournaments coming up.
Well, definitely. And I want to congratulate you, Christian. You sure do clean up well. Your normal look, however, is quite different from the one that you're... This is the gangsta.
That's rehearsals.
This is the gangsta coach.
Yes.
This is the dark Christian.
His glasses.
Look, it was fun while it lasted, me joining as an interviewee, but I think it's time to go back to the chess because I have to say, did you guys see that G5 from
we
Yes.
And right now we
did. Wow, opportunity is knocking for
Fabi.
Is this correct? Did he play that with 1 hour and 50 minutes on his clock?
He's only spent 15
seconds.
Is that correct?
It's crazy. You're right, Christian. It's crazy. He
What
took
exactly
no time
is happening?
For a huge blunder. Again, Christian, thank you for the interview. All the good luck and success. We'll be teasing you if you don't deliver. So good luck on that.
Thank you, Yasser. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
But Peter, take it away. G5. What the heck? Nepo played this horrible move in seconds.
Yeah, it's difficult to describe really, and we had this conversation off air in the break because the move arrived more or less just as we went on break. And Nepo is clearly still, the tournament began well for him. He played 2 decent games in the first 2 rounds, and then still absolutely the game of the tournament, maybe even the game of the tour in classical for sure, his win against Anish Giri in round 3. Only to lose that really, really annoying game to Wesley in round 4, the game he absolutely did not want to lose. He has a difficult score against Wesley. There's also been some beef in the Rapid and Blitz tournaments this year where, pieces got knocked over and there was fallout from that. So on pretty much every level, he did not want to lose that game to Wesley. And it kind of, I think, it destroyed his equilibrium. And yesterday he played fine. Yesterday he did not play chess, actually. Yesterday was a rest day. But round 5 he played a fine game against Ding. But today it appears that he is back to not only playing every move instantly, but also not playing them particularly well. And the thing about G5, it sort of loses by force.
Right.
But even if you don't see the move knight takes e4, to which I will come in a second, White is also not enjoying knight d7 very much, because let's takes, we go h4, and you can already start sacrificing this exchange. and going for knight e5, knight c4. There's so much play on the queen side.
I hate these positions.
Yeah, that honestly, like you're probably struggling for equality even here.
Right.
But the larger issue is knight takes e4 wins 2 pawns, not 1 but 2 pawns basically, because this is instant resignation.
Right. Queen takes
with queen
A2.
takes a2 coming in if you take. It's beautiful, so why not show it on the board?
Right.
This does not work at all. And obviously, if you give up the pawn this way, you just resign because both bishops survive. It's completely and utterly lost. So you have to take with the f-pawn, and there the refutation is a bit more
demanding.
Yeah, demanding, because we do this. Once again, the a2 pawn is under attack. You can play something like a3, but then your position is just bad. You can try doing this, which would have been a draw if f6 was forced, but it's not. Black includes queen b6. And now after b3, you will actually get mated with queen a6 and queen e2 coming in, and the back rank, the second rank is impossible to protect. So you end up having to play queen d4, and then we just take on a6. We're 2 up and the rook ending with good pieces, no weaknesses. I'm guessing in terms of practical chances for a draw, maybe. Oh, I think that no. I wanted to say f6 king b1, but f6 is not going to come, right?
No.
Take on e4 with the check.
Yeah, we also pick up the e4 pawn. And
You suddenly got enthusiastic.
Yeah, this is the position you're going to have to try to save, and it's not
lots of luck. No.
Yeah, it's not going to be very successful.
No.
So knight takes e4 kind of ends the game on the spot, and it's difficult to imagine. Fabi hasn't replied yet. And the only reason you don't play 97 immediately is that you realize this exists, I suppose. And he's like checking and rechecking, because he is playing against somebody who has 1:57:54 on the clock.
Which suggests that this is still preparation. Yeah. And he might be fearful that knight takes e4, there's something there.
Yeah,
it's an hour difference.
Yeah, you probably check it an additional couple of times against somebody who is basically on 2 hours.
Right.
Because you think, I must be missing something. There's no way this is being allowed for free.
Right.
But it is actually being allowed for free.
Right.
So yeah, this is a massive, massive opportunity for Fabi.
Wow.
We'll wait until he makes a decision, and we'll check with the other games for now.
Okay, I just wanted to say that in the standings, why is this game so crucial? Well, let's have a look.
There's a big tie for third place, and these two players are fighting to jump up in the standings. And
Absolutely.
+1 would immediately get them at least second place.
Right. If any one of the tournament leaders falter, for example, Wesley loses, Alireza's in first, but Fabi with a win could be in clear second, and also taking care of a rival, as Jan would be pushed down the table. G4, G5, I must confess.
But it has been played with such confidence and so fast. That's why Fabi's questioning himself if knight is actually working.
It's the intimidation factor. Yeah. That's one of the things I think that Garry Kasparov had and brought to the table a great deal in his career. Is he was such an imposing force at the board. He made his moves with such deliberation and absolute that you kind of convince yourself, he's right. He's right. I trust him. By the way, knight takes e4 in this dragon does remind me of the Kasparov Anand World Championship match that took place in New York. Garry switched to a dragon in the middle of that match, and there we see it. Knight takes e4. Fabi,
we should stay with this camera because
yes, I really want to see Nep's reaction
and triple check this analysis to be sure that this wins. But
no, he might be thinking there is that draw. He might be missing that queen b6 move in that line that Peter showed us.
Yeah,
really
or maybe he knows this is already lost.
Just there it is.
Fabi is below an hour, but completely winning.
Yeah.
So
once again, there's not too much to say. You have to You have to capture the knight. Rook takes, knight takes,
rook c3.
Rook
Those
takes
are all
c3.
typical Sicilian moves. Like nothing hard to find.
The other way around. You have to take with the bishop on d4, not the rook.
Right. Bishop takes.
What am I doing? Good morning, St. Louis. Bishop takes d4, rook takes d4, rook takes c3. This is the analysis with knight takes e6. So again, we are threatening to break through with queen takes a2. I have this great story.
And Jan is reluctant, I think, to even come to the board.
Yeah, he's probably watching this from the safety of the attic room where they do their analysis.
Watching on the monitor?
Yeah, on the monitor. I have this great story about Alekhine and Miguel Najdorf. So here we see a sacrifice on c3. In the game, Alekhine has played a3, and Najdorf sacrificed on a3. Mm-hmm. And in recalling the game, Alekhine said, "Are you the one who gave me a sacrifice on c3 and a3?" Well, this is very typical of those Sicilians. And of course, you're threatening mate on a2, so you would love to play knight takes e6, followed by b takes c3. But as Peter has pointed out, rook takes c2, queen to e5.
And yeah, here if black had to take on e6, then white is fine.
Perfect. Yeah, well, life
there's
is good.
enough counterplay that.
But as Peter said, Peter did not mention the move queen e2, I suppose, because of queen b3.
Or maybe even knight d4 would be to king a1. It's not mate with the queen on d4.
Oh, the queen on d5 defends a2. That's more salient. Here we're threatening mate.
And after b3, just go.
Now we're threatening mate again.
I thought it was queen a6. Or
oh, okay. Sorry, you're right. I think he did show it with queen a6. And again, after a4, I think we're safe to say bad things have happened.
Yes.
very bad things have happened. Now, yeah. And no Jan at the board? Nobody at the board, actually.
Nobody at the board, yeah.
So we do have this position, knight takes e4. And again, if you go back to that World Championship match between Garry Kasparov and Vishy Anand, when Vishy missed the tactic, it was just over. There was no, I can bail out into a much worse ending or something like that. It was just like lost on the spot.
So Nepo's in the attic.
And Nepo, very reluctantly now, is returning to the board. He had a minute 57 when he made that move g5.
Yes.
It was made in under a minute, I think. Yeah.
But to the point that you were making, Peter, it's not just that knight takes e5 refutes g5. It's that g5, knight d7.
Still better for black.
Yeah, still better for black.
What should he have played?
Something that Dariusz told me when we were on the break is that obviously queen d3, this is not a mouse slip. He clearly intended to do this.
Right.
And maybe he mixed up the move order a little bit, because if you start with knight b3 prior to playing g4, which is what he should have done.
Right.
Now if you play queen a6, we have this idea of e4, e5. Because without the second rook on c8, if you take, I do actually collect a lot of material with knight c5. So e5 actually forces knight e8. And once again, both knight d5 and knight c5 are playable in this position. So perhaps even knight b3 forces the queen to go all the way to g8. And then we can start doing what we were doing in the game with g4. Because obviously a great deal of what's happening on the board right now is only possible because there's the queen on a6.
Right.
With the queen on d8, all of these sacrificial ideas will no longer be particularly good. So, I mean, this is still playable for black. You can play b5. It's still a dragon.
Right.
But
it's not a winning dragon.
it makes a tremendous amount of difference that having done this in this move order, you can no longer drive the queen away from a6, and therefore all of these attacking ideas are just much stronger. Also, Fabi did not play rook a8. We expected g4, rook a8. He played bishop e6. And another thing that Dariusz told me in the break is something I just kind of refuse to believe. Because apparently the engine suggests actively seeking out a Sicilian endgame.
Wow.
Which we are very conditioned to think,
avoid.
If the queens come off in a Sicilian and we have not really weakened anything in the black position, avoid.
Right.
But here it seems to think that after, let's say, takes, maybe we want to take on e6, and if you play bishop d7, I guess what it likes is that we do get a stable Maratzi type structure, and I probably will return to c3. We can play rook c1. Honestly, I would have preferred to play g4, g2 in this position. Right. It will not be allowed, but it doesn't seem tremendously bad for black. Honestly, like b5. I guess the point is we can g5 is strong here. It looks like it should be playable for black, but I can see why it might be pleasant for white as well.
And if we see Nepo's body language,
this is goodness, Nepo has now realized that he was supposed to include knight b3 first, prior to g4, And I'm sure that was a position he wanted. He wanted knight b3, queen d8, g4. Played g4, rook c8, knight b3, and it's a finger failure. And I think it's something the top grandmasters are becoming more conditioned to blunder. They have so much prep, Peter. Sometimes they get the lines mixed up by one.
Yeah, okay, this explains why g4 was played prior to knight b3. It does not explain g5.
That is true.
He still had bailouts available. The position prior to him playing g4, g5 was unpleasant, but he absolutely still had bailouts available. For instance, the engine suggests it's a bit of a peculiar looking move, queen g5. But what it does is it kind of stops knight d7 because the e7 pawn will be okay. Bishop takes g4 now appeared on my screen, so I'm scared.
Right.
But my point is, I kind of want to play queen a5, and once again, I want to play those endgames. They don't seem like fun, but they're much to be preferred if the alternative is getting mated.
Right.
And currently there's a suggestion that even this piece sacrifice, which frankly does not lead to mate, it's just a positional piece sacrifice, is quite playable for black because after, let's say, rook e2, the engine goes queen a3 and says, please stop my a5, a4 ideas.
My king is safe enough for now.
No, but this is a mess.
Right.
White has his own counterplay on the king side. You can try playing queen d7, takes e7, takes d6. Who knows what this is?
Right.
Compared to the game, like this is a very playable position. And if bishop takes g4 doesn't happen, and let's say you play h6, I play queen a5, it's an endgame you can play. Takes, the rook probably goes to b4, we return the knight to b3, we start chasing. It's not that bad.
It's not losing. Wow. But I just saw that, I feel for Jan. I just saw his, like something in this
horrible,
tournament is just...
This one is
But
ending.
this game is racing to a draw.
This is Ding Liren.
They're just repeating with king h1.
Oh my gosh. I see Prague did win his pawn back.
And he
And
just
Ding did not even
claimed.
try to play that position that we were discussing for a win. Decided to just immediately stop, and there you have it.
So rook c1, we left it these parts, queen b8, and he went queen b5.
He did play queen b5, which is still a move you can argue is a move to for advantage. If we could just briefly go back to this.
Over to you, yes.
Yeah, queen b5 is once again like no fun allowed for black. But the thing is, first of all, rook e5 is very, very precise. It's by far the cleanest option black has here. And secondly, you can still play bishop d3, stopping black from playing d4, d3. And let's say rook takes e5, you can play rook c7. And yes, it's probably a draw, some position like this, but you can definitely imagine, like, if you play a5 and I get to play bishop c4, and I somehow get to force you to play rook f5 here.
You're
This might be quite unpleasant.
Right.
Instead of all that, Ding just played bishop c4, which is basically a draw offer, because after d3, d4 rook e1 is such a threat that you have to do this, and then everything comes off.
Gotcha.
And as you have seen, they shook hands. Prague, I guess it's a successful outing. You played a risky opening and you held more or less by showing your prep there.
Right.
But on the other hand, when you play this line, you are maybe hoping to have some fun, and not much fun was had. But a kind of a half a day off with the black pieces against the world champion is not a bad outcome.
Not a bad outcome.
Not a bad outcome at all.
At all. Thank you, Peter. Nazi, where shall we go?
Well, let's check Wesley's game against Alireza, the tournament leaders.
Again, when we left it, we were in a Grunfeld where we kind of gave Wesley the upper hand in terms of coming out of the opening and getting a position he wanted.
He has a big time advantage as well. Almost a full hour.
Whoa, that is a big...
But not a lot on the board.
Okay, so
Seems very levelish on the
we
board.
left it at these parts. The move bishop b5, certainly a normal developing move, no question about it. We were more inclined towards king b2 and bishop to d3. Bishop b5, knight to f6. He
Temporary
captures the
sacrifice,
pawn.
knight e4 is coming.
a6. I'm pausing just because in all of these variations, you end up calculating the consequences of a c6, right? Because there's always you get your pawn down there. You want to make sure that
rook f8 was absolutely playable, but it was allowing c6, b takes c6, and let's say bishop a6.
Right.
And I suspect you still have enough counterplay against the white queen side to be completely fine. But you can definitely imagine, like, if white gets to, I don't know, castle play, rook fc1, and then knight d4, and completely stabilize, you could be a bit worse because of the broken up structure on the queen side.
The split pawns. That was why we saw a6. Bishop back to c4, knight to c5.
Yeah, and here Wesley, I think, thought for quite a bit and played the move b3, b4, which I think allows more or less immediate draw here if black... I think knight takes e3 is completely fine, but a6, a5 is even cleaner, I think.
a6, a5.
Yeah, just go a6, a5 here.
This is even cleaner, you say?
Because you just break everything up and then you collect it over the next, I don't know, 3 to 5 moves. And I don't see white has any way of preserving the structure. How would you like to proceed?
I'm saying tactically, I see a variation that might begin c6. If you did this, more or less, you might be playing into my hands.
No, I'm pretty sure we don't want that. I'm pretty sure the idea is to play AB.
Right.
Let's try to calculate it together. Yeah, rook a8.
Right.
CB.
Right.
You know what? Maybe rook b8. I wanted to go rook a1, knight c3, and try to calculate that to a draw.
Exactly.
I think it is.
Maybe it is, but also, am I worse after rook b8?
That I wasn't sure about either.
I think that is also basically an immediate draw.
Because
bishop d5, knight c3, you might be worse.
Bishop d5,
The
knight
b
c3,
pawn now
and
is
bishop
very
e4.
dangerous.
And bishop e4.
No, I mean, if I want to be really boring, I can
Yeah.
play bishop 6, bishop e4, and collect the pawn on b7, right?
And this is boring as.
And see, before rook b7, you lose it in 2 moves.
Ah, darn it!
It just disappears off the board. Yeah. And b5, rook c7, you might actually lose.
Be worse.
So,
I mean, darn it. Okay.
So a5 kind of ends. I think
The
all
discussions?
chances over and there's a very cute line there I want to show you.
Please.
Castles.
Yes.
Knight takes c3 is the point.
Yes.
ba.
Yes.
Probably many things equalize here, but the one I just spotted on my screen is rook fc8,
Okay.
rook fc1.
Give
You
me
probably
one.
know what I want to do here now, right?
Not
take c5?
obviously.
Rook c5, rook c3,
b4.
b5.
Oh.
Such a beautiful move to make onto the board, right?
Walking into an en passant. No, that's pinned. No, that's pinned. And
Ending up with a very, very level position.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so a6, by the way, that is not, for me, the most intuitively obvious move. I didn't actually see the refutation to
Yeah, I think it's still
knight
fine.
c3.
Yeah, I think he's intending to play something like knight d4 for now.
Right.
And hope maybe he gets to play f3, king d2, and then he will be quite happy.
Then
but-
he's interested
Yeah,
in the pawn.
but black will probably
A6,
find a way.
A5 is a very cute, actually, it's not just cute. I mean, I think it's a very, very important point at
The
this
best
exact
way
moment.
to equalize for black
Exactly,
without
exactly.
any trouble. There's some updates in Gukesh's game. Yeah.
Oh, I heard a woo.
Yeah, there's a bit of a woo over there. Yeah,
Okay,
in
let's
the
go
game.
to the woo.
And I think this is what Nazi was, because this just appeared on the board. This tactic wasn't available earlier, and the kind of a setup that I was describing did arrive on the board after bishop b7. Bishop d4 happened. Rook c8, h3. Gukesh here doesn't even try to play a4, a5. He's saying I will be trying to play on the king side. Bishop d7, queen e1, bishop c6, rook d1, rook e8, knight g3. And in this position, the engine says knight f5 really does not need to be addressed necessarily. You can go even something like knight fd7, removing a piece from the king side, let's say knight f5, bishop f8. It seems to suggest that eventually g7, g6 will drive it away, and this is such a sturdy setup that all of these threatening-looking pieces do not actually create many threats. But MVL understandably decided, why am I allowing knight f5 altogether? Very unusual little bit of a tactic.
Woo.
It doesn't do very much, it's just like it's a cute move, right? You don't see this particular tactical motif very often. We're winning a pawn on the very, very outskirts of town there on a6, using the fact that the d6 pawn is pinned. And interestingly, as the best reply in this position, or definitely one of the best replies, the engine suggests giving up this queen for positional compensation.
a bishop?
With the intention of, after knight d3, just playing quietly with h7, h5, trying to get at the a4 pawn.
It's queen and pawn against rook and the bishop.
Yeah, normally this would be completely winning for white.
Of course.
But white is just so discoordinated that you probably end up losing some important real estate to such an extent that the current best suggestion on my board is that
You get
an exchange is more important than the e4 pawn. E4, yeah. Well, the other way around.
Right.
Preserving this is more important than keeping your rook on f1.
So here,
And honestly, this looks like it
rooks.
might be okay for black, right?
2 rooks for a queen and a pawn. Yeah.
Still a very sharp position, but with the bishop pair and the kind of very unsafe king on g1 with the structure in front of it being
I have another
destroyed.
update. I think Nodirbek just played a really bad move.
Uh-oh.
And I'm trying
Why
to
is
figure
it?
out why. I just say question mark.
Yeah. It just looks ugly, frankly.
It does.
I don't think...
By
So
the way,
C5 didn't
yeah, it
happen.
doesn't have a tactical refutation. It's just not a move you want to make, and I'm kind of struggling to even explain it in purely human terms.
when I was in my English career, I would just loved having control over the E4 and D5 squares. And positions like these where I could plant a knight on E4 and plant a knight on G5, I just relished. I just thought I was frankly close to winning, if not strategically winning. In this particular case, I might be very, very tempted to play a move like E3 in order to open up the E file so that when I do get a land, a knight on D5.
Present the counter-argument.
Please.
To you. Let's go back prior to black playing f4. The best move in this position, and the move I guess Nodirbek did not want to make because he wants to have quote-unquote fun, is queen g7.
Right, clear.
You play queen g7, you specifically, I think, recapture with the knight if the queens get traded, so that you have knight e6 after knight d5.
Okay.
And you hope you will get to play knight d7, and if all of your pieces come out, really you haven't done that much damage to your position, frankly.
Right.
I think it very much hinges on the question how much better... No, knight d5, knight d7, knight 6 is completely fine. c5 here. I think the question is after c5, which probably forces d takes c5 in my eye, knight e5, and then some move. Are we much better with white? Are we a little bit? I mean, we probably
I would
are a
say
little
much better, but
this is
okay.
still sort of playable.
By the way, the vultures, as we say, are circulating as they sense that blood on the board in the game between Fabi and Ian, as you see the tournament.
Alireza's there in his flared jacket,
frozen,
staring disapprovingly at the ruins of the white position.
Or approvingly, one way or...
No, I think
He doesn't want Fabi to win, right?
yeah, he would like Fabi to be.
By the way,
50%.
Jan did just get up from the board, and he just looked completely
Jan did what I
devastated.
expected him to do. I think, in human terms, this is the way to create problems.
By the way, I mean, in my day, we had players at the board. Rafiq Faganyan, he knew how to suffer at the board. He just had this intent. Like he won a great number of games. Don't get me wrong. Rafiq was a dangerous player. But when he made a bad move, he really expressively let you know he was not a happy camper. Jan falls into that.
And just briefly, before we, I think, abandoned this game for a while, because I think Fabi is in control, this wouldn't have been, like, it's going to be bad even if the rook goes back.
Right.
But the biggest issue is queen c4. Unfortunately for white, the attack doesn't stop.
Ouch.
Queen c4, if you have to play b3 and allow queen c5, your queen side will just collapse. This is just completely unsupportable. The bishop will go away, and the 75 will land, and your entire queen side will disappear off the board. So you end up having to take on e6. And then we have a very similar story to what we were discussing earlier, queen d5. fe6 is winning, but I think the simplest is just to do this. And now probably one precise move somewhere. Like the engine even includes moves like b6 or b5, I guess, because the counterplay, once we play something like rook
You
e2,
have to play rook
the
c1.
counterplay will be rook c1, rook c7.
Right.
So we even spend the tempo preparing for it. And then we go rook somewhere and start collecting. And yeah, this looks completely lost.
Oh. But queen c4, yeah. By the way, it's a kind of a funny echo. A moment ago, we were looking at that position of Fabi's, and I was saying it reminded me of the rook c3, rook takes a3 story. Where is the game? There it is. Apart, where you go, you sacrifice and you keep. You keep sacrificing.
You keep sacrificing, but here it
Queen
doesn't look
C4
like mate,
is just killer.
Queen C4 is very strong,
The Queen C4.
I have to play B3 only move, and
Well, yeah, we're just looking at 96, and
No, I think B3 actually loses faster than 96.
Really?
If you want to continue the game, you have to go 96 and play that
The Queen
really lost-looking rook ending. Yeah.
well, even if I had a pawn on F3, I would
this
be
looks
feeling
bad. This looks bad with
feeling
the
devastated. But without the pawn on F3, it's Black has the attack and the material in the pocket. Sorry, we were on a game a moment ago that we
we're looking at Anish's game. Yeah.
we didn't quite finish, and that was this game of Anish and F5, F4. Imagining that you had a student and you were trying to explain to the student why they shouldn't be playing the F5, F4 move, you would start from the idea of, okay, you want to attack white, right? Good. How many pieces are you attacking with? Well, maybe your knight on the A8, rook on the A8 belong into the game, which brings us back to what Peter was saying. The normal move would be Queen G7, but is it the tournament dictating?
I don't know.
That he has to play for a win?
you called it right, that Nodirbek's just on tilt and just taking
He
way too
shouldn't
many
be, though.
risks.
He had one really, really bad game, but his play outside of that, not even a bad game, a bad ending to the game.
Right.
His first 90% of that game were stellar, actually.
Okay.
Right.
So I
We're
think...
talking about his game with Fabiano.
Again, the game that he ended up losing to Fabiano.
With Fabiano.
And what I think about this is, he even said this in one of the interviews. I remember, I think he was giving an interview after one of the rounds, and he said, I want to play interesting openings, I want to play fighting chess, and I would like to win a game, because he also has not won a game in Bucharest. That's his first appearance on the full tour.
Right.
And he is so far winless in the classical portion.
Right.
And sometimes, and I've been in those spots in my career where, like, it seems like you just kind of end up making draw after draw after draw, and it gets to you at some point.
Right.
And you know it's unhelpful, you know you should continue playing objectively, but it does start informing your decisions a great deal.
Exactly. I remember when I was breaking into the arena as a 20-year-old. Now they break into the arena as a 14-year-old, but when I was 20, I was trying to break into the arena, trying to earn my spurs, trying to get invitations. And specifically, I knew that the organizers wanted fighting chess. So to get my invitation, you had to win games. And for Nodirbek, for sure, he's in his Grand Chess Tour, his maiden voyage, if you will. He wants to make a great impression. He'd love to get invited back. And so
I think he looks
sometimes
very
you just
nervous
play
right
too
now.
hard,
Yeah.
right? You lose a little bit the objectivity,
Yes.
Peter. Yeah.
And today, honestly, is the first time I've seen this, because I think all of his previous play in this tournament was very much to his credit, and he never lost that feeling of, these are the best moves, I will be making them. I am not very influenced by my, the standings in the tournament, the standings in the tour. Those things will come. And I mean, I don't want to particularly give advice to Nodirbek, because I think he's a very level-headed young man. Everything I've heard about him and everything I've heard in conversations with him, frankly, suggests to me he does not need my advice whatsoever. But if I were to give him advice, I would say, you do not need, like, the kind of a player he is, worrying about invites is just unnecessary. He's going to get invited everywhere anyway, because
He's
he is
so
a very
young,
exciting
top
young player rated 2760.
Hello.
So just don't. It's not that. It's in his case in particular. You really don't have that feeling of job security disappearing.
Right.
He's going to be a fixture in the elite circuit for 10 years to come. Maybe 15.
Totally.
So I think it's more just he badly wants to win a game.
Right.
I think he knows he is not going to struggle for strong tournaments and for invites to strong tournaments. Right. It's just that it's getting to him that win remains elusive. But F5, F4, it's just not a move I've seen him make.
No.
I just don't understand how you get to that conclusion. Like, what is the thought process that leads you to the decision to do this to your position?
Right.
Like, how is this a good idea?
And he's beginning to feel the suffering. I mean, again, I just boldly point out the obvious, the knight on b8. If the knight is on c5, just put the knight on c5. You got the position with the knight on c5, and the two moves you start looking at are e5, e4, f5, f4. Pardon me, the third move you start looking at is fully developing your pieces and then going for the attack. Going for the attack when your pieces are on the first rank, prescription for disaster. And
also just very concretely, something that you've been in similar positions you've been talking about, Yasser.
Yeah.
We can even start with knight g5.
Exactly.
I like your e3, by the way.
Sure.
The reply to f4 by trying to open something in the center and use the fact that black is undeveloped is very strong.
Right.
But name a move in this position.
Black doesn't have queen g7 anymore, right?
Queen g7 will now lose to takes knight d5, and the pawn on c7 actually falls.
You don't have knight e6 anymore.
Exactly.
We've ruled out all of your responses to this. So, well, I mean, you have knight e8, but it looks lost, frankly. Like, it just looks horrible. If you don't have knight queen g7, like what exactly?
I mean, I don't know. Your point is well taken. I can't move my queen in order to. I can't vacate the d7 square.
And if the queen is rooted to the d7 square, then those two pieces are also not going to come back.
So
e6 seems like the only logical move at this point.
I mean, I've run
run out of moves, right?
I've run out of moves, and maybe on a good day I'll tell you. Well, your knight's stuck.
And I'm starting to be extremely interested in the question whether c5 is just winning by force on this.
And
which maybe it's not, but like.
But I'm not going to argue against it. I mean, sometimes
here I want to go cd6.
Of course.
And if you go c6 and you think you've stabilized, I want to go knight d5 and.
Knight d5.
Yeah, and I want to say.
I put my queen on h6.
Yeah,
you didn't move her away.
Yeah.
Rooks to c7 is going to be...
And a very cute line here, queen g7, I go knight e7. You think you're okay, but you're not.
Knight g6.
And then knight takes g6. And
sweet.
Ooh, you woke up today playing Puzzle Rush?
Those are obviously just speculative lines I'm demonstrating because they're cute, but they do show just how difficult it is to play when you have a full queen worth of pieces not doing anything at all.
By the way, we should go back to Nepo's game as Anish has a great position.
Nepo, when we left...
He did play b3 and rook c1.
And now Fabi is just trying to figure out how to finish this. I think Jan playing these moves quickly and not even thinking about things very much is an indication he kind of wants this done. But he's not going to, suffer through it for another 2 hours.
Inside, he must be absolutely in agony, thinking about his tournament, the opportunities he had. He was at one time in first place. He had played the game of the tournament, as Peter has described it, maybe the game of the tour. And what a fall from grace. Here he is. He got his preparation in, mixed up a move. He didn't play knight b3, he played g4. And with an hour and 57 minutes on his clock, he was lost out of the opening. And
Fabi is doing it very cleanly because Fabi's last move is queen takes a3. Picking up an additional pawn, allowing knight b5. You can play knight b5. Actually, you don't lose to anything with checks yet. But black just goes queen b4.
What a
knight
beautiful
c3, queen
exchange
c3,
sacrifice.
and says, I will take on b3 next move. With something.
But what a beautiful exchange. I mean, I'm playing rook takes c3 for positional compensation half the time. Here, I've already got 2 pawns in the pocket. You didn't mention a5, a4. It's not. There's no.
It's not necessary because bishop takes b3 is unstoppable. We're just winning faster. a5, a4 also wins, but we don't need it.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine after rook to d1.
Bishop b3.
Agreed. Yeah. And we will play. It's not
in order to protect your queen on d2, you've taken away the d1 square from the king, so you can no longer play king c2. And here, if all else fails, I will play rook a3 check, take on a2, and take on e4. And
correct.
I have quite a number of runners here.
By the way, this dragon pawn structure, with the g5 pawn missing, there was a player from England, Jonathan Mistel, international master Jonathan Mistel, and he would explain to me, Yasser, in the dragon you sacrifice your rook for 4 pawns. And it's like a rook versus 5. You know? And he would explain that dragon players were interested in this ending. And the crazy part was I think it was a US Women's Championship, it was Alice Lee and Arena Crush got into a position where it was king and rook versus rook and 4.
I remember that, yes. It's so hard to evaluate and know who's playing for a win.
Right, exactly. It was hilarious.
Jan has gone h2, h4, but now the issue is we can go for, I think the cleanest is just go rook 8, c5. Yeah.
The rook left, rook c5.
Yeah, and then...
Yeah. Which rook? Both rooks are good, right?
Yeah, but why not keep the one on c3 on c3?
Yeah. Because it'd be hanging, but he can't take it anyways. Yeah.
But you also mentioned, Peter, there was bishop d7, e5.
Yeah, but you don't want to allow h5, hg. You would like to end the game before h5, hg happens on the board, right? He probably loses, but why allow it?
Fair. No bishop b3 sacrifices immediately. We like the rover very, very much. In fact, rook c5 just looks like
it forces the rook on c1 to go somewhere because you need to be able to take on c3 if rook a5 happens. So you need
rook
the c1.
e1, let's say.
Rooks,
somewhere.
Choose a square.
e1,
okay.
Yeah, and now you.
rook c2.
In some cases, rook c2 will win.
I think it's
probably here it does win because I have bishop g4 check in the end.
Here, queen b3.
Queen b3, king c1, queen a3. King d1, bishop g4 check, and then something. After rook e2, something.
Why don't I have a pawn on f3?
Yes, yes, that is a very valid thing to ask yourself. Yeah. So I guess in order to stop that variation, you go rook c5, rook cg1, but something must win by force. Then.
Rook cg1. This is one of those, I mean, it's such a painful accident.
Yeah.
You just avert your eyes. You rubberneck the traffic, like, oh.
Yeah, I guess we still do the same,
still
actually.
Rook
We have
c2,
bishop
right?
b3 in the end.
Is it?
Rook c2, queen b3, queen a3. You have to go to g1 because otherwise I play queen a2, queen a1 mate, which is kind of cute.
By the way, let me just put that on the board because it is
nice mate.
It is a pretty mate.
So you go king g1, and the simplest, I
Bishop
think, is
b3.
just to play bishop b3 and collect everything, right?
So you want to play bishop b3, collect everything, and yeesh.
Yeah, none of these things are.
This is, and we see Jan there at the camera. He's just looking away. His position's a train wreck. He knows that he's absolutely dead stone cold busted, and he's thinking about.
I don't know.
A menu? What's on the dinner? I mean, is there a good movie? I remember during the Cairns Cup, Valentina, she came and she won the Cairns Cup, and we were asking what she was doing during the evening. She was watching horror movies. like it was inspiring her. I think this is one horror movie too many, though, Peter. This is not nice. I mean, we're having at Jan's expense, but
this is not,
we've been
not
there.
enjoyable to watch at all.
Yeah, we have been there, and Jan is just, again,
I think he's
suffering his way through.
Maybe done with this.
I think he might resign soon, yes.
Excuse me, but this is a huge result for Fabi.
Yeah.
Fabi has not had a great Sinquefield Cup. In fact, we might say he's very, very fortunate to be at 50%. But nonetheless, he's there. Nonetheless, he's in a, I want to say race, that's maybe too strong, but he is pushing Alireza. Alireza can't afford to slip. Fabi wins today, boom, 3.5 points. Alireza loses today, and suddenly that GCT and the percentages of who wins the GCT tour.
Alireza will still be a massive favorite.
Of course.
But they will come a lot closer. Yeah.
A lot closer.
And Alireza is just...
A very interested Alireza.
Yeah, he's gone rook cf1, and now it allows everything. It allows
Rook c2.
both rook c2. And honestly, bishop takes b3 is probably even simpler. Let's show this one as well. Bishop b3.
Bishop b3.
Cb rook takes b3.
Okay. Rook
Knight
takes
b3, queen b3.
Queen
Yep.
b2?
Queen b2, queen g3, and then rook a5 check.
It's just not even winning the queen, it's checkmate.
It's actually checkmate, yeah. Because king a1, rook a5, queen a2, I go queen c3, right?
Yep.
And then rook b5. Yeah, bishop b3 played, you resign here. Yep.
And he resigns, and that's a
You resign here.
quick win for Fabi.
And
It's kind of clear that Nepo just confused the move order.
Yeah.
He had to start with knight b3.
Well, queen d3 was confusing to us. Later it made perfect sense. I mean, the preparation was actually world class until you don't play knight b3.
Yeah.
Peter,
Yeah.
I mean...
It was a very, very interesting niche idea against somebody. I mean, he couldn't have expected this from Fabio. So this has been in the locker for somebody for years, I would maybe even imagine.
Right.
And then to do this to your interesting new idea is, yeah.
Let me just, for those of you who are coming and joining us, let me just point out, once again, a huge impact that we've just had in the game between Jan and Fabi. We're looking at a position that you would imagine comes from a Yugoslav attack variation, and you would think to yourself, wait a minute, something's a little wrong. And if you saw this position for the first time, you would be right. In fact, Black has an extra move. He's in a Yugoslav attack. The extra move that he's done is Queen A5. The reason is because earlier in the game, the queen did not go to D2. It first went to D3, encouraged knight E5, and then the queen dropped back to D2. You might think to yourself, well, Jan blew it. Like he just blew the whole game. But his preparation had been to play knight b3, queen goes back to d8, g2, g4, and away you go. The problem is that you would like to keep the queen developed, except there's a trick.
I think you start with e5.
Pardon me, e5 first.
It's a
That
very
is
nice
exactly
trick.
right. And then we do have this move knight to c5, which is why you can't go with the queen to a6. So what Jan did first, however, is he started with the move g4. And that was a blunder because now there's no
e5.
no
Bishop's
e5.
moved.
Yeah.
The bishop's moved, and suddenly the queen actually is incredibly well placed on the board. Why? Because after the blunder g5,
Two moves later, the game is effectively over.
the queen on a6 is hitting a2, and boom, game over. What a turnaround, though. Oh, painful. Sorry.
I'm sure Fabi couldn't possibly expect this.
But what a gift.
Oh, yes.
And he will take it. Where would you like to guide us?
Let's go to Gukesh's game against MVL, because
Right.
bishop a6 did happen. He snapped the pawn.
Yeah,
He did.
MVL
Okay.
responded really, really quickly, and it feels like he saw it coming, and he kind of settled on the response. The engine doesn't really approve of that response very much. The engine says, we can do the very interesting queen sacrifice, which I think is very difficult to assess during the game. I think nobody gets blamed for not seeing this as good.
Right.
But in terms of not accepting it, it suggests bishop f8 may have been the strongest option if the bishop gets dropped to d3. Although, once again, the machine starts playing slowly and says that the bishop on g7 is stronger than it is on e7, but why that would cost a pawn and be enough is very unclear to me. So, honestly, I kind of understand this reaction. We have extinguished the pin on the d file, now the bishop is hanging, it drops back to d3, and we use this pin on the knight on g3. But unfortunately for MVL, after a very logical move, queen e1, e3, you are now just basically a healthy pawn down. You can continue pinning the white knights, but this creates no threats. We can spend the tempo on stabilizing on the other side of the board, and then eventually we will unpin our pieces. There is some compensation because of how awkward this group of pieces currently is, but we gave up a full pawn for it.
Right.
So yeah, we're as black, we're not very happy here anymore.
Exactly. Bishop h4 on the board. So bishop takes a6. That was a daylight robbery. He just captured that pawn in broad daylight.
Yeah, that would be a good, you know, these sometimes in chess composition, there's those retro-analysis type studies.
How did we get here?
Yeah, that would be a good position to give to a student and say, please deduce where the a pawn went. Because this looks absolutely normal with the exception of the a6 pawn not being on the board somehow.
How did it disappear? But let's update our standings now that Fabi has won and Pragg drew earlier.
Right, we already have two results. It's still early in the round, but currently Fabi sharing first with Alireza, and we actually have him with Christian ready for the interview.
Fabi, an unexpected early result for you, but definitely a welcomed one by you. Let's start with the opening. Big surprise at move 2, G6. How did you come up with this idea and what was the strategy? Were you looking for a fight in this one?
I think I was just like looking at Nodirbek a few days ago, and he sometimes plays G6, and I thought, okay, why not? But then when Jan played Knight C3, I realized that probably he prepared this for Hikaru and the candidates because
he was playing fast.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But he went for the most aggressive line, which is a bit unpleasant to face because he played in the faster Marazzi where we get just a game, or he played like C3, which is also very positional. But then he went for the most aggressive line, and then I thought, yeah, he probably prepared this for Hikaru and the candidates because Hikaru was playing this stuff against Gukesh. And then he played him after in the candidates, so he was definitely looking at it. And I started to regret the opening choice. And then, especially when I realized that what I prepared was Hikaru's line, Queen A5. And Queen D3, I just didn't know this move, which of course is a bit silly to go for the accelerated dragon and then not know anything about, like, to have any detail that you missed is so dangerous. I played like natural moves. We probably got to some theory. And after the game, he was saying Knight B3 is kind of very dangerous for black, so maybe he mixed something up with the idea that now Queen A6, E5. If I take, then there's Knight C5, winning material. So I might have to play Queen C7, and then it's kind of a better version because I don't get my Queen to A6.
Yes.
So this was some subtlety. Yeah, here I spent a lot of time because there was, first of all, there were positions like Knight E8 or Knight H5, and then I thought White has a pleasant endgame. And then there were also very sharp things like B5, and I wasn't sure, like G5. I mean, he can also take a pawn. But like this kind of chaos, this kind of stuff was a bit chaotic, so I couldn't figure it out entirely. But he can also take a pawn, and I couldn't figure out these positions like Queen A6, Knight C3, and Knight on B3, it's very solid, so I didn't really feel comfortable giving up the pawn like this.
But he was still absolutely blitzing out his moves, not spending any time.
But I think that he was bluffing a bit because it's sort of
You think
style.
it was a bluff?
I think so. To play very quickly to put pressure, but sometimes he is semi-bluffing. So Bishop E6 I liked because it looks very safe. Like now after G5, Knight D, or I also have Rook C3, but like in worst case Knight D7, and it's very solid. Like he's not getting Knight D5 anymore. So I'm kind of just stopping Knight D5. And this structure is well known to be quite decent for black because he no longer gets the D5 square. So he went for this. It looked logical, but now my queen goes here. And maybe he could play like G5 first and then Bishop D4, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's the right way to play the dragon. Like normally you're not supposed to play G5, you're supposed to play H4. So.
Right.
And then he blundered here.
I saw you guys obviously chatting after the game. Did you guys discuss this moment, G5?
Well, there's nothing to discuss. Like he missed Knight E4, it's clear. And when I played Rook C8, I understood Knight E4 as a threat. So after he played G5, I just didn't understand. But I spent probably like 20 minutes because he's playing instantly. So it's possible that he prepared it or something, and I should understand if I'm losing. But
was there at any point in your calculation, any moment that you almost spooked yourself out of taking on E4?
Not really. Like there was never a moment when, I mean, it's clearly the critical line is this, and here Queen D5, and basically all I had. I mean, I was even thinking that this is probably a draw of some sort, but there's no reason to go for it because it's very important that I go Queen B6, not Queen E2. Queen E2 Knight D4 is a problem. Rook B2 King A1. There's no more checks. But Queen B6 now is threatening Maiden 1, so he should defend it like B3. Otherwise, he trades queens. Queen B3. I'm up 2 pawns. B3 and here I thought either Queen F2 or Queen A6. And okay, again I threatened mate. And if B4 Queen A3 and if A4 there's Queen E2, and I can always take on E6. So.
And what's the difference right now compared to?
Well, now there's
before.
Now there's no queen defending A2.
Got
it. It's the same position, but there's a pawn on B3, so now this is mate. So
that's quite nice. You don't take the pawn on B2. You force it to push to B2.
I mean, it's very simple calculation, but I looked at every individual move here to make sure. I looked at every queen move, and I even looked at this one, which is just a 2 pawns down queen ending. But obviously white cannot draw there. And then every single queen move, like Queen D4, Fe6, and then I was even thinking, like, what if maybe he tries H4, but the problem is his play is so slow. I can always like play queen c4, threaten the trade of queens. So, and then I started to think about other moves here like b3, which is maybe the most solid move, but I even have bishop g4 followed by e5 stuff, so that looked very nice. And then finally a3, like, okay, I mean, this should be winning, very simple, but queen c4 is nice. It's the same idea, just an even more simple version, because now my queen takes on e6. And yeah, the typical mates on a1.
Yes.
Or any position with like 2 rooks against queen. I mean, I win in any way I want. I can move my bishop, I can take, and then move my bishop to g4, c4, anywhere. So, I mean, I just like mop up his pawns. So there was nothing even left to calculate, because now he's also dropping a3, c2, everything. So
obviously, after the painful defeat against Alireza, the outlook for the Grand Chess Tour was not great for you. But right now, you're fully back into this tournament, +1. How did the outlook for you personally change as of right now?
Okay, you see my luck. I mean, I won this game from the opening somehow. I drew Ding from a bad position. I beat Nodirbek from nearly losing position. So after the first round, everything that could have gone my way went my way. And I'm thinking about the Grand Chess Tour, but more so, like, the tournament is very relevant for me for the FIDE circuit. So it's not just about like winning necessarily, but also any plus score is already pretty good for the FIDE circuit, and some chances to get up in the ranks there.
Well, great execution today, Fabi. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Our congratulations, Fabi. We started the broadcast by saying how difficult it was to win.
Yeah.
And Fabi showed how easy chess is. It's easy to win.
Moon, yes.
Yeah. How are we doing? Are we ready for a break, Nazi?
Yes, I think we are. And as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down for a one-on-one with Frenchman MVL. So take a listen, and we'll be right back.
Maxime, welcome back to St. Louis. I know how sportive you are, you like jogging, and I was wondering that now that you like to do it in the park near to the Chase Hotel, did you already learn all the routes, or you still discover some new ways, or you checked everything already?
No, I didn't check everything. This is a pretty big park, and like especially during tournaments, I don't like to have overlong runs. That would spoil too much energy out of my chess. But yeah, I enjoyed the forest park. I feel like I always like to connect with nature, like especially as I live in Paris, it's not so easy. So when there's an opportunity, it's always good. Yeah, I use the mornings to do that, and you know, it helps me keep energy as well, and spirits.
Of course, and I ask this question also because you're coming here, I don't know for how many times. I mean, how many times did you participate in the Sinquefield Cup?
I missed the first one, and then I've played all of them. So from 2014 to now 2024, if you remove 2020, so that's 10.
It's a 10th one, like an anniversary, yes. So looking forward to it, and what are your goals in this one?
Oh, I mean, I always want to play well. And especially now that I feel like I've gained back some groove in my chess. I mean, in Rapid and Blitz I always had some groove, but in Classical I feel like my redemption days may be over. So, you know, hopefully I can play well and fight for the top place.
Yeah, but it seems like in classical chess it's so hard to win or lose any game, like judging from the previous event you had in Romania. Like, what happened there, and how do you estimate your play in Romania?
Yeah, in Romania I had 9 draws, but I feel like it was a lot different to other events where I had so many draws, because simply I was never in any danger and I was putting pressure on in many games and probably missed a couple wins. So for sure, like, I feel like I should have won at least 2 games in Romania, possibly even more. It's of course a bit frustrating, but it gives me spirits and high hopes for this Sinquefield Cup. Of course, I might crash and burn, but we'll try to avoid that.
And I started this interview with about sport and jogging, and now I know that you live, of course, in France, and we had the Olympic Games there. Did you take an advantage of that fact, and did you visit some events there?
I didn't have that many opportunities to visit events. I mean, I would have loved to, but I was going on vacations with my family, and then I came back to Paris for like one evening and then fly immediately to St. Louis. I mean, I was following every day, probably not every medal that France got, but certainly a lot of them. Like, I was watching TV probably 4 to 5 hours a day at the very least.
How do you feel about the fact that chess is not included in Olympic Games, and what do you think? Will it happen any time in the future?
I mean, it probably would be great for chess, of course, to be included, but at the same time, like I heard Magnus share his opinion on this subject, and I actually have the same opinion that in general, I mean, it's great, and like it's great to see such a mix of different sports, but probably coming back to the origins of the Olympics, so like, of course, some team events, but mostly focus on strength events, so like that's athletics, that's cycling, that's swimming, of course, that's rowing, that's martial arts, for instance, and like going back to the true spirit of the Olympics, like, and probably add a couple more, like, for instance, fencing, archery, like it has its place, and against some. But for instance, I would remove football, I would remove tennis probably from the Olympics. But, you know, lucky for them, I'm not in charge.
Actually, speaking about Olympics, we have our own Olympiad in chess, and you are playing for the French team. What does it mean for you to participate in this year in Budapest? Actually, the Olympiad will start just 10 days after Sinquefield Cup. How are you going to recover?
Yeah, I'm really ecstatic. We're gonna actually have a training camp right before the Olympiad. With the French team, and of course it's a pity Alireza is not playing, but at the same time we still have a very competitive team, and probably going for gold is not gonna be so easy, but we never won a medal in Olympiads, so definitely this would be something to look forward to.
How many Olympiads have you played? I just was thinking.
I think it will be my 8th Olympiad, but I'm not completely sure. Yeah, because I've played non-stop from 2006 to 2018, so that's 7.
That's very impressive, of course. I mean, 8 Olympiads and 16 years, right, in a row. So, wow. Okay, so Sinquefield Cup is coming very, very soon. My last question, who am I looking forward to play against in this event?
In general, I am looking forward to play every one of the players, because, you know, they're the absolute gangsters in this world of chess, so I like the challenge. I like to fight my best against them and hopefully win some games.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Maxime, for your time, and all the best of luck.
Thank you.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone. We're having a very exciting round 6. Already have 2 results.
Yes, we do.
And a very interesting game going on in Wesley's game, right?
Well, interesting is not the word I would use. Very important. Very important for the tournament standings. Very relevant to everything. But it's about to end because Alireza found the line that we were talking about and has equalized completely. Somewhat regrettably to us because we like predicting how the games end. After castles, knight takes e3, ba5, rook fc8, and rook fc1. Alireza chose not to play the very, very beautiful double pin idea with b7, b5, which does make an immediate draw. But what he did also makes an immediate draw, so why show off?
Right.
Knight e4, bishop d5, knight takes c5 is fine, but rook takes c5 is even faster, because if you take on c5, you maybe even start worrying a little bit with white if the pawn on a5 could actually fall if black manages to attack it. Mm-hmm. So I'm expecting something like rook, bishop b7, rook c1, rook c1, rook takes a5, and they'll find a way to repeat here, because honestly, it's not even a stretch that this is a draw. It is just a draw. Very nicely held game by Alireza. He controlled it quite well. Also, I have a feeling Grunfeld may have been a bit of a surprise for Wesley.
Right.
And in particular, this newfangled way of denying white free rolls in the opening instead of the old knight takes e3, which I think Wesley was expecting. The move bishop f5. If you don't know what you're doing there with white, not only do you have no advantage, you also probably don't even get a shot at advantage. So, nicely defended game by Alireza. He will remain in the lead on +2. Wesley is now joined by Fabi, who just beat Jan Nepomniachtchi, the game we spoke about, then Fabi spoke about in interview with Christian. And there's 2 games still running. Where do you want us to go?
Well, the game that really kind of shocked us was Anish, Giri, and Nodirbek, because we thought that Nodirbek was in trouble.
He still is, but his position improved somewhat, because after f4, Anish did make a move h2, h3, which kind of hints at an overcautious approach. He wants to prevent queen g4 from happening, I guess. But where is it going to happen is not very clear to me. I think it wastes a tempo. His position is so good that even giving black a full tempo here doesn't really reduce the advantage a great deal. Nodirbek played c7, c6. And here Anish played your favorite move with 2e3, which is still good, but something like rook b1 I think was more on point, hinting at this idea that you played c6. Now I will say thank you, and I will include in my list of pressures an idea of opening the b file if it becomes advantageous to me. e3 is not bad, but it does allow black to do what Nodirbek has done, which is takes, and queen e7. And now black is basically one move away from more or less stabilizing with knight bd7. But Anish correctly says, okay, it's time for me to do something about all of these things, and goes takes, c5. Strictly the only move is dc. Important to note that d5,
f8.
Because of the f8 square, loses the pawn and the game more or less instantaneously. You would maybe like to play knight d7 to connect rooks, but after cd6, queen d6, knight e4, the ideas of knight g5 are so strong that the position... And queen takes d3 loses to... Queen e2 check is just one check.
Right.
It's important to recognize that this is just one check. And okay, this is actually 2 checks, but now they run out. Now they run out. Sort of, yeah. But the point I keep on trying to get to is that this is not a check. This is mate. And if this lands, it wins. So this is bad. dc has to be played. At first I thought, why not just knight takes e5? But after knight takes e5, knight d7, black suddenly feels quite okay because, we spent all this time softening our own king side. That black is now, the king on g2 is also no longer very safe. The way to continue after c5, dc5 is the move queen g5, which frankly stands to reason.
Right.
With the structure in the center that black has, the moment the queens come off the board, all of this collection of timber is going to get picked up, or at least white will legitimately attempt to pick it up. I don't know exactly how this loses, but maybe you don't even need to win this by force. It just looks ugly.
Weaknesses everywhere.
Yeah, it just looks really, really bad for black. Sometimes you hold these positions by defending for, 40 moves in a row very, very precisely, but it's no fun.
Good luck.
So you can see Nodirbek does not look happy. And after c5 in his position, it's just long-term bad.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Wesley So and Alireza going down those pathways you discussed, 4 versus 4, rook and bishop versus rook and knight.
Yeah, let's stay with this until the handshake.
Nothing.
They will find a way to repeat something here.
I suspect they still have some work to do to get to the handshake. Let's continue to the other game that was...
Gukesh?
Yes, if you don't mind. Gukesh.
Yes. Gukesh is still up a pawn.
That was the MV earlier in the game. There was a bishop takes a6, pawn grub sighting. I was very proud
Approved
of
by
the
you.
players. Yes, give them their pawn grubbers golden certificate.
And a couple of decisions were made since bishop h4. Let's go back 2 moves. After bishop h4, we were saying queen e3 is very strong. Instead, Gukesh decided to stabilize in a different fashion by playing knight fe2, which looks a bit passive.
I so much preferred queen e3.
And in the break, Dariusz came up to me and said, machine says d6, d5 now completely equalizes. Which I understand the reluctance maybe of MVL to do this, because the pawn on e4 is definitely one of the targets we're trying to play against, so why are we trading it away? But you open so many things if you get those 2 pawns off the board. e5, bishop takes d5, you start wanting to take on d3, your rook on c8 starts looking a lot happier.
Yes.
So this did look like a very, very solid option for black.
In the Sicilian.
Instead, he played knight c5.
Which also looks good, attacking d4.
Which also looks, pretty decent.
But white does have queen f2 here, right?
Queen f2 or queen d2 are
Attacking
playable
f7.
moves,
This game ended in a draw.
I made a mistake. We could have waited for the handshake because that was certainly not long coming. When we left it, we just saw the rook retreating to the c7 square, and I suppose the 2 players found a way of making
Just
a repetition.
Quick repetition, yes.
And there it is. Look what we have missed, Nazi. This is terrible. We could have
easily
moved our
predicted this.
hearts, minds, and souls if we had only witnessed the end there. For Alireza, I have to say, he couldn't have asked for better 6 rounds. I mean, in terms of results, he's gone through all of his black games. Remember, he had those
Started with 2 blacks.
2 blacks, and the challenges that he had today. He was playing his closest rival in the tournament, Wesley So, with the black pieces. Easy draw. This has been magic.
We're 6 rounds in. I think his split is 4-2 actually.
On terms of blacks
In terms
and
of
whites.
blacks and whites. So he's on +2 in the sole lead, has 2 whites and 1 black left.
Fantastic.
It's just a fantastic, fantastic spot to be in.
Right.
His GCT, and this is something every round we get additional statage from Ben. And the thing that surprised me a great deal when I got the package in the morning today with the stats for the round was Alireza was still not above 90% to win the Grand Chess Tour. And with Fabi winning a game today, I'm guessing tomorrow he will not break the 90 either.
Right.
But with every passing day that he continues not losing games.
As we're seeing here in this current standings.
And there he is now leading Fabi by half a point and Wesley by half a point. And possibly one of the MVL Gukesh game. A winner in that game would also join those 2 players in a tie for second on +1 on 3.5 out of 6.
Right.
But with every good result Alireza has, his grip on the Grand Chess Tour proper, not the Sinquefield Cup. Sinquefield Cup is still wide open.
Right.
But the Grand Chess Tour proper, with his lead, and him just needing a good result here.
Tighter and tighter.
Yeah, he seems to be fully in control of that. And with 3 rounds to go, there you have it on your screen.
Right.
Once again, the calculation is the only one gapper, so to speak, that is more than a point No, what I want to say is the only difference of more than 1 point is between first and second. So Fabi needs to win this tournament in order to have a proper shot, considering that Alireza is on +2, seemingly completely untroubled. Now that he's gone through those two positions, he could have and maybe even should have lost and didn't. So, Alireza seems very much on course to repeat his 2022, where he came to St. Louis an underdog and just conquered everything.
Exactly. The 3 weeks. He won the Rapid and Blitz, he won the Sinquefield Cup, he won the GCT Tour. It was a magical 3 weeks for Alireza, and that was why I chose him for this event. I saw the movie before.
Yes, we absolutely.
This is Alireza Part 2. We have 2 games remaining here in round 6. Early days for us. This has gone by very fast,
just
Nazi.
early draws. We even had a decisive result.
Exactly, right out of the opening. But in these 2 games that are being played, I see Anish still is having a very
They very quickly played all of the moves that we discussed, and Anish, as we described, is very much in control there after, let's say, knight c4.
Yeah.
And interesting developments in the game between Gukesh and MVL, which is sharper. Maybe a lot closer to equality, but sharper than the other one.
Right.
After knight c5, we were pointing out that both queen f2 and queen g2 are playable, keeping things sort of under control. Gukesh made the move knight c3, which is also understandable because you do want to protect the pawn on e4, you want to control d6, d5 breaks, which we were mentioning in the previous position. But it does allow black to play queen g5. You kind of have to play king h2, otherwise, like, knight c2 exists, but you're not happy.
Why did I do that?
You're not happy about it.
Right.
So you play king h2, and your dream is to play queen e3 next move, but this is playable. Which is honestly not a shock with the X-ray on the e file. I don't think it's surprising that this works.
What about bishop
Really?
C?
Bishop e3?
Bishop e3, we can actually just cash this in some order. And now we can even throw in this. And the cleanest solution here is also to try to get the knight. So,
Nice.
considering the fact that this is pinned, the bishop on e3 is unprotected, what we do by playing knight a4 is we deny white potential advantages after, let's say, this position. This position I can imagine not being entirely equal if, let's say, the rook lands on d7.
Fair.
So you do not want to have to make a draw in this position, which is why you go knight a4. The knights do have to come off. White is not going to give up on b2. And once the knights do come off, you will also start collecting in the center. And after bishop b3, you can do it in the other order as well. Start with this because e1 was hanging, and now cash all of this in. Yeah. Other options exist for black here, but at least on my screen, proper counterplay for MVL is pretty much always connected now with this move of 7 f5, which is not the most natural way to break in the center. You generally try to keep the pawns in front of your king safe, but if you do give white a couple of tempi here to stabilize, you're just not going to have enough for the pawn. For instance, something logical like knight e6, I can play bishop b3, and then bishop b3 is such an odd move, right? We're stopping queen g5, but how are we unpinning ourselves? But I'm guessing the larger point the move like bishop b3 is making is that since I ruled out queen g5, there is no way for black to increase the pressure against my pinned knight on g3. I can maybe even afford to go king h2, bishop queen d2.
Right.
You can play slower now.
But for me, Peter, the moves knight f4 to e2 to c3
Strange, right?
are strange. I mean, queen e3 is
This
so
looked like such a
obvious.
logical option, yeah. Okay.
And the knight on f4, okay, I'm not saying I'm going to play knight takes g6 on my next move, or even knight to d5 on my next move. It's about getting out of the pin.
Yeah, I don't know what he disliked about this, because honestly, like, optically, this just doesn't look right.
Right.
So you have to have a reason to not to play queen e3. And I'm struggling to come up with anything here that would threaten this setup.
I was hoping you were going to tell me why the most obvious move, queen e3, wasn't played. But we reached that point in our broadcast where we've invited our audience to stump the masters, and of course I'm talking about ourselves, our broadcasters, Christian included. What do we have? This is from Sean.
The question is, we know Yasser loves to tell a story. In 10 years, what stories will Yasser tell about this era of chess?
Era of chess. Well, There will be those young children in the audience, and I will say, there used to be a moment. There was a tournament played in St. Louis. It was the Sinquefield Cup, and people used to think they could cheat. All the children. How do you cheat at chess? We don't. That's the story.
Okay. So it's
10 years from now.
Fairy tale time.
What stories of this generation?
I was not named.
No.
This question was for you, yes.
Okay, and that was it. Come on, stump the masters. Don't stump me.
I am not.
Yeah. By the way,
into that trap.
there was one story I didn't get a chance to tell about the weirdest thing that happened to me in the chess
You
world.
remembered more weird stories?
Like this was a classic. So my best friend, Dr. David Leo Stefrak. Leo came from a family, and some of his brothers were born deaf. So Leo's first language when he grew up was sign. And he was very, very good at it. And one of his deaf brothers had come to me and said, Yasser, could you play a chess simultaneous for the Deaf Association of Washington State, and we could do a fundraiser? I said, delighted, let's do it. So I was going to do a simultaneous. So all of the deaf people who played chess from the barbaric Northwest, the British Columbia, Washington State, Idaho, Oregon, all signed up for this simultaneous. And we had gone to the Swedish Center, beautiful, beautiful community building in Seattle, to do the simultaneous. So there I was explaining the rules of the simultaneous. Please, everybody, only make your moves when I stand directly in front of you. Don't make your moves when I'm away, because I don't know if you've made a move or not.
Standard simul rules.
Exactly. And if you want to take a pass, you're welcome to take a pass, and all of these standard things. And then this one question was asked, and it went like this. Dear Mr. Seirawan, and the person taught, how will I know when you stand in front of me? And I realized this was a man who was blind, deaf, and mute. So I said, I'll kick you. I said, oh, that will work out fine.
Did you actually?
Right. And he had his little braille board, and he did the whole thing. It was great. So 30 minutes into the simul, everything was going great. Everybody was happy, newspapers everywhere. And then they pulled this wall divider. This big, big open convention floor suddenly became half the size. Well, who knew it? But on the other side of the wall, I'm not joking, you can't make this stuff up, it was bagpipe night. Amateur bagpipe night. No, bagpipes for 5 minutes is basically my tolerance level. This was way beyond anything you could imagine. Within 30 minutes, these bagpipes were driving me insanely crazy. So I just shouted out, could somebody please shut them up? And everybody in the room was deaf.
You were the only one.
I was the only one. It was a very strange feeling. I don't know, but amateur bagpipe night was... My mom had left. Everybody had left. They said 3 minutes of bagpipe was enough. Peter?
I'm not beating it. I'm
no
not
one's
beating
gonna top
any
that.
of that.
That was just too weird for us. Even when they're professionally done, it's a challenge to get behind bagpipes.
Yes.
Tell us about our current position, Anish, Giri versus Nodirbek.
Sure.
How bad is? We think it's bad, Peter.
It is pretty unpleasant. Yeah.
Right. And
it's one of those which maybe with absolutely precise play you hold, and absolutely precise play seems to be starting by taking. You kind of need to stop. The threat here is, let's say I make a bad move. I think g4 followed by rook f7 kind of wins on the spot. Maybe rook f7 first is even stronger. So this needs to be stopped. The way to stop it is to play h6 so that...
But you drive us to a beautiful square.
And then you go something like c4, d takes c4, rook b8. And you hope that this somehow survives?
Yeah.
But we have an interview, so let's switch to that.
We have Christian with Wesley So.
Wesley, an important game for you against the tournament leader Alireza, also for the standings in the GCT. You seemed surprised when he played G6. Was that the case?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I thought he only needed the draw, obviously, in the tournament. So I thought G6 was... I just didn't expect G6 at all. I didn't prepare. Like, also, he'd been playing, I think, in his last pretty much 30 games or something in Blitz online, also online. He'd been playing E6.
E6.
Yeah, so expecting
looking for some Nimzo. Yes.
Nimzo, Queen's Gambit, Decline, or Catalan. But yeah, I was hoping he'd play the King's Indian.
Of course. Of course.
Like, I usually play G3 here on F3, but I decided to see if he was going to play the King's Indian, then at least I could get a fight, because he played it many times against me online. But then he played D5 quickly, and I just didn't expect it. And I didn't have very good results against the Grunfeld in history. So I decided to play a move I played 2 years ago, Bishop G5. So I've been playing this against Maxime.
Whenever you're surprised like that, what happens in the mind of a super grandmaster when you have so many options, right, against the Grunfeld? Do you try to pick one that you haven't played in a while to surprise back your opponent? What is the mindset? What is the train of thought?
If you get surprised, you try, at least me personally, I try to go to a position that I know very well, that I have some experience in the past, or have looked at recently, just any ideas that I've looked at recently, but mostly to get a position where I have some familiarity and hopefully more experience than him. Mm-hmm. Because he also played this against me in Norway, was it last year? And then I played the Rook B1 Grunfeld there.
Okay.
But I didn't really get much, and I haven't looked at it for a while. So yeah, I decided to go for this because I kind of like the arising positions after Bishop G5. But I mean, if you want to play for a win against the Grunfeld, maybe you have to play CD5, E4, and go for the critical line. I seem a bit surprised. I played this against Maxime 2 years ago, also online. I've been playing it.
What can you tell us about this position? What does white, what does black try to achieve in this type of structures? Give us a master class.
Probably.
If you might.
You know it probably much better than I do. But the thing is, first of all, Grischuk also played this against me 6 years ago. It's a very complex line. Like, black could take first. Like, castle, knight takes d5, c5, bishop c7, and then queen d7. Then there are some theory here with bishop e5 and then f6. And somehow the computer is giving black enough compensation, although it looks like white is doing well. Black has the bishop there. So I'm not sure why black plays castle. Like, they could just take in castle, for example, and then c5. Like, I'm not sure why they're giving white this extra option of taking with the knight, which is very concrete. Like, white also has some ideas here, like queen c2 or e3 or bishop e5, which I played against Grischuk.
Yes.
A long time ago.
But you decided to go for
I decided to play e3 because wasn't sure if Alireza was very familiar with those concrete lines. Like, black is fine according to the computer. But here I could take with the knight again. But the main line, knight c3 and queen d5. And black is only very slightly worse here. But
did he surprise you with this move, bishop f5?
No, Maxime played against me 2 years ago. Like, I'm just not sure why black wants to go for this when you can just take on d5. Like, white has many options here. I think queen b3 is very concrete. Yeah, or bishop e2. I think bishop d3 is also a move, right?
I'm sure there's a lot of ways.
I'm crazy. But bishop e5 is very quiet. Like, goes for the endgame directly. And I like the arising positions. And if black makes a mistake or two, then could get very pleasant. Like, I guess I'm just trying to close this long diagonal. And it's a move. There are many other more concrete options here. Just don't remember it too well. Is it bishop d3? Anyway, bishop e5, and then this is all fourth.
Exchanges came about, and we were trying to kind of figure out this endgame, whether you have anything or not. How did you feel about this endgame? Do you feel like you're...
Yeah, I thought white is supposed to be slightly better here. because Maxime played against me CD4, right? Yeah, I think Maxime played CD4, then ED4. And then here white plays King D2 with the idea of Bishop D3. And
Try to shield the king behind the pawns, right?
Yeah.
Push the pawns in the center.
If I could get King D2 and then move the rook, like Rook HE1, Bishop D3, white will have very pleasant position. Like obviously it's not much, but black makes a couple accuracies, then the king is very well placed in the center.
Perhaps that's what he wanted to avoid also with knight d7.
Yeah, I thought CD4 was what the computer was giving, but after knight d7, couldn't remember that much. Knight d2. Thought bishop b5 was normal when he could take on d4.
Once again, we get this type of positions after he takes d4, perhaps.
Yeah, I thought white is supposed to be slightly better here, but couldn't remember what the best way. I mean, this is a weak engine, but
it is.
Recommending knight d2, so I'm not sure.
I wouldn't trust it too much.
Yeah, I thought it's supposed to be slightly better for white, but he spent a long time, like 45 minutes, after trading the queens.
Yes.
So they calculated all the way to the end, and there's not really much I could do.
Absolutely. Now, Wesley, we weren't able to talk after your game against Jan. Obviously, another bad game for Jan. What's happening? We saw you watching that game as well. What was your perspective from the playing hall? There.
Well, I think Jan is still recovering from losing on time against me in Croatia. Right?
I haven't asked him that, but that could be the case.
we haven't talked since, but it just...
And we see Jan right now, unfortunately, suffering after that. Very unfortunate miss. G5, knight takes c4. That's a typical dragon tactic.
Yeah, for sure, but he was blitzing out his move.
He was.
Like
yes.
He played G5 in 30 seconds. And I didn't see knight e4 right away, but then when I saw it, just completely lost. I mean, when you have 2 hours for the entire game, and then he's making moves in half a minute. And when we got to that point, I think he barely spent 5 minutes on the clock. So, I'm not sure exactly what's bothering him. But also against me, he was blitzing out his moves.
Exactly. Yeah, it feels like already 2 accidents in this tournament.
Like he was in a rush to leave. But the thing is, Ian is a very streaky player. So when he plays well, he can play really, really well. But also when he doesn't feel well, he can tumble, which is what's happening now. But that game was very weird. Like, I don't understand it at all one bit. Because...
You mean your game against
Ian's
him or
game
Ian's today? Yes.
Okay, my game against him, he could draw it in 10 different ways, but he kept blitzing out, and then he blitzed king f6, fortunately for... But today I couldn't understand the game, because like, why did white play queen d3 in the opening? I never seen
I think that was part of his preparation.
Yeah, it's just... maybe it was, but I just don't understand the move. It looks so weird too, also. Like the line Fabi played queen a5.
Now I have to ask you also about the Grandchester. Obviously, we know you're fighting for that third position.
Yeah.
Last one for the moment. But we've seen you in this tournament take some risks against Anish, against Praggnanandhaa with that very sharp Gioco Piano. Is that the strategy? Take more risks in this tournament?
Well, I'm just hoping to play well and try to qualify for next year, regardless of how I make it.
Yeah, we see that. It's a big battle between you, MVL, maybe even Prague.
And Gukesh too.
And Gukesh as well.
Yep,
yes.
I think Ian is done after the 2 losses.
Yes.
But, it's still very tough. Obviously we all would like to make it, but there are only very limited spots. And the thing is, like, I had one bad game in Romania
against Alireza.
Yeah, and that pretty much made it so hard too, because I got only 2.5 points from that event. Just one loss, just one bad game, and then, like, if I didn't have that one bad game, and let's say I scored 50% in Romania, like, I would have no problems qualifying for next year. But just one bad game and made the year so
tricky,
so difficult.
Tricky,
yeah,
absolutely tricky. Still remaining 3 games. We'll let you go get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, Wesley. For sure. Very happy.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you for joining as Wesley. And where would you like to take us? Because we've been watching
Let's check Gukesh's game. Yes.
And we're confused.
We can't understand this move.
Peter, we're confused.
A little bit, yeah. I pointed out the move knight e6, which if you really don't want to push f5, then perhaps the line with queen g5, king h2, like if you don't see f5 as a continuation, you're looking at, this position is not that attractive because the queen will get kicked away with bishop e3. So MVL played knight e6, bishop e3, and there he made this really awkward looking move knight g7, I guess hinting at knight h5. And it was enough to provoke Gukesh to play bishop e2, but as a matter of fact, now with the knight on g7, and not jumping to, let's say, here you don't really want to play bishop f2 because you don't particularly want to allow knight f4, even though the engine, the engine says it's playable. But with the knight on g7, you do feel very confident playing bishop f2, I think.
Right.
And I think it was much stronger than bishop e2 for, once again, those same reasons that reappear pretty much in every position here. f7, f5 is the counterplay. And bishop on d3 actually is a very good piece here, supporting your center. So you just go knight g2 here.
That's right.
Your center continues holding, and also this knight gets rerouted to a very, very pleasant square on d4. And this is now a pretty serious advantage for white. Instead, bishop e2 was chosen. Once again, understandable. It seems like we've ruled everything out. Queen g5 is impossible, knight h5 is impossible. But what you've done by these moves is you finally forced MVL to make the move that needed to be made at some point. This is now on the board, and this is not that bad anymore because the pawn is hanging, you're still completely tied up, and the best two choices here, you can just give it up in order to be able to play queen g2, which includes allowing this, and king h2, and the position is quite unclear. I suspect he might actually choose this because I think you hope that you will establish some sort of control. The bishop on 6 is passive because it's restricted by the pawn on e4, and maybe you hope that you put something on d5. But after d6, d5, if this starts running down the board, you will regret this choice.
Right.
It's like white has 3 against 1 on the queen side, but the black central pawns are so much stronger.
And your other
there,
choice,
right?
but the reason I think this might happen is his other choice is this.
Okay, it's not joyful, but...
Yeah, let's say we go bishop g5, white plays bishop d4, hoping to come out of the corner. We go bishop h4 back. If you go knight f2, you have to start calculating f3 or queen g5 first, so you probably don't go knight f2.
Queen d2.
Yeah, bishop f2 is a repetition. If you play queen g2, we go knight a6. I mean, this is decent compensation for the pawn, because this idiot is an idiot.
Yes.
I mean, we've stabilized, but we have a knight on each one.
And our idiot is still there.
MVL has a huge advantage on the clock as well. It's 1 hour against 24 minutes.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So this is now a very sharp game, and as I mentioned, Gukesh kind of forced MVL to find the correct plan. And now from here, I think MVL will be playing very confidently, because having finally settled on the idea of playing f7, f5, many of his moves will be logical and obvious, I would even say. Like you pretty much always drive the knight to h1 and you go from there.
Gleefully.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And elsewhere, this is bad. Bad for black.
Yeah, absolutely.
The question is how to proceed from here, because you can do it both quickly and slowly. You can definitely take on c6. Black goes h6, you go knight e4, rook takes d3, and you probably play king f2, I guess. And then you probably have to go for this position with black. But honestly, despite this being 3 against 3, like your initial feeling is this is probably more lost than a draw, right?
Oh, definitely.
Just looks horrible. The a-pawn is not going to run. You're lucky if your king side doesn't collapse immediately.
In white's position.
Like after h6, h5, which is what I missed originally, I still have to find a way in. So maybe, once again, maybe engine holds this, but it's just ugly, ugly, ugly. And the other way is just to play rook c3 and say, I will get the king over to e2, and then I will collect everything.
Exactly.
It's one of those situations. Knight f5, we can go king f2, we can go king f3. King f3 might be even stronger, because a dream would be to play g4 and then put the king on e4.
Oh my.
Where it joins the attack against the black structure.
Right.
You can play rook f8, but there's actually no particularly strong discovered checks that are being threatened.
So I can challenge.
It goes like rook c5 now.
That's not that easy to do.
No, but it's not the only move. Like you can play g4 as well. The issue with g4 is that h6 knight e4, knight d6 check, king e2, knight takes e4, d4. And basically, you would like to already have a rook on c5 from this position. This really is the only threat black can generate, apart from forcing my knight to e4 and going knight d6 check. Black has no counterplay. So we're just calmly improving our position because, as I said, like no discover checks do anything yet until the knight gets to some other square.
Right.
And you don't have a good pass here as well. Like your passing moves here include a6 and h6, and that's about it. And we're expecting h6, and in terms of preparing for h6, it makes a huge difference that e5 is also hanging.
Gotcha.
This one probably is winning. The one with the rook on c3 maybe slightly less so. So yeah, stylistic choice here for Anish. Rook c6 trying to win the game on the spot, or rook c3 trying to keep things in control, under control for now. You still have to calculate a little bit, but
Anish,
maybe the best position he's had in this tournament.
Anish enjoying his position, but let's once again take a quick look at the standings as we've had some results.
Right, we've had 2 draws and 1 decisive game by Fabiano. Alireza drew his game against Wesley, very important game.
Absolutely.
And Liren and Prague, that was a pretty quick draw.
Absolutely. But these 2 players at the top, the leaders at the top, let's take a look at their road ahead. We know Alireza came in today with a very important game against his co-leader.
Someone who was closest to him.
Exactly.
Right? Tomorrow he'll be playing Liren with the white pieces.
Ooh, up against the world champion.
Then Nepo, who's having a very roller coaster tournament.
Who knows? Will the real Nepo step forward?
And the last round, he has white pieces against Prague.
Okay, and how about Fabi's road ahead?
Let's see, so Gukesh coming up with the white pieces.
Nice.
Then Prague, 2 youngsters from India. And in the last round, white pieces against Anish Giri.
In the context of this tournament, that looks like a potentially tasty game for Fabi to try and get something out of.
Exactly. I mean, everybody's murderer's row, if you will, but this looks like Fabi could make a move in the Sinquefield Cup, and we haven't talked about playoffs. We still won't talk about playoffs until it actually comes up. But I have to say, sorry, Peter, that I'm looking at this game of Gukesh and Maxime, and for the folks at home, you know, chess is a hard game, and if we're confounded by knight c5 to e6 to g7,
to g7 in particular,
knight f4 to e2 to c3. Yeah. You know, give yourself a break. I mean,
so
chess is hard.
Short story time with Peter.
Yes.
My very first Olympiad was 1994 in Moscow, which I qualified for. I qualified to that by winning the Russian championship, which the Russian Chess Federation at the time made a mistake of writing it into the regulations that they will get the winner of the tournament onto the Olympic team. I wasn't qualified to play for the Olympic team yet. And in that tournament, Gary, who just in '93 beat Nigel in the World Championship match in London, got the white pieces in our match against England. And at some point in that game, it was a classical Scheveningen. Nigel actually got his knight. I can't remember which squares, probably e8. The knight got to g7. And Gary kind of gleefully described that game afterwards. Look at that fianchettoed knight. That's not very good. And he was very happy with how he dismantled it. So generally, you don't particularly want to put the knight on g7 in the Sicilian. But it seems to be doing things right now. And interestingly, Gukesh, from the 2 choices, which were very clearly defined, actually, Gukesh does choose to put his knight on h1.
Right.
Which knight is worse, h1 or g7?
I'd say h1, even though it does have hopes of coming out to f2 later on in the game.
Yeah.
The one on g7 will be on e6 at some point. It does have squares. Gukesh, he left himself 19 minutes as well.
Oh.
So he's on 19 minutes against an hour in a position which is becoming progressively sharper.
Right.
So
results.
I think MVL is quite happy with how, considering that he probably missed bishop takes a6 from afar.
Right.
I think he should be quite satisfied with how the game progressed past that point. This is now a very unclear position in practical terms.
Exactly. Wow. Okay. Well, thank you for that, Peter. That insight. Gary at knight g7.
He was giggling a little bit. Yeah.
That's funny stuff. I remember Moscow in 1994 as an Olympiad, your first Olympiad, but that Olympiad was played literally in a facility where I only left it once. There was restaurants, and it was like everything in that facility.
And some
captured
teams,
you.
Some teams did not enjoy their experience of leaving the Cosmos Hotel. Yeah,
right.
There were some stories.
Cosmos. All right, we're ready for a break.
All these details from '94.
Oh, yeah, it was yesterday. It was absolutely yesterday. They were great fun. I have great stories from that Olympiad, by the way. Vasily Smyslov picked up my gold medal for me from the Kremlin. It was pretty good.
Wow.
You won the board?
I want to hear more about that.
What?
You won a board?
Yeah. Yeah. What do we have for break for the viewers?
I don't know if you have anything special, but we are going to be... actually, players were asked about the upcoming World Championship, so take a listen and we'll be right back.
I have very strong opinions about the matter.
With the World Championship match nearing and the two competitors playing in the Sinquefield Cup, how important is their performance in this tournament?
Well, it's not a World Championship match, so the game between us is not as important as in the World Championship match. Of course, it's a main tournament, and I hope to beat him. At least not lose against him. It's a good opportunity to gain confidence in classical time control, because after the tournament we had the Olympiad and also a World Championship match, also very important tournaments. So it's a good opportunity before these two. It's very important tournament.
Yeah, I don't really know much, and I also don't really think it makes a difference what's their performance there, because the World Championship is completely different tournament. And we had instances in the past that some players haven't done well in the previous tournament and did really well in the next tournament. For example, even Gukesh, like in Prague, he didn't do well, but then he came and won the candidates. And same goes with Ding last, like the previous year, when I didn't do well in the bike and then went on to win the World Championship. So yeah, there are these examples. So I don't think it really matters so much. But maybe for Ding it matters, because if he does well, he can gain confidence. But obviously games would be relevant in terms of openings. But apart from that, I don't think it will matter so much.
I think it will maybe be more important for us to understand what form they're in than for them, because from what I remember about my match against Magnus, I did have a lot of stress in the event before. I was playing the Olympiad, it was my last event before the match, and I was extremely stressed out. But I played well, but I didn't feel after that, even though I had a good event, like this meant anything towards the match. I've also seen it with the candidates, like some player has a bad event before candidates, but then they play very well in candidates. We can kind of draw conclusions as the people watching from the side, but very often these conclusions are not necessarily accurate. The reason I think it's so interesting now is because one of the players, Ding, has been very shaky in the last year. So everyone will be watching this event, the Sinquefield Cup, and trying to determine, like, is he back to his old self, or is he still struggling? Now, just because he has a good event here or a bad event here, whatever it is, or let's say a neutral event, which is actually maybe the most likely, that he has like a normal event but nothing out of the ordinary either way, I don't think we can draw any conclusions. Like I still think maybe some people feel Gukesh is a big favorite because of Ding's form, or maybe some people feel Ding is a favorite because he has the higher level in the past. But I think it will be a close match. That was what my feeling was. I think these World Championship matches between close levels, they tend to be very close. You can imagine Jan against Ding. You can imagine my match against Magnus or Magnus against Sergey. Even some matches which were a bit lopsided, like Magnus playing Vichy in 2014. Definitely Magnus was much stronger, but still it was a close match. Maybe not by the score, but by the games it was very, very close. And Vichy had this game where he was winning, very famous knight takes e5, knight c4, knight b2. But some circumstances during the match also make a difference.
Yeah, I guess it's very good preparation for them, this event, because they play all the best players in the world and they get good practice, and I think the result for them should not be so important, mostly to
come back to the shape and play good chess. That's most important.
Yeah, I would really love to see Ding playing some, interesting chess and good chess, high quality chess before the match. I think he will have a chance to play in Olympiad also, but it's very interesting to see how he plays his super tournament before the match. And yeah, about Gukesh, I think he doesn't really care much of his performance in this super tournament, but of course he's going to be very motivated, and yeah, his game against Ding in this tournament would be really interesting. Just it's going to be one of the highlights of tournaments for sure. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, I recently saw Ding in Astana, and I saw some a little bit of signs of coming back after tough tournaments, and yeah, we'll see, I guess.
Well, for them, I think it's a very good warm up, because the match is like 3 months away and they will both play the Olympiad. So it's kind of interesting to see what their form will be, because that's all that matters. Like, Ding had a horrendous year, but he played decently in Kazakhstan, so he needs to get his mind back and his love and passion for the game back.
I think the question is really about Ding. Is that a better event this time in Astana? I was playing the World Team Rapids. So it seems like he's on the right track. I certainly hope for him to do well in St. Louis as well, except on the last round. But anyway, I feel like their individual encounter will not matter so much, but for Ding to show that he's regained his spirits for real at this time control, and that he can fight with all top players in the world, would mean that he's ready for another challenge, for another match, this time in Singapore, and that would be great for him. And I mean, when it comes to Gukesh, I mean, we know what he's capable of, and he's young, his energies, his spirits are completely fine. So we know he'll be ready for a fight in the match.
In any tournament, I want to put up a good performance. It doesn't really change anything, because there is also Ding in this tournament and we have the match coming up soon. But yeah, I want to play my best in this tournament, and this is a separate tournament. The match will be a different experience. So it does not matter a lot, but yeah, I want to perform at my best.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 6. Let's take a look at our current standings. We have 3 results already today.
Right.
2 draws between Alireza and Wesley, Praggnanandhaa, and we have a decisive result between Fabi and Nepo.
Fabi won out of the opening, and it was a real shocker, and it really has impacted our standings enormously. We've got 2 games remaining. Peter, tell us where the action is in the
let's
in the 2
get to the
games.
big board, and I want to start here. The other game is maybe closer to its conclusion, and one side has a larger advantage, but I want to start with the messier of the positions because I like messy positions. And as we were discussing off air with my lovely crew,
thank you. It was very kind.
It's quite as a pawn up, but it's been 8 moves since, and pretty much every single move Gukesh made is sort of backwards and down, if you look at them. So backwards, back, then a bit of a break, one piece goes forward. We illegal, we should be condemning this.
Right.
Back, 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 and down. So with the possible exclusion of the move 92c3, which is still within our camp, we have seven out of 8 moves just like ceding ground.
Yeah.
And now finally something starts going forward. But we've given up so much space on the king side that on 19 minutes against 46, I'm expecting MVL to play bishop h4. It's a very logical move. And I really wonder, knowing Gukesh, he's going to play queen d2.
Right.
But how confident is he that he's doing so well?
That he doesn't play bishop f2,
yeah,
for example.
And the reason I bring this up is that bishop f2 is a draw for him.
Right.
Gukesh is unbelievably ambitious, but he burned so much time and did so many questionable things in his position. Yeah, that I would suggest that playing this on low time against a tactician like MVL is not going to be that much fun, because you have to sort of continue making very awkward decisions. The best move appears to be bishop f2. If you play knight f2, f4, f3 is playable pretty much on every single move the moment this knight appears, because there's going to be a lot of counterplay on the dark squares. The machine even goes h7, h5 and says, we have fantastic positional compensation, we just need to deny the g4 square to the knight on f2. I'm not sure what the threat is, but judging by the fact that king h1, king h7 is being suggested, there is no threat. It's just that this is now a very, very solid grip on the king side. And you have to constantly watch out for, I don't know, ideas of bishop g3, queen h4, or rook f8, f4, f3. And these endgames, white as a pawn up, the engine suggests this is just sort of very enjoyable for black.
Yeah.
Bishop pair, fantastic d4 square for the knight. This is a horrible king which will continue being a problem for the rest of the game. Says we are equalizing with only moves here with white. So bishop d4 already on the board. If bishop h4 happens, it's not the only move, but the other moves I like less. Like you can play h7, h5, but this does give white a very clearly defined bailout with takes, takes, knight f2, followed by knight d3, bishop f3. We stabilize a lot faster here with white.
Gotcha.
So expecting this, and then a very big question for Gukesh, because as we keep reminding our audience, this is an eternal, it's game in 120. Mm-hmm. You are not going to have more time than you have right now.
Right.
It's a tremendously complicated position where you only have 19 minutes. Calculations will need to be very precise for the rest of the game. It's a bit of a gamble, actually, not to go bishop f2. But Gukesh maybe needs to gamble. He's on 50%. I think he is a bit tired of not having decisive games. I don't think he's had very many stretches.
They're both tired of making
draws.
Well, I mean, this is an argument we've been having kind of privately here in the studio, whether MVL actually cares about the streak by this point. Maybe he's,
it's impacted.
He feels a good deal of affinity with the streak and maybe wants to continue with the streak.
Well, he came over the other night for a couple games of code names, and he lamented the fact that he's on the strong streak and he can't understand how he's on it and how to get off of it. But that brings up something that Ben has been working on, the accuracy of the play. Why are there so many draws? I think we have a cause and effect graphic that we'd like to show.
Our graph. So current average accuracy, MPL, 97.9% accuracy. Maybe that's why.
Nobody can beat him, but certainly his opponents.
But you can see Firouzja, the tournament leader, 94.4, which is much lower than the other players.
Because he's been actually saving maybe lost positions, which explains that one.
And this is before today, so I think Jan's accuracy is also going to take a bit of a nosedive.
But it's just amazing. Still, the player who's at -2 is still almost 94% accuracy.
That's crazy. I mean, it goes just to show how
players are good
these
at
players.
Chess. Stop the presses. This field is good at chess.
I suspect Fabi's accuracy is going to increase. This one today, this game that MVL is playing today, I wouldn't be surprised if his accuracy goes down, because this has been, you call it messy. I call it just a difficult game to understand what I'm supposed to do and so on. We have another game that's going on.
Absolutely.
The Nodirbek. Tell us about this game. We know Anish is for choice.
Yeah, Anish is finally enjoying a very, very big advantage, and a completely safe advantage as well, of course. We left it, I think, somewhere here. Rook d8 has been played. Anish probably correctly chose rook c3 over rook takes
c6.
Rook takes c6, knight f5, king f2. The choice between king f2 and king f3 is, I think, unclear. I think both are quite strong. The big difference, though, is that here you can play g3, g4.
Right.
The point being, with the king on f3, I was even showing this line. Rook f8, g4, and I was playing h6 here for black. And the massive, massive difference is, this is a double check. Not a single check, a double check. And the knight gets picked up. Whereas in the game, if you go h6, you just instantly lose to knight e6. Because this is only a single check, allowing the attacked knight to escape, but actually removing the checking piece.
Right.
So this is completely impossible. Knight e7 check was chosen. I assume king e2, although knight f3 is also very strong, actually. It's a very pleasing choice for white. Knight f3, I'm pretty sure Nodirbek is intending to play knight d5, and this is a cute little tactic, I guess. This actually removes much of our advantage because I can take on d3 here.
Nice.
Rook takes d3 and d4, and this is probably just a draw. But after knight d5, once again, we're in no hurry. Removing knight b4 from the table and then just going king e2 next move. And black will at some point have to start giving up one or both of these pawns for activity. So like currently, machine goes c5, king e2, rook b8, saying take one, choose one and take
Please.
it. Yeah, and I mean, it does look bad, frankly.
Yeah.
But You do have to continue exerting control, continue not blundering like small tactical ideas that black still has. And also, I think what sort of counts against Anish here is that every single move looks borderline winning.
Right.
King e2 also looks incredibly strong. But then after rook b8, maybe you have to calculate some things, because somewhat alarmingly to me, in terms of winning this game without having to calculate anything, the best line currently appears to be just giving up on a2 and playing rook c5. Does look fantastic.
Yeah.
Does look fantastic, but maybe it's not the most obvious way of converting
Clear.
What looks like a winning position.
Right.
But these are, hashtag first world problems, yeah?
Wow.
These are good problems to have.
Nice.
King
by the
e2
way,
chosen in the meantime, I think.
in the messy game, we had Gukesh, and
He's not going for that draw.
Yeah, you said
did you?
Gukesh is excessively ambitious. What did you call it?
Exceptionally
optimistic.
No, ambitious. It's not even necessarily optimistic, but he is very, very ambitious. He does not like ending chess games where there's still life left.
Okay, so no bishop f2 repetitions for you. Queen d2, knight e6. I'm looking at this position. I'm a pawn grabber, but I don't like what I'm seeing here. Nasi,
Black pieces are really active.
They're really, really good. And these variations were...
Also the time.
f4, f3 might land? Excuse me.
Yeah, those knights on e5, e6 looking very good. The two bishops.
I don't like it at all. Put the bishop on b3, put this knight anywhere in civilization. f3.
f3 in particular would be a good square, yeah.
Right? I mean, what is the knight doing on h1? So I see a lot of bad pieces. I see a lot of potential for black, and I see a big difference in the clock times. Tell me about the clock
16
time.
minutes for Gukesh and 43 for MBL.
Has it been 16 minutes? Like, when did Gukesh go? For me, that below 20, that starts to...
Get nervous, right?
Yeah, the nervous feeling.
And when position is still this complicated.
Right, with all the pieces on the board.
Right, I think if I was playing white, I would try to simplify, trade some pieces so I can easily play in time trouble.
Mm-hmm.
But bishop takes e5 is just such an ugly move that,
It is.
and this is your only simplification, and will continue being your only simplification for quite some time here.
I would probably, wanting to take off the queens as well. Are you taking?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have an answer to bishop c4, but we can even play something like king g7 here, I suspect, because the bishop on h4 does protect the rook on d8.
Well, how simplified can I get the position? At the end of the day, I appreciate the fact I've given up two bishops, but if I can get my knight to d5, okay, that's one good cavalry officer.
Right.
And if I could,
rook d8 was probably a mistake. Let's take with the bishop immediately.
With the bishop,
Like shouldn't trade as many pieces.
you know,
right?
that was like a kind of
swing it over to b6.
That was kind of a, how do you say, blind spot at the bishop on h4. Swing it over to b6.
Knight f2, and we can even, for now, after knight f2, invest in the move h7, h5. Or knight d4 and then h7, h5.
That takes
and even
away.
without the queens, black keeps this dynamic play going.
This is just very unattractive.
Right. I don't disagree.
Well, objectively, we see the eval bar says white is fine. It's just unpleasant to play.
As a human player, you know, we feel that the bishop on b6, our king on g1.
Very interestingly, by the way, on my screen here in the current position, and with the usual caveat that this is not a very strong engine, the move we probably should have mentioned earlier.
Rook takes f4.
Yeah, just solving the problem by throwing some material at it.
Yeah.
Suddenly, you know, we have new squares for our pieces. We've removed some of the attacking potential from the black position. I'm not in love with it, frankly, because it's still on h1. If it was already on d5, I'd be doing this in a heartbeat.
Right.
It's still on h1, but it's definitely something he will probably consider for a moment before, I suspect, rejecting it once again, simply for the reason that it'll take a long, long time to get this knight to good squares.
But I agree, by the way, that we talk about those game-changing events, those critical moments, exchange sacrifice, and remembering Anish should have been playing rook d4 against Alireza. For me, the move rook takes f4, I would find very attractive, basically pulling a parachute, if you will, and saying, I'd like to get out of here.
Absolutely.
But rook takes f4, that's not an easy move to play with
In the meantime,
13
minutes now on the clock.
But I think that would help him because then it's easier to play.
Right, exactly. And again, for these two players, both of these players coming into today's round with 5 consecutive draws, they're obviously standing at 50%. They need a win, not just for the GCT tours, but something else that was mentioned by Fabiano in his interview with Christian. Fabi said, look, yes, my GCT tour standing is very, very important, but I also am concerned about my FIDE tour.
And circuit, right?
Yeah,
that
circuit.
matters for the candidates, right?
That's the point. Mm-hmm. They think about the candidates. Peter, pick up on that.
Yeah, the cycle. Okay, I'll go back. I'll stay.
It's all right. You can come. I bite. Come
no, I'll keep to my lane. It seems like the candidates tournament has just finished, but the qualification. Yeah, but the qualification for the next cycle has already begun with the new FIDE invention, which they only introduced for the previous cycle, the FIDE circuit. Very much in full bloom, with people already having a lot of points. And I think currently on top of the FIDE circuit is Arjun Erigaisi, who is a kind of a ghostly presence in everything we do, because he's currently world number 4.
Right, rising.
Having not played any of the absolute elite events, because for some reason, I'm guessing the invitations went out maybe even early last year for some events, and his rapid rise has kind of caught organizers slightly on the back foot. And with his fantastic results in pretty much everything he's played this year, he amassed a very serious total of circuit points. I don't want to lie about the formula. I've just briefly looked at it on a web page, but I don't want to necessarily quote it verbatim because I will make mistakes. But as with the previous cycle, the idea of a circuit is to make sort of normal tournaments, which are generally outside of the World Championship cycle, make them matter more. So every strong tournament that you play, there is a cutoff. So like I think the cutoff is the top 8 players in whatever tournament you play should have an average rating of 25-50 and above.
Okay.
Below that, the tournament will not qualify for circuit points.
So if I can take it back at you, I'm playing in an open tournament here in St. Louis, and if 8 of the top players in that open are 25, 40 and higher, it's
50 and higher, but yeah, that's
going to have
it's going to count for the circuit
points.
And then, depending on how strong the tournament is, and once again, that determination, there's a reasonably complicated formula I will not even attempt to explain. You get certain points for winning things. You get certain points for finishing in the top half of the closed tournament, or I don't know, in the top X number of spots in an open tournament. And your best 5 results count.
Best 5.
You cannot win just by volume. You play well, and then your top 5 results by circuit points scored will count towards the end of the cycle. And this does provide a path to qualification for the candidates, to people who would normally maybe not have that path. And currently I think Arjun is doing really well, but Fabi is also very much close to the top of the race there, because he's had a very good result in Bucharest, and he's had other good results this year. And there's still we're still some way away from the next candidates, so it's not as visceral as it was during the Sinquefield Cup in 2023, when that was, as we found out, it wasn't actually the last tournament of the year, because people found a way to play more tournaments. That was a very famous storyline late last year. But still, a tournament with an average as high as this one carries a lot of circuit points with it.
Got it.
And Fabi reminding us, he's done a good job, because we've been kind of neglecting this topic for the first 5 days of the broadcast. But it will be at the back of all of these players' minds that this is a very, very high-scoring tournament for your qualification path. And as Wesley also mentioned, any plus score gives you a huge boost in that respect. So, yeah, there's an additional storyline to keep an eye on.
All right, and then tell us about the current position.
Yeah, the current position here, Nodirbek made I think it's like the most obvious move in the position, and it's a massive mistake. After King E2, he played Rook B8, that is correct. E4 here was not played, because who gives up on A2 without a reason?
Right.
Rook A3, and now he needed to play H6 with the intention, If knight f3, now we give this check from b2, and then we try to play knight d5, because the pawns on d3 and e3 becomes a bit softer. With some drawing chances, maybe even some decent drawing chances. And if you go knight e4, very important that you start by activating your rook, and then you go knight c8. And now you have a hope of maybe getting the king over to e6. Rook a6, you have rook b6. Rook a5, you have rook b5.
Okay.
So we've actually stabilized, and we're not losing any material immediately. And we also have an active rook on b2. Instead of all that, he played rook b7, and now Anish seizes his opportunity. And this is a very, very important moment, and a very instructive move. Just deny all the squares you can to the knight on e7. And now the pawn on e5 is terminally weak. This, honestly, this now looks lost.
Yeah. Right.
If it looked worse before, this now looks just straight up lost, because I just want to pick it up. And black also denied himself all counterplay. Rook b2 check really now does nothing at all. We have no weaknesses. Losing a7 will probably end the game on the spot. Knight f3, e5, or rook a5 are just massive, massive threats. I don't know how you're supposed to even go about making this a problem for Anish.
Right.
We'll see if maybe Nodirbek finds a way to complicate things, but frankly, it looks very, very bad.
Yeah, I would say lost. King e3, knight e6. I mean, once the knight gets to e6, you can't even play king f7, but especially like king e3, rook a5, all the happy moves you can muster for white here. And, you know, if I'm in black shoes, you're asking me, how could I pose a problem? The only thing I really see is if I could get, I mean, it's
the only hope.
Yeah, c5 and knight c6 and knight d4. And white's simply not going to allow me to get those moves in. So this feels like
I mean, I think you can get those moves in, but you will lose both c5 and e5 pawns.
That's the problem. Maybe a7 gets tossed in there as I'm seeking counterplay as well. A very, very bad situation.
Massive developments
Anish.
in the other one, by the way.
Let's go there. Gukesh, what have you done for us? What has he done for us, Peter?
Yeah. Well, the aqueducts, obviously. After knight f2, the move h7, h5, I did mean to say that it's maybe difficult in a position where I think you're a pawn down, you're very incentivized to play as quickly as possible, as forcefully as possible. Might be a difficult move to make, and it wasn't made. But in particular, I think your instincts command you to trade a knight for a bishop. But this actually allows white to get out of the corner quite efficiently. And f4, f3 maybe was a way to play with the intention of playing rook f8 here and asking white to stabilize somehow. Knight g4, we play h5. Kind of an interesting interplay here. We are attacking on the king side, but now white is actually threatening mate in one, which needs to be addressed. And white probably does stabilize, but you do get some play. You play bishop g3, you put it on e5. It's, in a weird way, reminiscent of the game between Ding and Prague, yeah?
Yes.
Where we're down a bunch of pawns.
But dark squares.
But there's dark squares against the king.
Right.
Instead, MVL played queen g5, creating massive threats on the king side, which are, unfortunately for him, very comfortably met by knight g3, preventing f3, controlling it with the rook, and also continuing to swap down. He played bishop g3, and now the engine just suggests we can do something like this, and it says, this looks pretty, but does nothing.
Right.
Which is kind of unfortunate for black, because he would like to be able to create threats, but there's just no way to get anything to h2. There's no way to get anything, even to the g1, a7 diagonal. The queen on g5 looks very threatening, but frankly doesn't really do anything at all.
The bishop needs some help, and it's not getting any.
Right. And we've sort of traded away all the pieces that could have helped it. So hard to criticize a decision to, first of all, trade a weaker minor piece for a stronger minor piece standing in the center. But maybe the way to get there, the way to get to the correct decision in this position would be to say, this bishop has no moves. The only way for white to trade it is to improve our structure dramatically with bishop takes e5.
Right.
And very importantly, while it's still alive on d4, you just cannot play knight d3 at all, because you interrupt the connection with the heavy pieces and it just drops.
Right.
And there's nowhere for white to put it. You can't really play bishop a7. So white is very much stuck. This is the reason I think why h5 is so strong. Because apart from bishop takes e5, which we welcome in pretty much every single position because of just how good it is for us structurally, everything else is just shuffling on the back rank. Like the suggestion of King H1 does not inspire fear. We can continue improving, as I mentioned. King H7 might be a useful move because you remember those lines with bishop takes e5 and bishop c4. So unpinning in advance by moving the king away from this diagonal. So I think it was possible to arrive at the conclusion that knight takes d4 is maybe even actively harmful because it kind of frees white up a little bit. But MVL, maybe he's also trying to play sort of quickly and confidently against the 15 minutes, which is now 9 minutes, by the way, 9:50, not 9:10 minutes. But the position definitely did not improve for MVL. This is now quite good for white.
Wow. Peter, if you don't mind, that situation where you gave us F3 a moment ago and we were looking, yes, this. Go a little bit further than the line you had
Bishop takes, knight takes, GF. The issue for black is that queen g5 check, which would be logical. Even king h1 is good, but we can also play knight g4, h5, f4, and start kicking those pieces away.
Which is why you started with rook f8.
Yeah, and I thought rook f8 might be, well, I mean, my screen thought, I didn't think anything. Yeah. But yeah, we're trying to create pressure on the f file for now.
And go ahead, you went rook f8, knight
g4, h5, knight e3.
And then came...
I played bishop g3, yeah.
Right. Now this position, compared to the game position, in this
is a very good point, by the way. Yeah, there is an open f file.
Yes.
There's actually more squares on this diagonal, so you can dream of organizing something like queen g5 followed by bishop b5 followed by queen g3.
Precisely.
Thank you, Yasser. This is a very, very good comparison. By the way. This compared to this. This looks like we have more pieces in front of the white king, but you're not moving. They're kind of stuck. They're kind of stuck. Yeah.
Wow. And we do have queen b6 on the board, and these stuck black pieces are actually not threatening anybody.
Yep.
We are still a pawn up. Gukesh has every reason to be optimistic.
And he can start pushing his queenside pawns, right? A4, B4, and
let's go.
Let's go.
Maybe bishop G4, maybe rook D6. Who has
maybe even on a good day bishop B5, just to start swapping some of the attacking pieces off.
Yeah, I can easily see that MVL is starting to realize his attack is at a dead end compared to put a bishop on e5, put a queen on h4.
It's hard to believe, but that black squared bishop became kind of bad on g3.
Yeah, it's very rare. Okay, if the white pawn on g2 were a black pawn and I play rook f3, it's very common to say the pawn on g2 is protecting my king. It's very unusual to say the bishop on g3, which looks so threatening, is actually, well, if it had been on a7, it actually might be more threatening. It's on the wrong
diagonal, for sure.
It's on the wrong diagonal. MVL is on a drawing streak, but I'm just saying for the challenger, Gukesh, opportunity is knocking.
He does have 10 minutes, so he needs to play a little bit faster.
We've seen that. Even Prague, when he was having those lovely winning positions against Wesley So, when he was going down to that 30 seconds in that perpetual, he was not finding the winning moves. And so Gukesh, still a lot of challenges to convert here. But on the other hand, do you see good moves for MVL?
I really don't. I think he needs to reroute that bishop back to d8 and try to get it.
Right.
Well, it takes forever.
Right.
It now takes an absolute age because the queen is also in the way.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we just got to teleport this bishop somewhere, and it takes
it does take an age. Yeah.
Is it completely ridiculous to just throw away the pawns so that we could play bishop? Like, okay, I can imagine. I'm going. Yes, exactly. I'm gonna play some bad moves for a moment here for
blunder
white.
Bishop e3.
Exactly, and don't blunder bishop e3. But here you see what I'm trying to somewhat achieve. But rook takes f3, as you pointed out. Not only does it protect you against bishop e3, it also does stop queen g3.
It's a bit too speculative.
Yes, exactly.
And the way the engine plays this position is it goes in some order: king g7, h5, rook c d8, and it says, yes, we've not improved our chances, but it's still not that horrible because the inverse is also true. It's not that easy to imagine how white makes immediate progress. In fact, what Nazi mentioned about pushing the queenside might be the best chance. Like something like b4 followed by bishop f3, trying to knock at least one of the good pieces from the square. Because if the bishop departs from c6, we can start putting the knight on d5.
And b7.
And b7 might be falling. Yeah, the engine, once again, it secures the king away from the back to ranks, and then tries to launch something on the king side. But this really, like, you have to start forcefully putting things on pre's for the threats to appear. I still don't know what the threat is. I think the correct way for white to react is not to react. This still really didn't generate anything that we absolutely have to pay attention to. But removing the bishop on f3 and then maybe starting something down the c file with rook c4 to come. But I think a lot of this is very predicated on us first securing the king. So the plan for MVL here feels like needs to be get this king over to h6, because whenever we have to start with black, whenever we have to start throwing things at the white king, we are probably going to be abandoning the back ranks altogether.
Right.
So we really, really need to make sure that like a rook landing on d7 doesn't end the game immediately.
Gotcha.
So, which is why I think in pretty much every line I see, it starts by
h5, king
doing
h7.
something, either king h7, h6 immediately, or h5, king h7, king h6, just to make sure that when we have to go all in, we don't set up a condition for us to lose instantly.
Right. You just get killed on the back ranks, the 8th and 7th rank. So h5, king h7 suggestion. By the way, again, that's not an easy awareness to come to. If we put a black pawn on a6...
We have some move. King h8 was played. That's a strange looking move.
King h8.
I think similar ideas, but yeah, we're not solving the back rank issues. We're
head scratcher.
So
we're
just
keeping
b4?
b4, a4, a move I found attractive. I love these, Maurice Ashley likes to call them posting up moves. You know, you just post your rook on d6, you bring your rook to d1. Lots of happy moves here for white, including bishop g4, bishop f3. I love your a4 move. I like bishop b5 too. I think that got a suggestion, right? Like, you know, win control.
White's problem in this position is we have too many good choices, and he
and
only
only
has
9
minutes.
Yeah. That's a very.
I still like the good problems, though. I like.
No,
I like
considering what his problems should have been, yeah, this is a good problem to have.
Exactly, bishop. So a lot of nice moves for white. Rook d6, bishop g4, a4.
King h8, MVL wants h5, g5, rook g8, g4, like something like that.
This.
Something.
Yeah, but
just very slow.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like you will have time for that.
This whole line that had been recommended by the engine, by the way, with h5, king h7, king g6, it forcefully reminds me of a game I played with Michael Gurovich back in the day. He had pawns on f7, g7, and h7. So back rank mate. So what did he do? He went h6, king h7, king g6, and brought his king in front of the pawns because I was trying to get him from the back rank. Yeah. And he was perfectly safe on g6. Here, it's not like the king.
Not exactly like that, but the concept is very similar, yeah.
You know, but yeah, the king would have been safer on h6 than h8 because, as Peter's been saying, if I do chase the bishop away with ideas of b4, b5, you don't want to see a rook landing and the black king actually being under duress. Yeah. Big opportunity here for Gukesh.
I think we should stay with this because Anish is still much better against Nodirbek. There's been some developments there, but the evaluation remains unchanged, and this is by far the more exciting of the two games. So unless something changes massively in the other game, I suggest we watch Gukesh solve this because he is very low on time. This game is also sort of more relevant to the tournament standings because the game between Anish and Nodirbek is actually our two players in 9th and 10th playing against each other.
Right.
Obviously, bragging rights and money and what have you, a lot at stake there. But if somebody wins this one, he is in a tie for second. So
very, very important. Budapest. the Olympiad is coming up fast, and playing for your national team is something that all of the chess players aspire to. You mentioned just a moment ago that you played your first Olympiad in Moscow in 1994. There was a lot of pressure on the Russian team to take gold, and only
that was very, very squeaky. Yeah.
Please tell us it's your
my memories are
Russian team.
Yeah,
and you've got Garry Kasparov looking over your shoulder.
If we didn't have a very exciting game with one player in 7 minutes, I could tell some stories. But I guess I began by winning the first three in the first 3 rounds. I was playing, in those years it was 6 boards, not 5. So I was playing second reserve, and they gave me a chance to play. So I began with 3 out of 3. Then I made a kind of a solid but non-inspiring draw with the white piece. I think in the match against Bulgaria, I played some 4 knights, got nowhere, offered a draw. And from that moment on, they kind of wanted to bench me, I think, understandably. But then what happened, and this is the story I have. Do you know the game? I think it's called various things, various languages. I think in America it might be called Yahtzee.
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the dice game with a lot of math involved.
Exactly.
It was incredibly popular at the time. Russian players were all playing this. And I also, in those years, I wore a watch. It was a kind of a fake Polish Rolex my dad gave me. And you kind of needed to wind it. It wasn't running very well, which is relevant. So team meeting is at 9. And very importantly, like, team meetings are sacred in Russian teams. Like, everybody shows up.
Show up.
Gary shows up for every single team meeting. There's no way he misses a team meeting. So at about like 7:40, I go to a friend of mine who played for Russia B in that tournament, because obviously the home team gets to field more than one team. Grandmaster Mikhail Libin, who was very much better than me in Yahtzee as well. And we sit down to play a round or two. And I glance at my watch, and it's kind of 8:15 or whatever. And I continue playing. And I glance at my watch, and it's 8:15, and I continue to play. And the first time this happened, something finally clicked in my head, and I thought, it's been 8:15 for a while, you know? Like, it's probably not 8:15 anymore. So I turn to Misha and I say, okay, what's the time? And he says, 9:40. Why do you ask? I ran. I ran from his room to the headquarters, and I arrived there, and like, they all look at me. And Gary is looking at me, and the entire team is like, where were you? And I'm trying to like explain that my watch stopped, and I did not play for 5 rounds.
The benching commenced.
It wasn't the only reason, but it definitely did not help. Let's put it like this, it did not help.
Even with a 3-0 start. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt.
Yeah, Bishop B5, it seems like a huge mistake, and I was suggesting this move.
Why,
so, yeah, I'm on
why
form,
is
yeah.
it?
I do not know.
The ups
Bad
and
move.
downs of Peter Svidler.
Move, yeah.
Bishop B5. Why, Peter? That looks logical.
It does look logical, but
Black has just rook e to d8, maybe trade and everything.
Rook on e8.
I guess
to d8.
I guess the engine just doesn't consider bishop takes e6 to be a threat, because we recapture with the pawn and we further restrict the knight on c3, and we somehow feel that yes, we now will lose every single endgame because the a-pawn will queen, but we are saying there will be no endgame today. Like, we're going for mate.
Okay, but
I don't
rook
quite understand
e8
this,
to
though.
d8.
Shouldn't this be better also? Let's say rook d8 and
well,
we got two pawns.
Yeah, well, exactly. And I'm just thinking to myself, okay, I agree, my knight's no longer getting to d5, but maybe there's something with
some f3s, yes.
Yeah, at some point something will start happening.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we actually removed one of the defenders of our king by trading the bishop.
Okay, that makes sense suddenly. I mean, by the way,
I don't know if rook d8 is the only move. Yeah, there might be others, but
a dawning awareness there. Apologies, Nazi, I'm going to be asking you this a lot, but
5 minutes for Gukesh.
Right,
that is very low for this position.
Now it's getting nervy time.
I think the best move for him is to just come back bishop e2.
Yeah, but who does that?
Bishop
You have to
e2.
admit you made a mistake
and rook d8
take
has
it
been
back.
played. Yeah.
Yeah, and that kind of came very quickly, by the way. Bishop b5, rook e8 to d8 by MVL. I don't play bishop e2. I'm a pawn grubber. I say, tell me why, and then you're going to
bishop
make
c6.
me cry.
It actually goes rook takes d1 first. I cheated and looked at Nazi's screen.
Oh, apologies.
It goes rook takes d1, which forces you to take with the rook, because if you take with the knight, I think I take with rook on 6 and c2 is hanging, and now we go bc.
Okay.
And then we go rook f8 next move. After
you wanted me to...
And f3 maybe, that's
Maybe
even
immediately
smarter.
after rook d1.
Instead of bc6, go back a bit.
Oh no, oh no.
Rook
Don't
d1,
tell
rook
me.
d1, f3, creating the idea of bishop h2 check.
Oh no. Oh, I saw it too late.
Yeah.
f3.
But we have
What a
some moves.
move.
Bishop
Bishop
takes
6,
c6.
and then Vail did not take on d1, seemingly.
Instantly, by the way,
And this loses to rook d8, knight e2, and white stabilizes, apparently. Or at least that's what the screen says.
So the idea was that black's counterplay, as we've been noticing, you've got to play the bishop stuck, f4, f3, threatening bishop h2. Suddenly knight e2 deals with
I still
all the
don't quite
threats.
understand why rook d2 loses here.
Rook
Queen b4.
Oof. Nice double attack.
Double.
That might be Emil's plan to play rook d2.
Wow.
Until he notices queen b4.
It's funny that you use the term double attack, because when I'm thinking of the double attack, I'm attacking one rook and I'm attacking another. But in this case, you're threatening mate in one. You're attacking a mating square.
Yes.
You're checkmating me.
Yeah.
So a double attack on the square f8.
So yeah, a big, can we play, if we start with knight e2, are we still better? Probably are, yeah? It's a bit
But
scarier
rook
to play
d1
knight
and
e2
f3,
immediately.
right?
Hmm? Yeah,
takes
because
d1 and
yeah,
f3.
you're really worried about blundering f3 somewhere. If we
Right.
start with knight e2 here, let's try to calculate this
Okay.
out. So,
Take
what
on
happens if
d1
I
and
take
f3?
and go f3?
Well, I think this.
But I guess if all else fails,
Maybe
I can
knight
take on
g3,
g3.
queen f2.
Yeah, Nazi is absolutely correct, yeah. There might be other solutions as well, but this seems
looks
very
very-
solid.
Yeah.
It's queen f2. And this endgame
I
looks
would be
winning, yeah?
screaming my way to queen f2
Yeah,
and stopping the checkmates. And that's completely winning ending. That's nothing to
Gukesh down
discuss.
to less than 3 minutes. in
But
this
I
sharp
suspect
position.
MVL blitzing out BC6 is uncharacteristic for him. He is a fantastically tactically aware player.
I suspect the move rook d1,
What happens if
F3
GF here?
would have been rocking the world,
King
right?
f2? No, no, I don't
Queen
have to. King
f2,
f1, king
check.
f1, bishop e3. Am I mated?
I don't
King
No,
know.
you're
runs
not.
to
It
d3.
runs to d3. I don't know.
I don't know.
Let's try to figure this out, actually.
But
That is very relevant. Let's try to figure this out.
You're running for the hills. Not exactly what you wanted to do with 3 minutes on the clock, by the way.
GF, only move bishop h4 check.
Ah, bishop h4 check.
Bishop h4 check and queen g3 next move. And that actually creates stronger threats. The engine likes this way. And also, I suspect it's important we control the d8 square with one more piece.
Right.
So if you want to play for a win, you have to run towards the center.
Wow.
We give a check. You go king g3. And this is what I mean about the d8 square. We can
Nice.
simply include rook takes c6 for now, because queen d8 check is not a move.
Yeah.
You have to play queen e3. We take on h3 and we continue. White gets to play knight d5. White is still a pawn up. But the king on d3 is not very safe. And this remains very much a game. I don't know why it includes rook c8, but it includes rook c8. Like, I would like to play queen g2 immediately. Why is this a mistake? c3, queen takes b2, queen h6 or something. Okay.
The old double attack.
Yes. So we begin by doing this. And now we actually created the threat of queen g2. And also, yeah, I should have realized, we have also reintroduced the idea of attacking the base of the chair.
Very pertinent.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess.
And we
But
do
you
have-
do need to see bishop h4 check. Everything else, white is much better.
We have immediate knight e2, no rook d8.
92 bishop h4.
And bishop h4 blitzed out.
Right.
And now the engine says we can take on d8, and if rook takes d8, we can just take on such a materialistic beastie right there. Just
Wait,
says I'm
how's
not
this-
worried about rook g2 at all. If rook g2, okay, this is
Queen
just,
d4 again.
mated.
this is just so unpleasant.
Oh.
This is just so unpleasant.
I don't think queen c6 will happen.
Probably not. No, it's not the only thing. You can go king h1.
Maybe queen b4 just to not allow rook d2.
Yeah. Well, you can wait for rook d2. You can do it in the kind of a
We
daunting way.
may
And
be
what we
saying
want-
rook d8, by the way. Rook d8 has
Yeah,
just been played.
even that is not that obvious. Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to switch to my board, Peter. Keep those moves coming, but the idea is we'll get to watch the players, see the analysis board at the same time. Rook d8, we're
Gukesh is down to
expecting.
2 minutes, yes.
And Gukesh down to 2 minutes. And this is an extraordinary moment. Queen takes c6, rook d2.
Knight takes f4 ends the game, because we also suddenly start giving mate on the other side of the board with knight e6 check coming in every line.
I don't mean to suggest that I could be a prophet here, but the king on h6 would be a lot better.
Would have been a bit better, yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
This is really nasty. This is a
we wouldn't have to calculate any of these variations
if our king was on h6. Okay.
No, I'm actually I think he had 35 minutes. Bishop takes e6, b takes e6 played instantly.
Right.
Is a bit of a strange decision by MVL.
And I still remember Fabi playing rook takes b7, trading rooks against Firouzja right away.
3 minutes, yeah.
Rook d5 was instantly a perpet.
I think Emil is considering queen takes d8 here, clearly.
Why? Why on earth would he know? He's
probably seen the tactics with the queen.
You know what I'm thinking? And I do this when my opponent is short on time. It's 100% I'm playing rook d8. But then I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to play rook d8. My opponent is going to be ready to play queen takes e6. And I've got to be ready for an answer. So then I start thinking to myself, okay, I'm expecting this position. Can I play rook d2? Can I play f3? Can I play h5? But how to play quickly and surprise.
Counterpoint. Queen takes d8 doesn't actually liquidate to an endgame, because queen d8, rook d8, black might be fine.
No. Queen d8, queen d8.
You don't play queen takes d8 with white, because this endgame might be completely fine. The rook lands on
d2. Because of the control of the d file, right?
The rook lands on d2, and the rook on d2 will be an incredibly annoying piece. Maybe rook c1, rook d2, king f1.
Bishop is not that awful anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, rook c1. Let's continue for a second.
Yeah, I had
rook c1, rook d2, king f1. But I think I might be in time just playing g5,
He's taken
h5.
with the queen, and Gukesh immediately...
Gukesh instantly takes on d8. And this is now back to being kind of okay.
But in my mind,
we should unplayable. We should continue this variation.
Please.
g5.
Okay, g5.
a4, h5.
a4, h5.
Okay, a5.
a5, g4.
Should still be quicker,
g4,
right?
well, okay.
At some point you'll drop back.
You have g3 though. I need to calculate g3 on every move here.
g3?
Well, I mean,
I understand you want to play...
Well, a6, f3, are you better at all? Why are you better?
Well, I don't know why I'm not promoting the pawn.
This rook d8 always, right?
Rook d8
I'm promoting
always.
mine faster,
Check
frankly.
and, yeah.
Knight c3.
They're going for this line. Rook c1 on the board.
c1 on the board. This is all forced.
This entire line might happen.
Black also doesn't need rook d2. We can start immediately g5, h5, g4.
You don't need rook d2?
Well, we can include it at any point here. That's actually a very decent point by.
Okay, so this is our current position. Rook d2, king f1, but you wanted to suggest
g5, king f1, h5. Yeah.
G5,
we always have rook d2 available.
King f1. I don't think I need king f1, but okay, let's go. h5.
a5, g4.
a5.
I mean a4, g4.
Yes. a4, g4. Munch. You were mentioning, Peter, that you have
g3 bishop g5 though. I was much more worried. I was much more worried about it with the rook on d2 because the pawn was already on a6 and it was kind of queening. In this position, g3 bishop g5, I'd be happy about.
Okay, so I continue.
Yeah, we might actually be in the same spot anyway. I probably play f3 anyway.
Okay, I get to get rid of my weakies.
Okay.
And
now g1 rook d2, you lose a knight, right?
Well, is that a pawn win or not? That's the question, right? So you're right. I do lose the knight, but
why would it win? It might be enough for a draw, but why would it win?
You get.
I mean, if I'm absolutely desperate, I'll go rook f8, rook e8. Here, I think I might take and go bishop d8.
Also have check.
Am I not winning after takes bishop d8?
I don't know.
Maybe not winning, but I shouldn't lose, right? Before king g7, I get my king to d6. Maybe I don't win. But
c4, c5.
Ah, yeah, I blundered that. Okay, I did blunder that. Okay, I will have to play.
Okay.
c5 myself there.
So, with the bishop d8.
No, but also hang on.
King takes bishop.
Yeah, bishop d8.
b4.
b4, c5.
c5.
Honestly, c3, I'm kind of tempted to play c4 to just get your king away from the g3 square.
And that stops me from putting my pawn on c5 and my other pawn on a6. Oh, no.
This is probably a draw, but I think black is playing for a win here, not white.
I think that is fair. So actually, what this analysis is doing, I hope the audience appreciates what's going on here. The move rook d2 could actually be a crucial, not single tempo, but a double tempo, because the pawn on h6...
Could be a mistake, yeah. Could be a mistake.
And rook d2 is the most seductive move in the position. But you would fail
good news for MVL is, here he finally stopped at least. He's no longer blitzing. He's already made one potentially bad mistake by blitzing out what looks like the most obvious move in the position. Here he hasn't. And if he hasn't, he probably realizes he can cash in rook d2 pretty much at any point, and it's just much more crucial to play h5, g5, h4. Yeah.
And okay, last time I put my king on f1, maybe not necessarily.
Why not on rook d2?
Rook d2.
It's not a problem. I think the other line was also sort of holding.
I thought we had just made it clear that rook d2 was a mistake.
Not a mistake, it just wasn't necessary.
Yeah. I think.
Okay, king f1.
Easily. And now you still absolutely have to.
Now comes the race. g5, a4, h5, a5,
g4. You probably take, right?
I probably take.
Yeah. Here I was a bit worried about g3 with the pawn on a5, but maybe I shouldn't be.
Okay, so pause, because for our audience...
g3 f takes g actually is very strong, right?
Yeah.
And then g2 check, and I will be in time to control a7 with my bishop. No, you don't go g3 here, you go a6, right?
Clear. But Peter is
a6,
saying...
f3...
g3 might be a legit move, takes, and I move.
Yeah, now you go knight c3, I guess, because otherwise... And there has to be a way to make a clean draw here. I don't even know if honestly, I'm not altogether convinced I'm worse here with black.
Really?
To such, like...
You think the pawn on f3, the coordination of the rook and bishop is so good?
Rook h2, force king g1.
Bishop g3?
Yeah, well, like maybe we're just...
It's just winning, right?
Are we? No.
Oh, there is...
Ace8 is a check, yeah. 8 is a check. But I guess this makes a pretty comfortable draw by perpetual, right? I always have rook g2, rook f2, and I don't think king e1 is a winning attempt.
Rook f2,
oh, wait.
rook e2, king
I had
f2.
rook h1, king e2, rook e1, but I just moved your king.
Is this a winning attempt? Maybe it is a winning attempt. Wait.
Go back.
Go back.
King g1. Here,
okay.
f2.
King f1.
King f1.
Rook h1 check.
King, I want to say...
He can go to e2, but he can go to
g2. Yeah.
Yes.
Rook c1, a8, and if all else fails...
I'll take on g3 and I'll...
No, but we have at least a perpetual because you cannot cross the 6th. I will take on c6 with check, right? This is not a winning attempt, so we should be looking for something
1
cleaner.
minute and 20 seconds.
For black, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to win it for white.
But maybe you have. What I'm saying is that final position looks like it might be winning.
Okay.
So I want something else.
Okay. G5 on the board. And Gukesh, is he going to be...
Well, what else can you do?
Down to less than 1 minute.
Yeah. He now realized he is in a much more of a bar brawl than he thought.
Yeah, well,
but he has no other options anyway. Like, he has to start pushing.
Yeah.
Because he is not stopping h5, g4. Like, there's nothing in this position that stops h5, g4.
But I can understand his angst in the sense that he's been dreaming about an endgame ever since he had a knight on h1. I mean,
right.
Like, I'm a pawn up. I want an ending.
And e4.
And here he goes. We're in for a race.
h5.
Off to the races.
And
MVL probably calculated something in that position with a knight on c3.
When
we don't
he was
know.
playing queen takes d8.
Maybe even then, yeah. Maybe even then.
Yeah.
a5, g4, takes, a6, f3, takes, knight c3.
By
I
the
am
way,
very, very certain this has to be okay for black, but we haven't shown how yet.
I don't think white has a choice. I mean, you don't suddenly stop and say to yourself, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to play knight c3 or something like that. No, you've got to go a5.
This is one of the rare moments where probably neither of the players know the evaluation of this.
Exactly.
They're just making the logical moves.
Right. I call it riding the tiger. You're not sure if you're doing everything right or not, but you just can't get off. The tiger will eat you.
Apparently h takes g was a mistake.
What?
He should have played a6 right away.
I thought getting rid of those.
We'll figure out the difference.
What could be the difference?
Later,
yeah,
but...
a6, f3,
now computer likes black slightly.
Wow. I didn't see that coming.
Still close to equal, but...
Okay, we're expecting...
All white's advantage is gone.
Okay, so you're basically saying a6,
I don't
white is better,
understand.
and don't play h takes g4. H takes g4, h takes g4, a6. Black is slightly better, and as Peter just lamented, I don't understand.
So somehow, and I will just show you two positions.
I don't think we can go because of the clock time.
Fair.
Just tell me what I should be doing, Peter. Not playing h takes g4?
Yeah, just we go for the same. We go a6. We go for the same line completely, but
a6, g4. What?
a6, f3.
a6, g4, a7. What?
No, it's black to move.
Oh.
f3.
F3. Apologies. Yeah, and what happens with the h pawn still on the board?
Oh my god.
Oh my. It's got to be good.
Oh my god.
It better be good.
Absolutely crazy.
What does the engine tell us? I want to know.
Yeah. Okay, so we have two positions. One is this.
With the h-pawn?
Yeah, and one is this.
Without the h-pawn?
Yeah. Here, the king gets to g5.
Okay.
And we actually win in exchange. White has to play queen c4, strictly only move. This ends up being a draw. F1 queen, takes, king takes. White will make a draw here, but black is pushing.
Right.
In the other one, queen b7, we get to g5. Hello.
h4 checkmate.
Hello.
So keeping that h pawn, not taking on g4 makes all the difference.
Hello.
Oh, that's...
Wow. Okay. Well, h3 takes
quite
g4. 10 moves further down the road, it was the pawn on h3 was the checkmate.
And now we are likely to actually see all of this onto the board because...
We've seen this before.
Yeah. You don't actually have anything stronger.
Then
I mean, rook h2, or you can do it in two different, like you can start with a couple of checks and then bishop g3, or you can go rook h2 now, king g1, bishop g3. It's the same position. Like you can do it via this move order. It will lead to the same with rook h2 and f2. And MVL will realize that, I guess. And here the point is you can't really go below. The reason you have to run forward is that if you go below, the queen will actually get to very, very good squares very quickly. Like if you give a check from g4, probably the game ends because I get to play knight d1. Or actually, very, very simply, I get to play knight d1 immediately here.
Right.
It doesn't even need to be complicated.
Right.
So you absolutely must go forward. But it's not that difficult to realize there are no checks to the king on g5 when there's nothing on h4.
I'm still crying over h3.
No, it gets better. But it gets better, guys. Queen b5 loses to rook g1 and king h4 because something.
I refuse.
Because something. Why are we not? Because
the bishop's defended after king h4.
Only move king h3 here.
Because king h4.
Because this also wins, and if you do it with the queen on b5.
Not king f4. I can't believe king f4.
Bishop f4 and no defense against.
Just f1's coming and
we need a check from g8.
This is a study.
Yeah, if all this happens, it will be quite remarkable. MVL has almost half an hour to work all of this out.
And
I'm
Gukesh
betting he will.
Gukesh is...
Just 45 seconds?
Oh, 45. I was going to say 2 minutes, but 45 seconds. Where did all the flat time go? I mean...
Gukesh has to think now on MVL's time.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. We should not switch, but in the meantime, I'll just say that Anish is pretty much winning in the other game today.
Cruising. He's been in cruise mode. This has been an absolutely crazy struggle. We thought that MVL had hit a dead end some time ago when his bishop was on g3, and he had.
If he ends
Somehow
up winning,
he lands into an ending where one passed pawn. Like, come on, rook and bishop. How much damage can it do?
A lot.
It turns out, if you have a passed pawn, and look at this pawn. I mean, Peter, this pawn is me. This pawn is a queen.
Yes, it is a queen, but it's...
Oh, my word.
Yeah.
So, once again, we
Another
are
beautiful variation. For a second there, I couldn't work something out.
Rook h2.
Yeah, king g1, bishop g3. I thought, what about knight d1?
Okay.
f2 we take, we go a7, we make a draw. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, yeah. Instead of f2.
Yes, instead of f2.
Rook e2.
Yeah, I insist on playing for a win.
Yeah, knight c3.
Oh, but now...
Rook e1 check.
I was going to.
The other thing also
but this is much more convincing.
Rook e1 is
this is like
kind of clean. Yeah. We had this motif, by the way. You remember we had this game that ended up in the Rapid and Blitz. There was a game, I think Alireza won with white, where he didn't play Rook c8 first, but then he played Rook c8 anyway. Knight takes c8
That was
g7.
Aronian's game. It was Lebon against Fabi.
Oh yeah. That game.
It was really nice.
We had a very
look at you.
Nicely done. Yeah.
All right, Nazi.
I got both players wrong. Yeah. Nazi
Sorry,
she's on my team. We play code names. And VL is agonizing over a decision, but I bet you dollars to donuts that he is elated that he's having the problems he's having now.
Yeah.
Because a half hour ago, I think he was really in trouble, struggling to figure out how to save the position. Now he's probably thinking he's got
I'm
a
guessing he's
draw in his
calculated
pocket.
the queen position.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he got to the position after a8, king g7, and is now trying to work it out.
Let's do it again for our audience. We're threatening checkmate. The bishop and the pawn are doing a great job at controlling the king. So we got to go king here. Bishop to g3. Now, what else do we have? Well, it's a queen. Check. Nothing to do. Check.
Have to go to g2.
Have to go to g2.
King e2, rook e1 wins immediately.
Exactly. Let me just show our audience that one. In this particular case, we get to queen with a check. You can...
Well, you have king d2, but bishop f4, another check, and then...
Yes, but we are queening with a check. Before you get to make a queen with a check, we're first, and that wins. So that's why we have to play king g2. Then we've been looking at rook takes. We've been looking at queen. We've been looking at king up the board.
I guess any of the two squares. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Queen b7, king h6 strictly. I mean forward. Forward is strictly.
Forwards.
Yeah. And once again, now g5 definitely the only move. And now, the fact that queen c4 draws and queen b5 loses. I mean, nobody plays queen b5, but it's kind of remarkable that they seem kind of similar.
What about queen a6?
Probably also lose. Hang on.
Queen a6.
Only one move was suggested as a draw to me.
C4.
Okay.
It's probably because queen c4 threatens the check on g8, right?
For our audience, this is great. For our audience, f1 equals queen wins for black. That's the winning threat. So from white's point of view, we stop the winning threat. We go queen c4. But wait a minute. Something in the back of your mind says maybe queen b5. Wait a minute. We can stop queen a6. Viktor Korchnoi once spent like 90 minutes in a similar position trying to figure out why queen a6 was the best move. b5 was worse and c4 was losing. And it was like an extraordinary calculation.
Minutes, huh?
You don't have 90 minutes today.
Gukesh has
What is
seconds.
the correct move?
Queen c4. And honestly, here it's quite obvious because you need to have a check next move.
Which does make
The other
sense.
two moves do not actually threaten a check.
From
and that
behind.
is fatal for...
Exactly.
So here, rook g1 check.
Rook g1 check. We go... There's reasons that we can't go to...
Yeah, king f3 still
f3?
loses, yeah. King h4. King
And
h4
then
and
the
you cannot
bishop.
stop f1. Yeah.
This is
crazy. There's no checks for the queen.
Yeah.
So f1
king h3, and idea is if you queen now.
and king h3, and then we queen.
If you queen, I'll take. And
Yeah, we take on g3. Honestly, it's not even that obvious this is a draw after rook c1. Machine says it's a draw, but I suspect the way you draw this with white is... I don't know, maybe you can afford to play knight d5
knight d5 and b4?
Yeah.
And keep both pawns
Because
alive.
what I wanted to suggest is I can go knight e1. Yasser, do you know the answer? Knight e2?
I do not.
Knight e2?
Knight e2,
Rook c2,
takes.
knight g1. Is this a draw or not?
I would put my money that it's a win.
With a king on e3, it might be a draw, but we don't have a king on e3, yeah, right? Like if I could teleport my king to e3 here, I suspect this might be a draw. Definitely on some files, this is the draw. On the e file, maybe
it
not.
could be a zugzwang along the...
Yeah.
Like if you get a position where... Well, okay.
And something has been played, yeah. And we'll play rook h2, so let's watch, because now they will race towards...
Yeah.
They will race towards the position we were discussing. Yeah, bishop g3 played, no other move than a7. Everything else loses very, very trivially.
The scary part for Gukesh fans is that he's playing this unbelievably complex position with almost
just
no
1
time.
minute.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, I think it's kind of lucky for him. He doesn't have too many choices here.
Every move is a forced move.
Yeah. I kind of agree with that. I mean, rook d1 maybe doesn't lose immediately, but it kind of does.
Rook d1.
Rook d1, f2, rook h1, king g2, but rook e1 still wins.
Oof,
The very beautiful
you could
rook
easily
e1.
miss that. Yeah.
Rook
still wins.
d1.
2.
Check.
Yeah, rook h1, king g2. And okay, it's not a check, but it's still plenty enough. Rook e1, and you just cannot stop f1 check.
Right, there's no...
Rook d8, king
Rook
g7.
d8, king g7, rook d7.
I'm not letting the rook get to the
King
f5.
g6
No.
and king g5, yeah.
Exactly. And that's a winner.
That is a winner right there.
We'll
so
agree with
14,
that
13, yeah, you have to play. You have to just like close
10
your eyes
seconds,
and play a7.
he
Exactly.
plays
yeah.
a7.
He did that with how many seconds?
9 seconds.
I was watching Prague. I was holding my breath. I suspect Peter was holding his breath as well. Prague would play a move with 1 second, and he did it twice, thrice. And here we go.
At least 3 times, maybe 4.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those was literally, I think, it was down to maybe 1/4 of a second. Yeah, a8.
Here
and yeah,
we
here
go.
for MVL also no choice. You cannot afford to let the queen get to the d file, so he'll go king g7, king h6.
So the main question is now if
But Gukesh
Gukesh
plays
will play
queen
king
c4.
f3 or king h3. Because
Yeah.
you can miss king h4.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
I mean, these are some
He will accumulate some time though.
Right. He'll have maybe
He'll have
3
like 3
minutes
minutes
by
at
then.
that point. Yeah. So it's not that bad. Unless he decides for some reason to think in this position. There's nothing to think about. You don't have choices.
I just like the way you said he will accumulate time. He will have at least 3 minutes to think.
Well, it's
when I was under 5 minutes, that was when I was getting nervous, and you guys are saying
untold
3
reaches.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's burning through some time here, so it's not going to be 3. He will make 3 moves quickly. Once he plays queen b7, he will play queen takes e6 and queen c4, because once again, nobody chooses b5 or a6. I think it's impossible to choose b5 or a6 over c4.
Agreed.
But then after rook g1, he will have like 2.5 minutes, maybe, yeah. Round about 2.5 minutes to choose between king
f3
f3.
is more...
Yeah, you kind of like going towards the center, right? And then you resign, yeah.
King f3,
King
h4. I can't recall losing to such a move like this, where it was the cold shower beyond freezing. King h4, bye-bye. That is just crazy, Nazi.
I would want to flip the table.
I think a few players might have. I'm just saying in the history of chess.
29. Yeah, he's going to have...
Maybe he's calculating...
He's going to have 2 minutes to
that
decide
position
between those two squares.
From here, you know.
Okay, I'm looking at this
What is he
position.
looking at? My biggest question is, what is he looking at?
I'm looking at this position with renewed eyes. Could I crazily consider bishop h5?
No, you...
Uh-oh.
7 seconds. He has to give queen b7 check, which he's
He's
done.
done.
4
With
seconds.
with how
34,
many?
yeah, 4 seconds. 4 seconds.
Wow.
Still, you know, relatively in control compared to some of the insanity we've seen earlier. Yeah, the king goes forward.
goes
It doesn't really matter g6 or h6.
By the way, I really don't know what advice or what I could say to MVL if he were to draw this game. He says, Yasser, come on, a 25-game drawing streak. What's my problem?
You would not call what he's done today risk-free chess,
right.
would you?
You've got to be more reckless.
Yeah. Okay. So
Here,
Gukesh now has 40 seconds,
and he
is
will
thinking.
play queen c4.
He will, but he actually looks like he's about to burn through all of no. Yeah, queen c4 instantly. Rook g1 check needs to be played. You cannot afford to allow. Yeah,
of
you don't
course.
have other moves. And now, yeah, a minute to make a decision.
This is such an easy blunder. I mean, easy blunder to make.
Moment of truth. King h3. He's in it.
Wow.
Well done.
That's impressive.
Well done. Okay.
And now MVL has to cash it in. Yeah, bishop f4. Yeah, MVL doesn't even...
Reaching for the queen. He doesn't even think about bishop h4, but it did cross my mind. How does white draw after bishop h4?
I'm not sure we have to draw anymore. I will be playing for a win, maybe. How? Queen g8, king f4. 92 check. Game.
You can allow queen g8 check. Yeah. It's risky.
Fair, exactly. Queen G8 check, King F4, Knight E2 check, and that's
take
the
on
fork.
G1, take on H4.
And here we go. We're into this exact ending where Peter, a few minutes ago, you asked me if I put my king on E3 and my knight on D5 or my knight on F3. Is that a draw?
No, I think so. The B pawn surviving is generally quite desirable. So we go before rook C2, knight D5. And actually the knight on D5 is just so useful because it stops the king coming in from F4. This looks drawish.
It's a really good knight,
but it's a kind of a drawish position which you still absolutely have to draw. You're not going to be given a draw in this position.
No, I mean, black is the one definitely pushing here. Yeah. But the knight on D5, Nazi, that's a great knight.
Yes. So let's say I play rook B2.
Let me ask something of my phone. Carry the show. Carry the show forward for about a minute, please.
Yeah, we will make a discussion on the St. Louis weather.
King F3, I want to play King H4 and King G3.
Right, you're going to try to shoulder me. Now, in the meanwhile, should I be going, like saying to myself, okay, I'm going to lose the E4 pawn, but I'm going to escort my B pawn. So if you
Let's
go...
try King H4.
King H4, and if I go King...
You're pretty much in Zugzwang, you have to do this, move the king. Yes.
Something of
And
this
King
nature,
F3.
right?
Okay,
so... I go king here.
I just wanted to ask my phone a pertinent question. In the position we have on the board,
yes,
the question I asked you,
not the position.
Knight F3. No, the one you get after
knight
F1,
F3
knight
is a
G.
draw.
Like if I go Knight E2, Knight G1.
Yep.
You take on B2. I go Knight F3 check, King F6, and then I make an illegal move, King G3, E3.
Right.
This is a draw. But with the king on G3, I suspect it's not. So it's kind of irrelevant, but it might be interesting to our viewers to learn that this is a draw.
According to your
stable base,
table base, draw.
But we probably don't get there because we need the knight on F3 and we need the king on E3
Because with
pretty
king
much
on G3,
immediately.
there is rook E2 and you lose the pawn right away.
So I just wanted to settle something for myself because I'm a curious person. I don't know much about chess, but I'm a curious person and I'm eager to learn. So I asked my phone, and my phone informed me that this is a drawing mechanism to which Gukesh cannot get, I think, because he cannot get both of those pieces to the right squares. 10 seconds.
We got something
Important
going
decision
on.
to make. 5 seconds left. King F3.
That gives up both. Yeah, he's intending to give up both.
And play knight E2, King E3, right?
And play something.
So King F3. He didn't go for the knight D5 B4 line.
Yeah, and now you cannot. Yeah, he goes knight D1, and after rook D2, he wants to play. I'm guessing knight F2, rook B2, King E3, and put the knight on D3, which might be the same,
Knight
right?
F2.
Yeah, rook B2, we go King
Knight
E3.
E3.
Or that way, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, rook B3, King E3, and we're no, but that might be low. Because it's kind of very important that the king never crosses. And here it might cross. Let me ask my phone about this.
Because a moment
as well.
ago, the phone said the table base.
Yeah.
The king was on E3, the knight was on F3, draw. But what about the knight on D3, the king on E3? This is crazy for me because one of the things that I find so fascinating about chess is it is a sport. It is creativity, but it's also science. We have a table base that says, in this position, with perfect play, it's a win.
Yeah, still a draw.
With the knight on D3.
Still a
with
draw,
the king on
and
E3.
even if you allow King G5, King G4, still a draw, yeah.
Wow.
So Gukesh actually demonstrating very, very good knowledge of the basics because he could have let the B pawn survive. He did not have to be abandoned immediately, and instead he chooses to go for something. There's a very definitive answer about this: you either win or you draw.
Right.
And he is confident enough to simplify.
So I was thinking that, like if I'm playing in a bullet game or a blitz game,
you're doing this.
I'm doing this.
Yeah. And also, honestly, with a knight on D5, this probably also holds because of just how well it stands on D5.
Right.
But yeah, instead he is just...
He's going for a different setup. Knight on D3, king on E3. Right now, of course, there's a fork, which is provoking either rook b3 or rook b5. Let's say rook b5.
Rook b5, we go king e3.
And so great.
King g4, king e2. And this is the stance. And the point is, these three pieces defend each other so well that the king basically never gets to f4. You can walk around my setup for as long as you want, but you never get the king to f4. If the king lands on f4, we immediately resign.
Right.
But it never happens.
Right. We keep our knight on d3.
We just go king e2, king e3 forever.
Right.
And it's impossible to shift it without losing the pawn on e5. And obviously, rook against knight is not even a very difficult draw.
Exactly.
So very well understood there by Gukesh.
And Gukesh made this setup with like.
Well, he left himself
7
seconds, yeah.
7 seconds.
Yeah. It was clearly a decision he needed to agonize over because, once again, the existence of knight d5 before kind of throws it into disarray a little bit. But he, very impressed with his
So in the good old
knowledge of basics.
Good old days, I would be like shouting at the arbiter, "Bring me an envelope. I would like to adjourn this position and figure out should I be playing knight d5 or should I be going for this setup."
Yep.
Wow. And
I
he
think
did it with
now,
7 seconds.
now we can actually switch to the other one because this will continue for a while, but nothing will change. This is the setup. It will remain the setup for the rest of the game.
And you're predicting a draw quite clearly.
And Anish went down to 1 minute, and I think this is getting a little bit more difficult now.
We were always talking about those jeopardies.
Black has a very strong move here, apparently h6 I'm hearing from Dariush.
H6?
Such a strange move. Why would I play h6?
Because we want to have fun to play with g5, g4.
From White's perspective, he'd just like to round up this little peshki. Rook c5, rook takes c3.
I think you get there by exclusion, because if you allow rook c5 takes c3, you resign.
Right.
And the only way not to allow it immediately is to go h6, and if white takes on h6, you go c2, rook c5, g5.
Wow.
And suddenly things are thrown into disarray because g5, g4 is a threat.
Oh my
The king needs to go back.
King f2.
We go g4.
Oh my goodness.
Now we have two runners. They are actually kind of threatening.
What is happening?
Yeah. And
hey, wait a minute, I still got an h pawn on the board.
Isn't
yeah, he had a comfortable win instead of this.
C8. That would be so good.
Oh, that's terrible. Sorry, he had a comfortable
He had a comfortable win 2 moves ago. Instead of rook a5 here, after forward a bit. Yeah, or I can show it on my board.
All right.
So somewhere here, the easiest way, and the way the engine likes it the most, is very simply take with the knight. Black has to take, we take. A7 is hanging. I also have protection for h3 if I need to with the move knight f4, so knight c6. And now, for now, we secure the h-pawn so that it doesn't hang with check. And the point is, we kind of want to play a3 and knight b4. The engine goes king e7, and now we play king f4. What is maybe missable is if you, in this position, play rook c3, the strongest move is to play rook a4, and suddenly we have this little bit of a threat.
I think this is...
Ah, okay, MVL decided not even to test it, well done by MVL, decides not to prolong the game. He knows it's a draw. He knows he is not shifting that setup.
All right, we're going to see the stalemate finish.
No, seriously. I mean, you have to tip your hat. Gukesh.
27 or something for MVL.
Remarkable.
And both players also gave us an amazing game.
Yeah, I mean...
And that's officially a draw.
I mean, seriously, applaud. Just what a
fantastic
great
game,
effort. Wow. Bravo.
If every draw was like this.
we'd be quite happy now.
Still frustrated. There's something going on.
There is something in the water.
What's happening here? The guy played an amazing game. We have one game left. Let's go back to it, Peter. It's on you.
So I just wanted to show you this one little moment here because the rook on c3 feels like some threats are being created, but
it's trapped.
The engine goes rook a6, a4 and says, this is now a massive threat. I'm not worried about knight e5 because I will win this very convincingly with the king on a5 and the rook on a6. And if you don't go play rook c3, I play king f4, and I start threatening things like knight e5 or a3 and knight b4. And it's only a pawn up, but it just completely collapses. The engine says it's just completely winning. Instead, he played g5. C takes d3 here would have given choices, but Nodirbek went for this line with the passer. And the way to conclude things, pretty much, would have been to play rook a3, which give a check. We go king f4, c2, rook c3, rook h2, and very simply knight f3.
Rounded
followed by, let's say, knight d4, rook takes c2. Even, let's say, if it gets traded for the a2 pawn, our positional advantage here after something like d4, rook c7,
it's
really anything. This knight is so abysmal that you win this without really even trying.
Yeah.
Instead, he played rook a5, and as even knight f3 is a mistake, you could still play king f4, transitioning to something which is very, very similar to the line we were discussing. But yeah, h6 was missed. Everything else was
missed h6.
by Anish, not by Nodirbek. By Anish.
Because I'm thinking h6 is forced.
Yes. It hasn't been played yet. Nodirbek is thinking, he still has 2.5 minutes. Everything else is more or less completely lost.
Yeah.
He has to find h6, he has to play h6.
Rook c3 will leave us with
and there it is, yeah. There it is on the
two connected passed pawns in the center of the board facing this knight, which again, as you correctly described it, abysmal. The knight.
Yeah, GH, I think, played instantly, and now you have to play C2. You have to play C2 and
G5.
And G5.
It's the ability to find the only moves, only defense in this type of positions with no time of these players. It's just
it's crazy.
Yeah, you're still in trouble there, but you have decent drawing chances, it feels, because your position suddenly becomes quite active. Your pieces start moving around. And it's just compared to where we were, it's just such an improvement for Black.
When I was fighting, Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov were like these two monster players, and it was sort of like you got good positions against them, and then they would just find in the most desperate moments these moves, and they played them. They just found them. It was just, and it was almost like so frustrating. It's like
beating good players. Yeah, you have to continue being very precise and
all the way to the end.
If you lose focus for just one move,
right? And they'll find that resource and they'll crawl right through it. What are the clock times?
They're now about equal, minute and a half for both.
I was going to say what move number was.
Actually, funny you should say that. It's move 41.
They made the time control.
Have 30 minutes right now.
Where's my half an hour?
Right. Give it back. G.
So C2 has to be
C2 followed by G5. Everything else is.
Maybe he's considering knight G8, but that just doesn't achieve anything, right?
No, it doesn't do very much.
But it hasn't been played yet. So what else is he considering?
Unclear.
No, knight C6.
Yeah, there it is. Yes, C2 played, rook C5 played, and now he has to play G5. I mean, having played C2, there is no way you don't.
And having played H6 as well, you've got to play G5.
So the line goes King F2, G4, Knight E1.
Knight E1.
Safeguarding things. But now we can take on H6 for now.
Okay.
You probably take on C2 with maybe the rook.
Okay.
And I'm thinking probably rook h3, right?
Otherwise, king g3.
Yeah, because I don't want to allow king g3. I want to play rook h3 and knight g6, knight f4. And
that's your dream.
And start pretending somewhat convincingly that I have counterplay.
A moment ago, this is like so ridiculous. A moment ago, it's rook and bishop.
Yes.
And one lousy pawn. You have three pawns. Now you're going to tell me a rook, a knight, and a G pawn will save.
There is definitely some similarities here, yeah.
Against the central pawns, that this is saving is hard to believe.
Agreed, wholeheartedly. I mean, okay, but he has
I'm not even making that claim. I'm making the claim this is the best position he's seen in about 2 hours.
Exactly. That's a good claim.
You don't even care what it's evaluated as black. You just know this is the best you've had, and you grab it with both hands and you play from there.
Exactly.
And
Anish,
he's about to move the king.
Also is feeling some intense pressure because he knows that he's been in the driver's seat more or less from the opening. I think the opening after f5, f4, let's say, just rebounded.
Yeah, king f2 on the board. Once again, not much of a choice apart from g4.
By the way, g4, you said knight e1, and if I can, knight e5?
Rook h1, though.
Rook h1 is winning. Wait, yes.
Kind of is, yeah.
Yeah.
I was about to play rook c8 as well.
Yeah, all three of us, honestly. One of us.
Knight e5, rook h1. That is
best not to allow that. Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
everything under the sun has happened in the world of chess. Has anybody played checkmate and both players signed the score sheets?
Probably.
Recognizing that it was checkmate, failing to realize that it was not checkmate?
Knight d4. Giving up on d3.
Whoa. What?
What's after rook d3? Is there h7 ideas? No, king g6.
Rook takes d3 is just fine now. Just completely fine.
Oh my gosh. In a single move, you blunder your entire...
Well, not blunder. He knows it's hanging.
The rook d3, knight e6 check.
King f7.
h7?
Rook h... hang on.
Yeah, that's what he wants, right?
Knight g6, I guess, right?
What?
I have
h7.
more pieces, yeah. Knight g6.
Stop.
Got nothing?
Stop.
Nothing?
I got nothing?
Well, there's... I mean, this guy on c2 is still alive.
Okay, well, let's get rid of the
knight
guys
g5
who's
first.
alive.
Knight is hanging, so knight g5 check
No,
first.
it's not really hanging that much.
But rook d6, sorry.
It does.
hanging.
It is hanging.
It is hanging.
It is hanging, actually.
I was dreaming of playing
It
rook
is
takes
hanging.
g6, but this kind of... Oops, sorry.
Might still be a draw, but we don't want
That
this
wasn't
with white,
the intention. Knight
g6 immediately.
g6.
Not as strong, but seemingly also playable. I don't know what he saw after rook takes d3, which scared him, though.
Something's... I'm taking on c2. I don't...
Right.
Yeah,
Knight takes c2.
now you are absolutely...
I think rook c2, he wants to go knight f4 and take on d3 with the knight.
Yeah. He wants to play for activity, but rook d3 was making a reasonably comfortable draw, and now it's maybe less comfortable. Rook c2.
Whoa. Okay,
Yeah.
rook c2.
Anish playing on increment.
Which it looks very, very obvious.
Yeah, but you play rook c2 and you're like,
taking with
knight
the knight.
c2?
I
No,
thought he wanted to
doesn't
put the
look right.
knight on f5.
We
I
can't
can't
guess
guess.
any of the moves.
I can't guess.
But
Rook f3 check, the only thing that draws here.
really,
What?
Yeah, kind of important for some reason to drive the king away to g1 or
Makes
e1
sense.
or
So
somewhere.
that you get to play
checks, right?
with the rook, knight, and pawn, and you make a
Why
draw.
is rook d3 losing? Rook d3 loses to rook g5.
That is.
That
King
actually
f7?
makes
Oh,
sense.
g4 's
I
G4.
don't- And then maybe
Oh, he
knight
took on
d3.
d3, no check. No
Okay, rook
d3.
d3, rook g5 now is, I'm assuming, winning, judging by this evaluation. Knight e3, g3 check, king e2 is also very strong, but rook g5 is cleaner, I think.
Rook g5 is cleaner.
Yeah.
Wow.
Rook g5, rook f3 check, we go king e2,
Sorry, rook g5, rook e3.
rook f3 check.
Rook
now.
f3 check. We
King
go.
e2, king f7, and we don't even take on g4, we go knight e3. And then
Down
we
to 10
start creating
seconds.
threats, yeah.
Who's
Anish
that?
has 6 seconds right now.
6 seconds.
Rook f5 check.
The Evalbar did not like that
Yeah,
move.
yeah. Driving the king to the h7 square does not look like recipe
G8
for
played.
success. Yeah, now we have nothing again.
The endgames are so tough.
Wow.
This time control is very tough. It's not even the endgames. It's just this time control is unbelievably tough on the players.
I think he's about to play knight e3.
Knight e3, but then unfortunately,
G3,
king
right?
g3 check, king e2, rook a3.
Exactly.
And then we just
That
go after the
seems like a
h7.
simple draw after
yeah,
that.
we just pick up both a2 and h6 in short order. It's now a very comfortable draw, even
That
though
would
it
be a
doesn't even
huge
look worse,
save
frankly.
by Nodirbek if he saves this game.
Wow. We are seeing some great saves.
2 seconds. Oof, he just
What?
made a move with 1 second.
Rook g5, king h7. Yeah, it's just a draw. King
He,
h7.
Anish played
Yes.
a move with 1 second.
He has 31 right now.
Yeah.
That was not.
There's rook
a
d2
part
now
of-
too, right?
I suspect that, but
And then-
how
no,
can
you
you
have
not
extra
play king
e-pawn.
h7? What?
Yeah, honestly,
calculating
the
the
king
rook
like
ending.
anything is a draw now. Rook f3 check is a draw, a move you never make.
Well, he's going to go king
Yeah,
h7.
why
of
not
course.
just go king h7? It's just a very,
Well,
very safe position.
Knight e3 and king
Well,
h6.
Yeah, we take on h6, we go rook d2, rook a2, and we kind of glance over at our opponent.
Why you push the black king towards h7 and the
Yeah.
h6 pawn? That really confused me. I'm not sure what Anish
It's called playing on 1 second.
That's what it's
Yeah,
called.
I think that is what it is exactly. There's no other
Explanation.
way to describe it. Yeah, he'll take on g4 now. Rook d2 check. Rook takes a2. Yeah, hands can be shaken at any point.
Right.
g4.
And boy, what was a very exciting game, what appeared.
Yeah, and Anish is back to taking pieces very stylishly. He's generally a very stylish mover of chess pieces.
Yeah.
And when he was down to a second and still thought he had winning chances, he went back to banging the clock a little. But now he knows the game is basically over, so he is back to being
he can't even go
relaxed.
king up here.
King G3 is playable, but
King G3, Rook D3.
Yeah, that actually makes an immediate draw. Yeah,
so he has to go King E1.
But it doesn't really matter.
King E1.
Yeah.
And Nodirbek. Wow. What a save. What a save. I mean, I really would have thought Anish would put this game away. I mean, he had all of these advantages, fantastic, more active pieces. I think he was a pawn up at the time as well. We kind of like...
This will be a massive, massive miss. And actually, even after he allowed Nodirbek back into the game, he still had a winning chance. Rook G5, I'm pretty sure if he finds Rook G5 in that position, even on the second, like if he gets that position with 35 seconds on the clock for the next move, he probably converts, because his decisions from that moment onwards were going to be quite straightforward. But
exactly.
Just didn't occur to him to put the rook on that square.
Well, rook and knight and pawn versus rook and knight and pawn, we know that...
I think the game ends knight e5, knight g7, king h6, knight f5, king h5.
That makes like a good repetition.
Or even a7, a5 here. There are no threats. Or rook a4, any move, really. Yeah.
That would wrap up quite an exciting round. And again, it's sort of like reminiscence of the rounds that we have been having. Yeah. We have been, I mean, the games have been exciting, dramatic at times, unpredictable.
Yeah, and once again, 1 out of 5 only.
And once again.
Could have been maybe 4 today.
Wow.
Not 5, because there was definitely at least 1 pretty quiet game, but 4 definitely. I can very easily imagine
Prague,
4.
Yeah. And I think both of the players are going to be incredibly relieved at the outcome of this one. And you kind of a much more of a wry smile from Nodirbek as he's sitting there going, I don't think I should have gotten away with this one. Yeah. Wow, Peter. Chess is hard.
It is. And I think this time control really is playing tricks with people. And in a way, it's interesting to see extremely strong players adjust to something that they have not really outside of the GCT played anywhere else.
Right.
It presents a new challenge, and generally you like giving people absolutely the top of their game a new challenge and watching them deal with it. But yeah, there's been a number of examples in this tournament where play on 1 second has kind of been less than stellar.
Nazi, sum up today. It's again.
It was a very exciting day, even though you can't tell that from the results.
No, you can't. It's the one win a day diet
regimen.
Right, Fabio won his game and jumped into a second place, sharing it with Wesley So. Alireza maintains his lead, half a point ahead of 2 players, and then still 4 players sharing now 4th place.
Alireza and Fabi came to St. Louis with the GCT Tour in their belt, so to speak. They were the leaders in the GCT Tour. It's not surprising that they're leading in the Sinquefield Cup, but Wesley So is in the mix. And Christian joined the conversation. You've been witnessing the play. It's been remarkable.
Absolutely, and as you guys said, we could have had way more decisive results. Maybe not 4, but 3 definitely.
Yeah, 3
Gukesh, Fabi, and Anish as well. Anish, you must be feeling bad for him because he's had a tremendous game today. He was better, maybe even winning out of the opening. In his heyday, he would have converted that effortlessly. Unfortunately for him, right now he's lacking the confidence necessary to convert against the best chess player. And as you just mentioned, Peter, it's all about the time control as well. It plays tricks with their minds, and that's why we're seeing swindles happen in those last few seconds. We've seen it Prague versus Wesley the day before, the round before, and we're seeing it once again in today's round as well. But still, it's not for the lack of very fighting chess. And the script writers definitely had it right, because we have a race between Alireza and Fabi and maybe Wesley as well for 3rd position. Anything can happen in the next 3 rounds.
Yeah, that's the truth. I'm sticking with it, Peter. What about you? What a great...
True words have never been spoken. Very exciting conclusion to the tournament ahead of us with seemingly a 3-horse race currently, but nobody's running away with things. We still have 4 people, by the way, on 6 out of 6 draws.
Exactly.
The people on 50% are now 100% representation of 0 decisive games.
Yeah.
Anything could happen. It's a bit weird that we keep on getting this 1 decisive game per round when rounds are like this.
Yes.
You really cannot complain about this round.
Right.
But the closer we get to the finishing line, the more exciting seemingly chess becomes. So stay with us. We'll be here same time.
Peter, Nazi, wonderful working with you both. It's been great. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.